Hey guys! We're approaching a month since I first started looking at anything related to the Holly Bobo case. I was a complete stranger to it, uh, completely gone down the rabbit hole with a ton of help and enthusiasm and just great analytical thinking from everybody that's come to hang out in the chats with us. I've been trying to piece together, now that we've watched the whole trial, we've looked at all the post-conviction relief testimony. We still have hearings coming up on December 29th and 30th. But now I want to put, like, if we take a topic, and today the topic is going to be Vincent Dinsmore, Jason Autry, their shifting timelines and how they culminate with some story that lines up all of a sudden after changing multiple times by the time we get to the 2017 trial. It's been a lot to piece together. So we're going to go through a quick timeline here before we get into relevant clips from Brent Booth's post-conviction testimony, everybody's favorite Jennifer post-conviction testimony. We're going to listen to some audio recordings. It was hard to hear during court, but Trial and Error Podcast uploaded the recorded interviews with Victor Dinsmore, so we might catch some of those to hear it better. So I really appreciate that they have those. We're going to hear, this is going to be Dennis Benjamin. We're going to be revisiting Dennis Benjamin's testimony from the post-conviction hearings about his conversations with Victor Dinsmore. We're going to get a little bit of Kathy Ferguson, no camera for Kathy. And we watched him yesterday. We watched Joe Walker, and we got a new piece of information I didn't know before. That in November 2016, and this is what made me want to put a timeline together because it's hard to keep track of. In November 2016, we find out that Joe Walker was instructed by Jennifer Nichols, the trial prosecutor, to bring discovery. And we're going to find out, because I went back through all these clips. He drives like 200 miles to make sure this discovery gets to attorney Matt Scholl, Jason Autry's attorney. Because Jason Autry's attorney had filed a motion for a continuance saying, look, I'm trying to get discovery. Jennifer Nichols had responded to attorney Matt Scholl saying, hey, the state has nothing exculpatory for your clients. No phone records. There were no phone records sent over, or at least not accessible. So he says, hey, without that stuff, I can't prepare for a trial. There's stuff missing. You guys want us to go to trial at this point in time on April 2017. I'm not going to be able to give a competent defense. So all of a sudden, in November 2016, we find out after watching Joe Walker's testimony, which I had not seen before, he's ordered by Nichols to provide 2 discs of discovery. And in the written correspondence, it says that Jennifer Nichols noted other defense counsel had reported accessibility issues with some of the files in discovery. But yet this request for discovery was only to get it in the hands of Jason Autry. An acknowledgement that the prosecution was aware that other counsel, I would assume Jennifer Thompson for Zach Adams, did not have equal access to the discovery files. But this important turn of events in November 2016 makes it important enough for the state to make sure Jason Autry has everything he needs. So it's a lot, you guys. We're going to get to it. Let's do this quick timeline. This is not an exhaustive timeline of everything in this case. As you can see, if that were the case, it would be many, many pages long. But it's what I think is relevant to the testimony that we're going to piece together across Nichols and Brent Booth and Dennis Benjamin and some of these recordings from Dinsmore. So in 2014, now this is about 3 years after the abduction of Holly Bobo, Sheila Killzer, this is when Sheila Killzer contacts Brent Booth with information she says she heard 6 or 7 months ago. 3 days after that, Brent Booth sits down with Sheila Killzer for an interview. In February, so shortly after that, we have Brent Booth first meeting with Victor Dinsmore at the Arlington home in Indiana. So he goes to Vincent Dinsmore's house. We're going to hear those recordings and we're going to hear testimony about it. March 26th. So about a month and change after that. Now Dennis Benjamin's going to Indianapolis to speak with Victor Dinsmore. He says it's at work. September 2014. Oh, and I think I misspoke. These are both Dennis Benjamin going and speaking. So sorry if I said Booth for this one. I was reading up here. September 2014, Booth and Jackson interview Dylan Adams. June 3rd, 2015, this is when the state files their notice of aggravating circumstances for Jason Autry. In other words, as of June 3rd, 2015, Jason Autry now has the death penalty looming over his head. A very important date. Now, August 12th, 2016 is when Matt Scholl starts filing this motion to continue. Look, this is now a death penalty case, and we still don't feel like we have discovery. Why don't we have cell phone records? We can't access this stuff. And you want us to be prepared for an April trial? Death penalty? November 8th, the state had, I forget the guy's name, but we're going to hear it. The state, somebody that's in charge of dealing with, correspondence, sends a notice out that there's no known exculpatory evidence to the defendants. Nothing out there at all that would go to show the innocence of the 4 defendants. November 2016, this is when we have the discovery delivery by Joe Walker that we got to learn about yesterday. Then May 8th, 2017, Jennifer Nichols has a meeting with Jason Autry. She met with him more than once. This one's a bit more important. She's going to get questioned a lot about this. And when we first watched her post-conviction relief hearing testimony, it just seemed generally shady to me, but I wasn't able to pinpoint and follow the details of what Doug Bates was asking the way I'm picking up on it now. So I'm really excited, as much as she was kind of aggravating to watch. I'm really excited to rewatch that with you guys. It's going to be about an hour and a half that we rewatch of her, so prepare yourselves. June 12th, 2017, suddenly, I missed one. This is important. These 3 are important in conjunction. This May 8th and June 12th are related. This is May 8th, Nichols meets with Jason Autry, May 8th, 2017. So we know trial's around the corner. Zachary Adams' trial starts on September 11th of 2017. In May, Nichols is meeting with Jason Autry. In June 12th, 2017, a report for the May 8th meeting is generated. We go from May 8th, 2017, and we do not have a report for that meeting generated until June 12th, 2017. This is huge to me. This raises all the red flags. Because what happens between then and the report? Well, May 18th through 19th is when we have Brent Booth. Right? I thought this was important because I wasn't tracking. Dennis Benjamin was meeting with Victor Dinsmore all the way back in 2014. It didn't really click for me that Brent Booth was running to meet with Victor Dinsmore in 2017, sort of on the approach of Zachary Adams' trial. In my brain going through this, I just thought it was all this lump in time, this investigative work. It happened back here. Why is Brent Booth in 2017 running to meet with Victor Dinsmore? Well, it happens to be right between Nichols has this meeting with Jason Autry that she never takes any notes for. None of these meetings she takes notes for. But she has a meeting with him on May 8th, suddenly generates a report on June 12th about that May 8th meeting. And this meeting happens to be where we get that switcheroo. And Dinsmore, Booth is like, well, I'm coming back to you today because I want to make sure I wasn't putting words in your mouth. And it's between these 2 days that Dinsmore goes from still denying things, maybe saying certain things. He had suspicions. He didn't trust Jason Autry, but he didn't know anything about Zach in a truck. And he certainly didn't park a truck inside my garage. To the next day, he goes back and he's like, yeah, I refreshed myself after talking to my wife. We moved rims out of the garage and Zach parked his truck there. I didn't know why. And we get to pinpoint some revolver that was thrown away in the water that he tried to give to his wife after purchasing it from Shane Austin, or bartering with Shane Austin for drugs for the revolver. But then someone warned me there might be a hit on it, so we threw it in the water. We threw it away. Isn't this curious timing? It took me till like last night to start piecing this together. And I don't know why I have a timestamp here for this, but this is just floating here. This is irrelevant. We know that all the post-conviction stuff is 2025. Although I guess it's important to note Nichols' testimony comes after, we have Dylan speak at the post-conviction hearings. I think Brent Booth already spoke. I think Dennis Benjamin already spoke. So Jennifer Nichols is testifying at these post-conviction hearings after many of the other witnesses. Most of the other witnesses had already been called. So there is a lot, you guys. There is a lot. I will try to refresh us on this as needed. But now when you hear Doug Bates and his questioning, what an incredible advocate he is. When we hear him do his questioning and we hear him specifying, like, now in May, in March, I think it's easier for us to digest why the timeline is so critical. Because when you put the order of events together, it's really, really hard not to question the integrity of this investigation, not to question the ethics of this prosecution team. Because there's really no, I don't see a good faith explanation for this Booth meeting. Why were we ready to take someone to trial facing the death penalty, but Booth has to run and go meet with somebody? Why weren't you meeting with them during the investigative stage? Isn't that weird? Isn't that weird? And why does the story change? So without further ado, first up, and I did my best to cue all of these up. I know it's going to be a little jumpy, so apologies in advance, but we'll make it work. First up, I think we're going to go through Brent Booth. So Brent Booth delivered this testimony in May. So he was one of the first up at these post-conviction hearings. He's going to tell us more about the Killzer timeline and his meetings when he goes to speak with Victor Dinsmore. He's going to tell us he's not aware of Dennis Benjamin. And again, I didn't think that was significant. I thought he was just forgetting because it was so long ago, or maybe downplaying knowledge of something just generally. But I feel like now he has to say that because he has to act like nobody else went and spoke with Dinsmore yet. He has to act like this wasn't unusual. So just, you guys in the chat or the comments, anything you pick up on along the way, share it, let us know. Even if it might be a silly connection, let's just see what we can put together. We'll get captions going. And for whatever reason, they're like transparent. So let's change the quality, let's see. There we go. Now we can read them. And because we have a lot to get through, we'll be on 1.25. But all of these, and I think I linked everything in the description. If you want to jump to watch the testimony without my commentary, they should be linked in the description. So here we go, chat.
Do you remember
September of 2017?
14? I apologize.
Yeah.
Do you remember and can I see what's been marked identification 12 and put on 10A?
We might do 1.5 for him because he's a little slow talking. And good morning, everyone. Good morning to Amy. Good morning to Jeremy. Hey, Lay. Hey, Sheriff Chuck.
Your Honor, we're going to start on
We have two Lays?
right now.
We have a Lay gang
We're
in the building.
Exhibit 10A first, and then you're going to come to Exhibit 12?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, starting at minute 1948. I'll just play for a second and authenticate.
Ooh, let me boost this. Let me boost that volume.
Say you got Britain. I can tell you and making sure Brent's notes.
Where did you get something like that?
I had no clue. I won't say Huntsville, Alabama or somewhere, fly shop.
It's all a spoof card? How does it work?
And just like I won't say just like a little count number, but knowing he can make any number, first he wants to show up. Brent, no, my.
Do you identify, Mr. Booth, that this recording,
Yeah.
this is the September 2014 interview with Dylan?
Yeah.
And we're going to fast forward to minute 25. Okay, 25:12.
Hey, Jordy. Hey, Factual Lie.
But she didn't hurt, did you see any evidence to it?
Look like she been bleeding, man. She didn't tell her blood. Her eye looked like it got like nose swollen a little bit. Okay. And maybe it was,
You remember it being on that side of her face? It was over here. This eye looked puffy and your nose.
and it looked puffy like.
Did you see any blood coming out of the mouth or nose or anything? You just said you saw it. You remember us talking about some scratches that you said you saw on that? Did you already have some scratches on them at this point? What do you remember about that? When you come back with her, or? So as he's coming in the house now, he's scratched up on his arm. And she is bleeding or has been bleeding, she has been bleeding, her eye, nose, and busted up. And she having to be led into the house. Did they say anything about drugging her or anything like that? Did she look like she was just normal along in the house? What's your opinion of what happened?
Somebody's sister, you know.
Where they carrying them down there? Okay. Now, upstairs, you gotta go to the pool table, go up the steps, and then there's that bar and that open window area, and you all thing that. Look at where, because if you go to the right from there, Zach's bedroom, so that way. So if you kind of go to the left, there's a living room. Okay, what they do? Immediately,
Describe that.
tell us everything to the point. I want every detail of who took her clothes, how much of her clothes, how much of whoever was doing the raping.
I did leave one thing out of the timeline. So remember, this interview was September 2014. August 2014 is when Dylan Adams had already taken the... I think you guys know generally that this interview takes place after he was already staying with Dennis Benjamin as a probation term. The technical release for Dylan Adams was August 2014. Just so we're tracking on these dates, and I'll add that to my little graphic.
Let's go through that part of it. Who did what? You got her in the house, she's been walked up into the living room, what furniture's in the living room? Green couch. Okay. Now, the way that house is laid out, that couch was sitting, if it was the same way then as it was when I saw it, that couch was kind of sitting one end close to that window and one end further away from the window. Does that sound right? Or was it sitting?
It was, at that time, it was right there, even with the little bar right there.
Okay, so maybe it'll help us if we draw that. Let's take this and draw, come into the house. This carport's down here, came in this way. Here's that entryway, and that step, pool table's here. That window area right here, okay, and that door. So you're saying that couch was sitting this way along, like, bear with me on this. So that being a couch. So this being the end arms of it, the back of it.
You get the little bar, right?
Yeah, this bar hung out like that.
Pumped up to get set.
Alright, so it was sitting that way. Which end of it would you put her in? Toward the front of the house. Toward the road of the front door of the house, which probably was somewhere right over there. Sort of. Look at that wrong.
Not going to do.
Cause this wall comes on over here. This is the old carport.
Yeah, old carport, you come up. Yeah, that would be right. Actually, everything would be, actually the door would be right. Be behind the couch.
Okay.
Because you got, like, right here's the bar, right here's the couch. And then you got the kitchen table here, and you got the big window right here.
Yeah.
And then you got the side of the big window, door right there.
All right, so we're going to jump ahead, but you get the gist of this. What's standing out to me, like, it's always been apparent to me that we do this pivot from Dylan Adams being some type of witness. We want him to be the one that tells us everything to get the rest of the guys, and Dylan's going to be a co-defendant himself. Then we realize it's just not going to fly. We cannot present this type of thing to a jury. So we pivot strategically because we think this testimony is going to fall through. That's all I thought it was. But if we go back over to this timeline and knowing, granted he's not on screen, but Brent Booth is sitting in this room this whole time, this entire time. We're going to get there. We're going to hear Booth tell us. Booth is going to act like he doesn't know Dennis Benjamin. How does this timeline make sense if Booth doesn't know anything about Dennis Benjamin? Maybe heard him, just knew Jack Van Hooser, knew some guy named Dennis Benjamin. Who got word to this team that Dylan Adams was a weak link, the one you have to go speak with? And why is it specifically Jackson and Booth sitting here interviewing him? Something seems dishonest. Something seems very dishonest. We're going to jump ahead like 4 or 5 minutes here and get to testimony from Booth. Oh, am I sharing the wrong screen? I'm sorry, you guys. Okay. I realized that pretty quickly. All right. So we'll catch back up on the last like 20 seconds.
At this time, you were in the room with Agent Jackson and Mr. Adams.
Yes.
And
Let's clear the record. When did you pause it?
I paused it at 31:35, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Hey to Debbie. Hey to Louise.
so the timeline
Hey,
is
Nancy.
January 24th, Sheila Killzer gives you information. January 27th, 2014, you have a longer sit down with Sheila Killzer, correct?
Yes. You're looking at 1888?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Was it your opinion that Sheila Killzer was giving you information in efforts to try to get her son some favorable dealings with his pending charges?
She didn't ask for it at that time. She told me, she said, after you left.
But she was calling with information that was 6 to 7 months old. So, but we're just going to pretend that timing, the supposed tip wasn't for any particular reason.
House. Jason brought Dylan over And I asked him about Holly Bobo, and he just, here's what he told me.
Did you have any indication that was Miss Killzer's angle? Trying to help her son?
Not really. Not at that time.
Did you sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So, one of the ways you identify why people lie is self-preservation. That extends to family members.
A lot of
Details.
motives.
And so, right now, it's a little susceptible to you, in hindsight, that Sheila gave you information for her son to give you to help his case. In hindsight, you see it.
Well, why they came forward, at that time, she told me that, she said, I can't live with this anymore. I'm afraid y'all are not gonna find out who done this. Here's what I know.
But that's what she said,
Initially.
under the same vein of initially telling you that
But her son
A-Train's...
is in,
I'm not done with my question, sir.
Okay.
That A-Train's the one that walked in the woods and picked Holly up and killed her.
A-Train is Autry.
I believe
He's
she
gonna
told me
twist it.
what she remembered.
What she remembered somebody saying to her. And if somebody who said that to her was lying, what does it make Sheila Killzer repeating to you? What is that? A lie, right?
I believe she gave me the information that she had.
But if it's not true, it doesn't make it trustworthy.
I didn't know it wasn't true.
Of course you did. But hindsight has proven it not true. With cell records of Mr. Autry, right? In other words, if the court officer tells somebody in the back, who tells somebody in the front, who tells co-counsel, who I tell you, if
Thank
the
you for the
first
sticker,
thing was
Nancy.
wrong, it's going to be wrong the whole way around, right?
Possibly.
And if the first person who said the untruthful thing had a motive for it to be untrue, it kind of explains the situation, doesn't it?
I don't believe that was her motive, was to tell me something untruthful.
When did she ask you for help for Jason's case?
I don't know that she ever did.
Did she imply it?
The only thing she ever asked for was that Jason be moved closer to her home, where she didn't have to drive so far to visit. And that included from, give you an example of what it was, from, was it West Virginia to Alabama? And I don't know, at some point, I know that was done. I don't know if that was it. I don't remember. We didn't request it, but I know it was done. I don't know if that's,
So Jason did receive preferential treatment?
I wouldn't call it that. I don't know that he was moved. I don't know if the Bureau of Prisons moved him as part of their regular routine. I don't remember ever asking for that for him. I have very little influence with
And you also don't remember much about Dennis Benjamin, so what are we doing? We have either, like, honestly, there's an issue here where we want to retry Zach Adams, but we have all of this testimony from key people, major roles in this investigation, that say over and over, we don't remember, we don't remember, we don't remember. That's a huge prejudice to retry somebody. Huge prejudice. And we have plenty of evidence on the record now. I don't remember anything.
the Federal Bureau of Prisons. We can't, you don't tell them where they're going to move inmates.
Who was the federal prosecutor at this time on Jason Killzer's case?
There was,
Say Beth. Say Beth.
may have been Beth
Beth
And what's
Boswell.
Beth's last name?
Boswell.
And who was the state assistant district attorney in this case during that time?
When it started,
Yes, sir.
or are you talking about later?
No, when it started.
Beth Boswell.
Okay.
And
So then Jason was he charge partners with?
So if you didn't pick up on that, and I think Beth Boswell ends up testifying in the August hearings, but it's after Brent Booth's testimony here. Beth Boswell was both the federal prosecutor and for this investigation, the Holly Bobo case, was the state prosecutor at the same time. This is back in 2014.
Dylan? Or was it unrelated charges?
you talking about Jason Killzer?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I apologize.
Let me pause right 1 second. We have multiple Jasons in this case. Let's use last names, first and last if you wish, but
Thank
let's
you,
make
Honor.
sure we specify the Jasons.
Jason Killzer charge partners with Dylan.
That's my understanding.
And at this point, do you have any memory of what happened to Jason Killzer's charges in federal court?
No.
Were you a part of the Dennis Benjamin
Here we go.
solution?
No, sir.
Do you have
The Dennis
any
Benjamin
idea why
solution.
Dennis Benjamin was the location, the house arrest location for Mr. Dylan Adams?
No, sir.
Did you
Oh,
have,
I agree, Nika.
after it happened, did you
Oh,
come to have an awareness of what the situation was?
Yes.
When did you come to this awareness?
yeah, tell us when.
I guess it was right before or at Dylan's release from Union City facility or federal custody.
Okay. He went to Dennis Benjamin's home.
Yes.
At that time, what was your awareness of who Dennis Benjamin was?
He was a retired Memphis police officer, police detective.
That's
I
it?
didn't know a lot about Dennis. That's what I knew. Good guy.
How do
Very
you,
good guy.
how do you know he was a good guy?
I think it's based on what others had said about Dennis.
Who vouched for him?
Maybe Jack Van Hoosier. I met him. Met he and his wife.
Did part of your work in this case, did you listen to his interviews with relevant witnesses?
Whose interview?
Dennis Benjamin's?
No.
Okay. Are you aware that he spoke with Victor Dinsmore?
Oh, and I almost want to jump right to Dennis Benjamin's testimony, but keep your ears peeled, or whatever the phrase is. All of this distancing from Dennis Benjamin, but Dennis Benjamin's going to emphasize, and he's going to say it more than once, like, I sort of had a one-way, he's trying to maintain he had a one-way relationship with TBI, where TBI wasn't giving him information. And I don't know if that's credible or not, but he does say, Karen Bobo was telling me everything that she knew. So maybe there is room for some distance there. But regardless, Dennis Benjamin says more than once, anything significant, I can't tell you specifically, but anything significant I would give to TBI. So there has to be a dynamic here somehow, some way, even if sometimes it's like a person removed, right? Maybe something gets to Karen first and then it gets to Dennis. And then Dennis gets something to Jack Van Hoosier, who then gets something to Brent Booth. You're like the lead on this. There's no way that you're not insulated. And if you are insulated, then you weren't doing a good job either way. It just doesn't compute. It doesn't math. So, like I'm telling you, listening to this again just has me going. I also want to give a proper thank you here to Nancy for the super sticker. Thank you so much, Nancy. And thanks for hanging out with us today. And then Nika here has been a member for 14 months, which is crazy. That's more than a year. So good to see you. And I mean, I completely co-sign this, that the prosecutors and detectives are disgusting. I don't think that Holly Bobo's gotten justice. I doubt that that's the only victim that we can say that for. And speak of the devil, we have Brent Booth on the stand. It's this guy who says, it's rare that I believe victims, but Holly Bobo. Like, what about everybody that's not Holly? So, crazy, crazy. So are you aware that he spoke with Victor Dinsmore?
I became aware that he did, but I didn't know it at the time.
When did you become aware?
Oh, gosh.
Good question,
Maybe
Jeannie.
last year.
Should I run that clip back?
Have you listened to the recording between Dennis Benjamin and Victor Dinsmore?
No,
Have you had any communications with Mr. Benjamin the past year and a half? January 1st, 2024 till now?
no.
Okay. Your understanding, however it happened, whyever it happened, Dylan pleads out in federal court on a case prosecuted by Beth Boswell in federal court, goes and lives with Dennis Benjamin, would you agree, was a friend of Miss Agent Van Hooser?
Friend of law, yeah.
And when you would agree Dennis Benjamin was also helping the Bobo family solve this crime?
I later learned that.
Okay. And you would agree that he was also, some regard, helping TBI?
Yes,
All right. In hindsight, do you realize that was inappropriate?
no,
You think it impacted Dylan Adams' truthfulness?
yes,
Glennon?
positively.
Positively? Play.
Hey, Jay Money.
Picking up right where we left off.
Green, not as green, chairs,
So there's green chairs, but you're talking about the couch.
yeah.
What color is
I know it's green, I don't know exactly what color ground.
it? Leather or cloth?
Leather.
Leather. Who did what first? When you got in there? Okay. What exactly did he do to her? Everything, strip her naked. Okay? How much of his own clothes did he take off? He didn't need to take. He didn't take them off his legs, he just dropped them down. How did he hold her?
All right, we're going to jump to the questioning. And this is gross, but this is important because this goes to the big picture of, did the state put witnesses, Jason Autry, and this is more about Autry than Dinsmore, but this episode that we're doing here, today's live stream, is about the crafting a conviction, the story put together that obviously could not have been true, but nevertheless, the state decided not just to give immunity to Dinsmore, to Jason Autry, but to put them on the stand. Put them on the stand. So this question about Autry is going to be gross, but it's critical.
At 37:47, just before that, Agent Booth, you asked specifically, did Autry ejaculate inside her, correct?
Oh, yeah,
And he said, I believe so. Correct?
I believe that's what I heard.
Wow. That phrase, I believe, do y'all remember criticizing Dylan for saying, don't tell me what you believe? So, is that
That's what he said, that's what he said.
okay? And you remember him saying that?
I just heard it.
Well, did you forget after this interview in 2014, did you forget that Dylan said the first person that raped Holly was Jason Autry.
I haven't thought about this case in years, sir.
Okay.
When did I forget it? I don't know.
Because one of my first questions to you was, do you remember a video? And you said, yes, I remember seeing a truck on a video. On a video that had multiple vehicles. You remember seeing that video in an office in Jackson, even though you had a bunch of other cases and you did mostly field work.
What you said is not true.
A very important point. You're saying you forgot that Jason Autry was said by Dylan after living with Dennis Benjamin, who you said helped his credibility. You forgot that Autry was the first person in this story to have raped Holly.
The pause.
And your question?
Oh!
Which,
You're saying you just forgot that.
And this, since we are not going to watch this entire testimony, I'm going to pause. GV with the recall here, amazing recall, says, but uncross in a bit, Mr. Booth. You will cry about how this case haunts you all the time. I haven't thought about this case in years, Mr. Bates. Which one? Which one is it? But very, very critical that there's this significant issue. Did Autry participate in something or not? Because I don't remember him on the stand telling a story where it would have been possible for him to have been the first individual to have raped Holly Bobo. So, did we put someone up there that we knew was making up a story? I don't know. We're going to jump forward. We still have more Brent Booth. And actually, wait, we're going to do the next part with Brent Booth is going to be towards the end of his interview. And this is not complete testimony. It cuts off. But first, we're going to listen to the audio recordings with Benjamin and Dinsmore. So remember, we're going to go back to this timeline here. And I haven't updated it yet. But remember, the Dinsmore and Dennis Benjamin is February and March of 2014. Brent Booth, we are May 18th and 19th, 2017. So when we're already working with Autry, we have this May meeting with Nichols and Autry. Autry already had his discovery that only he had access to. And then we finally have Booth going to meet with Dinsmore. So first we're going to listen to the 2014s. The 2014s with Dennis Benjamin. Then we're going to jump to the rest of Booth's testimony. And I know it's jumping around, but I think this is what Doug Bates has had time to understand. And it's taking me like these couple of weeks to like piece together what he's talking about and put all the dots together. We'll hear a little bit from Dana McClendon as well, some of his commentary, and this is linked in the description if you want to listen to the whole thing. Boost some volume. Captions. Again, very great TBI logo over here. Love it.
TBI and the FBI's investigation.
Listen to what he says his role is and the power that he wields.
I ain't the police no more. I work for the Bobos. My investigation that I've come up with
Dennis Benjamin
has been run alongside TBI and the FBI's investigation.
Alongside TBI and the FBI.
And I filled in a lot of gaps. I'd rather have a lie than I would the truth when I'm investigating something. If you want help, then now is your time to help. If you want to continue to lie to me, then I'm going to go back, Jerry, everything I ask you, write it down, because I'm going to turn it into the TBI. If you continue to lie about stuff we know that it's a lie, and we got people saying, we've got 5 people talking. Autry's wanting a deal, and Zach's wanting a deal for the body, to give up the body in order to stay off death row. The Bobos are emphatic the death penalty's on the table and they ain't willing to take it off. Somebody's gonna get a deal. I've convinced them for it to be you. So you need to listen very carefully because they got 8 charges on you right now. Okay, 8, well 3 of them are serious charges and they could go for the death penalty on them. And I've asked them, are y'all willing to make a deal for somebody to help them find Holly's body? If you can't give me Holly's body, then you're fucked. You're basically fucked.
You will recall that after about a month or so at Dennis Benjamin's house, and while Dennis Benjamin was working to help solve the Holly Bobo case, and 10 days after Holly Bobo's remains were found in the woods, Dennis Benjamin called his colleagues at the TBI and essentially told them he'd cracked the case. He said Dylan had confessed and explained everything, and that he'd implicated, among other people, Zach Adams and Jason Autry. And that's how we got this confession that you heard in the recent episode. That confession, of course, turned out to be completely false, and the prosecution abandoned it after they found not a single piece of physical evidence to corroborate it. They pivoted from what Dylan said happened, but they kept who he said was involved as suspects. Square peg, meet round hole. That night in September 2014 that Dylan spent hours trying to remember his confession, he was questioned by TBI agent Jeff Jackson. A second agent, Brent Booth, was present for that interview. So let me connect these dots for you. Dylan Adams supposedly confessed to Dennis Benjamin, who for months had been working with the Bobos and law enforcement on a private investigation. Dennis Benjamin brought Dylan to the TBI, and Dylan tried to repeat this supposed confession in the presence of TBI agent Brent Booth. The TBI figured out that the confession was completely false, but they run with the names Dylan Adams, Zach Adams, and Jason Autry as the culprits anyway. Here's the playbook. Retired cop Dennis Benjamin finds and tunes up a witness or potential defendant. Special Agent Brent Booth takes it from there. But this was not the first time that Dennis Benjamin had gotten to someone and then been followed by Brent Booth. Far from it. You see, a few months before Dennis Benjamin got his hands on Dylan, Dennis Benjamin went and interviewed, you guessed it, the other star witness, Victor Dinsmore. In 2011, Victor Dinsmore was a man with a criminal history who was a drug dealer living in Decatur, Tennessee. In 2011, he was known to Zach Adams, Dylan Adams, and Jason Autry as a source of morphine and pills. Needless to say, Victor Dinsmore was not a big fan of the police, nor of being potentially implicated in the Holly Bobo disappearance. At some point after Holly disappeared, Victor Dinsmore left town with his wife and went to live in the Indianapolis area. I presume he hoped to get as far away from this case as possible and fade away from scrutiny. But he was not so lucky, because the police were obviously looking at everyone with a background like his, and at everyone they knew or suspected to be involved in the criminal underground of Decatur County. So that was the situation in the spring of 2014 when Dennis Benjamin tracked Dinsmore down in.
So I'm making a weird face back here because something new just clicked. So shout out to Dana McClendon. And I had to double check the date. So I believe it was September 2014 where we have the remains. We have Holly Bobo's remains found. And where are we right now? Let me time. So we're at 9:51 because I'm going to jump us back real quick to hear something. Let me find it in the transcript. He said 10 days. Dennis Benjamin made a call. Let's find where he says 10 days. Listen to this. So Holly Bobo's remains were found in September 2014. I got to get a pinpoint date on that. Dylan Adams and the interview with Booth and Jackson was September. Dylan Adams had been living with Dennis Benjamin since his August 2014 release through that bombshell September 2014 interrogation. What did Dana say here? Listen to the part about 10 days and Dennis Benjamin.
You will recall that after about a month or so at Dennis Benjamin's house, and while Dennis Benjamin was working to help solve the Holly Bobo case, and 10 days after Holly Bobo's remains were found in the woods, Dennis Benjamin called his colleagues at the TBI and essentially told them he'd cracked the case.
How is Booth pretend? This is a hot mess. So Dennis Benjamin wasn't even really getting anything valuable out of Dylan because he's there for 5 weeks. But somehow, even though he's there for 5 weeks, if we narrow it down to the window from when Holly's remains are found in a specific location, and Dennis Benjamin, I would think, would know about it because he's getting everything that Karen Bobo knows. All of a sudden, we tip off TBI. We figured it out. We put it all together. It sounds like Dennis Benjamin in that very narrow time window, and I never caught this before, said, oh, remains were found. I'm going to discuss that with Dylan Adams, and then you guys go interrogate him. September 7th. Thank you, Sheriff Chuck. So I'm going to add that in my little timeline. And Gwennon. This is crazy. This is crazy. I mean, I knew it was crazy, but you guys know, it's like undeniably crazy now. So let's jump back forward.
Needless to say, Victor Dinsmore was not a big fan of the police, nor of being potentially implicated in the Holly Bobo disappearance. At some point after Holly disappeared, Victor Dinsmore left town with his wife and went to live in the Indianapolis area. I presume he hoped to get as far away from this case as possible and fade away from scrutiny. But he was not so lucky, because the police were obviously looking at everyone with a background like his, and at everyone they knew or suspected to be involved in the criminal underground of Decatur County. So that was the situation in the spring of 2014 when Dennis Benjamin tracked Dinsmore down in Indianapolis and interrogated him. Fortunately for us, Dennis Benjamin recorded at least some of those interactions, including the one from which I'm about to play excerpts.
Victor, I come down here to help you. The house that is over Dottie's saw the blonde in the truck.
Well,
you were there.
I sure didn't see no blonde in that truck because I damn sure called somebody if I saw her, and that's what I got to say. So y'all can go ahead and play your cat and mouse game.
It's not I'm not
They can play them. I don't care.
But
I haven't done anything wrong, and I can prove my innocence.
Okay, but listen, if you would listen to me, you have an opportunity to help yourself and not even go to jail.
I'm not going to go to jail anyway, except temporary, until I bond back out. I got a brother worth $500 million in Texas. I will be out instantly. They ain't got nothing on me. It's just fucking fishing. I've been fished enough now.
We're not.
Pausing here for a sidebar, but how is it that if Zachary Adams is in custody and he says something like, no body, no gun, no body, no weapon, he's guilty, but Vincent Dinsmore saying the same thing is fine? And my stance is I don't think it's incriminating either way. You got nothing on me is exactly what I'd expect an innocent person to say. And a guilty person could say it, sure, and they could be lying, but just because a guilty person could lie doesn't mean it's always untruthful when somebody says the same thing. But just a little bit of hypocrisy there. And shout out to KP here with the super sticker. Thank you so much, KP.
Help yourself and not even go to jail.
I'm not going to go to jail anyway, except temporary, until I bond back out. I got a brother worth $500 million in Texas. I will be out instantly. They ain't got nothing on me. It's just fucking fishing. I've been fished enough now.
We're not fishing, Victor.
They're fishing.
No,
Pin that when we get to Dennis Benjamin's testimony. We're not fishing.
we're not fishing.
I don't care who's fishing. I ain't done a damn thing. Tell them bring an arrest warrant up here, and I'll fight extradition.
Okay.
All right.
That's between you and the law. I'm just telling you
Brent,
what I know, and I'm
you tell Miss Holly Bobo's mom, I'm sorry that it came to this, but I can't help no more.
Can't help no more.
Well,
When they disrupt my fucking life and threaten to arrest me and all kind of shit. I'm not a dumb man now.
I'm not threatening to arrest
When I
you.
went down to that state police post, they had 2 state police with them. I knew that was to arrest me if I didn't pass that lie detector test. Okay?
You didn't pass a lot of technical.
Well, they didn't have enough to arrest me then.
No, and it was planned out. Why do you think they locked Zach up first?
Zach's colder, buddy. I didn't have nothing to do with it.
That's the whole point, Victor. If you're willing to help them, they're willing to help you.
I don't know what I can do.
I know Holly was at Dottie's. The house setter saw her in the truck at
I
Dottie's.
don't know how she saw
How could she see her and you not see
She
her?
didn't even go to the truck. I was out by the truck.
I understand that. She saw a blonde in that truck.
She's mistaken because there wasn't anybody in that truck. I was out by the truck.
They've already talked to Sandy.
I don't care.
Well, you need to care, because when you come home and told Sandy that you saw the blonde at Dottie's, that's a problem. Listen to me, Victor. You don't understand. I can get you on the phone right now with Jack Van Hoosier with TBI. I can put you on the phone right now with Karen. Both of them are willing to help you.
If I knew something, I'd do more.
What power does Karen Bobo have to help somebody? Or any civilian, right? It's really not Karen Bobo specifically. That's the example he's giving. But what?
No, Victor.
No, I don't. That's
Or,
over. Okay.
but listen,
No.
these other people, you can help. Okay, if it's a lie, then you
Fucking lie. I didn't see that girl.
Okay.
I did not see her.
Okay, if
I don't
that's a
have nothing to do with
lie-
it no more. Then tell them to come arrest me outside.
If that's a lie, you can help them make it to be a lie. You can show them how it's a lie.
I don't know how I can do that, Dennis. I really don't.
By the truth.
What am I supposed to say? I told the truth.
You didn't, when I talked to you before,
Yeah.
you failed to mention Holly was with them today.
She was not in that fucking truck.
You told Sandy they brought a girl drugged up on morphine, and you saw her there. If you'll just hear me out, I can help you.
I'm telling you right now, and I don't know what part you're not understanding. I did not see that fucking girl. I did not know her before or after. I had no fucking bit in her abduction,
You
touching
had-
her, and I didn't even know she was there or she was in that fucking truck. Now, I ain't got nothing to say else.
Let me clarify all this again. I'm a retired cop out of Memphis. I am no longer working for any law enforcement agency whatsoever. I'm getting over brain surgery last year when the Bobos called me and asked me to help. I said, I'll do what I can. Okay? I work for Karen and Dana Bobo. That's who I work for. Look, Victor.
Look, man,
I know how.
to stop, come clean with everything. I'm going to get out of your truck, and I'm going to get me an attorney and tell him to bring it.
Well,
That's what I say.
you want to listen to me and talk to Miss Bobo?
Nope, I don't want to talk to Miss Bobo. All I fucking did was try and help. I've been run up into funnies. I've lost my family. I've lost my wife. Every fucking thing. I'm done.
I've talked
Tell
to
them to come
Sandy.
arrest me.
Come here.
I have the best lawyer in Indianapolis. Tell them to come arrest me.
The door
So-
slam.
Dennis Benjamin
Dana.
threatened Dinsmore with the death penalty after, quote, trying to help him, close quote. It was later in 2014 when the remains of Holly Bobo were recovered, followed 10 days later by the false confession extracted from Dylan Adams. That so-called confession got Zach, Dylan, and Autry indicted. The investigation from then on, as far as I can tell, never pondered any other suspects. The TBI spent the next 2 years trying to line up evidence consistent with the guilt of these three men.
So I'm a little confused. That would mean to line up the dates, and based on the way this is being worded here, did Dennis just like yoke Dylan up by the collar and say, we're going down to TBI, and plopped him down, and that 10-day window is him saying, hey, I'm coming down there right now with Dylan, be ready to interview him, and just plopped Dylan in there? Like, just a mess. Just a mess.
Fast forward to May 2017. Brent Booth, like Dennis Benjamin before him, went to see Victor Dinsmore in Indianapolis. Listen to some of what happens during that conversation between Booth, Dinsmore, and Dinsmore's wife. Pay particular attention to the similarities between this interview and the one Booth sat in on with Dylan. Here again, it appears to me that law enforcement is telling the witness what they need to say and what they, quote, remember.
What's going on, buddy?
All right, since we've talked, Jason has rolled.
I figured he was going to.
Yep.
Did he flip all the way?
Yep. Yeah. And let me tell you what'll be testified to.
Okay.
This might help you remember. Zach was driving. He was sitting on the passenger side.
Yep.
Austin was in the middle.
Yep. That's right.
And Dylan was sitting back there in the back seat.
I didn't see Dylan. When they come to Dottie's?
When they come to Dottie's.
I didn't see Dylan.
He said they pulled up and you was in the garage.
Yeah, because I was remodeling her garage, putting the metal siding in it.
What's her name? The housekeeper.
Debbie.
Came out.
Yep.
And he...
All right, so just a quick pause here if you're not looking at the screen. This is all the way... Oh, and I have the wrong banner up. It didn't update. Okay, I put the right banner up, but it doesn't refresh unless I click it twice, apparently. We are in May of 2017 now. And we're dealing with Brent Booth when he does the 2-day interview. So right now we're listening to May 18th, 2017. He's going to go back the next day. That's going to be May 19th. And the woman's voice is Victor's wife, Sandy. So we are 3 years forward. And again, we are in this weird couch of time between Jennifer Nichols meeting with Autry and having these proffer sessions, even though she's not generating a report for those sessions until June 12th. Right couched in between is these Booth Dinsmore meetings.
So Zach got out, and first thing he done was punched Austin right in the face.
Yeah, they started scrapping. Now I remember what they were saying. They were fighting over who was going to hit that little bitch first when they got back. That's what they were saying. So that was Holly. But did they take her because drugs? Or what?
Yeah.
I thought
part of that.
When I got to know Zach, I figured after this happened that he took her because she turned him down, buddy.
Well,
you know what I'm saying? He asked her out. She said no, and that was it. He said, "I'm getting it." That's just how I thought he was at the end when I got to know him a little bit better.
He says that also Zach had taken his truck and put it in your garage, and that he had told you, or he had seen you when he brought it over there.
Me?
He saw you when he put the truck in the garage. And I know the truck was there. I know it wasn't there because we've pulled recordings and pulled tapes from 911, and Dick says that the truck, he didn't have his truck that afternoon. That he had taken it to
it wasn't in our house,
your garage.
Yeah.
Now this is something I picked up on when I was just trying to get timestamps together from this video. I was like jumping different parts. Somehow Dinsmore is aware, and we heard in the post-conviction relief hearings, we heard that when Zach gets the car impounded on April 4th, before Holly's abduction on the 13th, Grandpa, since the car is in Grandpa's name, has to go get the car out of impound because it's his name on the title of the vehicle. And he goes and stores it at a relative's house. And somehow Victor Dinsmore, pushing back against the information, Brent Booth is trying to poke and prod and, hey, we have something on you. We know this information. We know the truck was there. Victor Dinsmore volunteers this information back in 2017. And I think it's a very credible moment.
He just borrowed my brown truck so he could go up to Decaturville. That's the only time he left his truck.
He didn't have that truck.
Was that day?
No.
So let's run that back because I cut right into the middle part. He didn't have that truck.
The truck, he didn't have his truck that afternoon. That he had taken it to
it wasn't in our house,
your garage.
Yeah, he just borrowed my brown truck so he could go up to Decaturville. That's the only time he left his truck at my house.
Was that day?
No, that wasn't that day. So,
well,
now I know he didn't hide the damn thing in my pole barn.
Now, knowing that context about the April 4th impound, what Grandpa says, and the way Vincent's like, no, like, he might have borrowed a different truck, a brown truck, but it wouldn't have been that day anyway. That seems like very genuine recollection, if you ask me.
He might have parked it out the side, beside my pole barn and let it there for a minute, but I don't remember that day, buddy.
Listen,
well, now, according to him, according to what we got from Dick, that's
now, which truck are you talking about?
The little old white Frontier.
He told me the day that he wanted the brown truck while you guys were doing that because he hid his truck in Caterville, that white one, because of that thing that happened in Natchez Trace.
They're telling you something that ain't right there because that white truck wasn't stored in my house. I'd tell you if it was.
They said they hid it in Caterville because of that stuff in Natchez Trace Park.
Yep, that's right. So,
And remember, that April 4th arrest was Natchez Trace Park. That's why we have the testimony from the park ranger that's like, on the 4th, even though somebody else really took over jurisdiction to arrest and impound the car, a nearby sheriff's, Hendersonville, maybe? Sheriff's, I think, came over and impounded the car. It was so compelling that this park ranger, who likely didn't care to look at Zach's legs and arms, was like, I didn't see scratches on his legs and arms on the 4th. That's the incident that Sandy and Victor are both volunteering in 2017. The trial didn't happen yet. How would they have known all these details? They don't have a discovery packet, but they have first-person recall of somebody telling them, like, I have this brown car because we don't have this other truck because they tried to impound it. And now my grandfather doesn't want me driving it, which is why I need to use a different vehicle. Isn't that crazy? But Brent Booth is like, I'm going to ignore that. I'm going to ignore that. The truth became irrelevant to Brent Booth.
I don't remember him storing that truck at my house.
That's what he says. That's what's going to be testified to. They had to move 4 rims to get it in there. And that he saw you when he was putting it in there.
No rims.
And you knew you saw him putting it in there. Of course, you didn't know nothing. There ain't nothing wrong with it. I'm just trying to nail it down. You wouldn't have thought nothing about him putting it in there. I mean,
I
thought he might have now, Brent, damn it.
Well,
I was doing a lot of dope right then, okay? And I mean the meth and stuff, but he might have.
according to what Jason is going to testify to, is he told you that when he pulled up over there at Dottie's, that he said, I put my truck in your garage. I saw Sandy. She knows it's in there. I had to move 4 rims to get it in there.
No, that didn't happen.
I don't remember that.
No, she would remember that.
I would remember that.
Well, it's something that don't mean.
It don't mean fiddly shit to me because we didn't do it.
Could it have happened?
It could have happened.
Okay.
It could have happened, man. I can't say no, damn it.
I know.
I was smoking weed, I was drinking liquor, I was doing meth, and I just didn't want to be here no more. I can't hardly remember shit. But when I do tell you I remember. So
it helps me. It helps this case.
Helps me.
If you can remember. The more pressure I put on him, the more y'all can remember, and the more it helps push this damn case to where maybe it'll plea. That's what I'm saying.
They want to
maybe a damn plea.
Are they chancing to get out?
No. Well, you never know what a damn jury's.
You see what Victor just asked there? Are they chancing to get out? Is there a risk that they'll be back on the street? No. That kind of indicates on Booth's part that he knows that they need information to bring this prosecution to a jury. Because they don't have enough. Still at this point in time, when the death penalty is already hovering over people's heads, they don't have enough.
Gonna do, but I gotta know.
And remember, Autry's trial date before the continuance and before the sudden discovery disclosure and the proffer agreement was supposed to be April. And we're in May of 2017.
I just got the more details that I can nail down, the better I am. No, he ain't getting out.
He may have.
I think maybe he did, damn it.
The same day they took Holly?
Yep, would have been probably around lunchtime, maybe a little later.
And I was real sick then too,
yeah,
so
because I had her at the hospital.
You were in the
I bet you, my God, it probably did happen. Because that's when he kind of had a free run of my property.
Yep.
I trusted him a little bit. So.
Yeah, we thought he was just a good old boy.
Good old country boy that liked guns and shit like that. But
yep.
Okay, yeah.
That could have happened.
Yeah, it happened.
It could have.
Yeah. Let's just, yeah.
It did?
Yeah. Yep, let's say it happened. Because I'm starting to think now, I got rid of the boat because that's what I went to whoop that one-legged guy's ass over because he never paid me for my boat. The boat wasn't in there. Then Holly got taken. I was there. Yeah, you know what? By God, he might have.
So where was Holly when they came to Dottie's?
They'd already killed her.
She remembers.
They'd already killed her and dumped the body. And that's why he needed to hide the truck. Still had blood in the back of it.
So now, from Brent Booth, the girl would no longer be in... What? What?
She remembers.
They'd already killed her and dumped the body. And that's why he needed to hide the truck. Still had blood in the back of it.
That son of a bitch. Yeah, if that's neat, but I say, yeah, they had that truck here. And the wheels they had to take off.
Is that why he borrowed the brown truck then?
That's what I need to
Probably
say.
is. Now, the more I think about it, that's the timing where I was off.
He would have borrowed he would have got your brown truck from the house. And
then I had to drive his old black truck, and it made me very upset. And I told him, no, I'm not
Yeah, I
driving
remember
this
that.
thing.
She wouldn't
Because I
drive
don't do drugs, and I'm not getting caught with somebody else's shit.
Was that the white truck?
That was the black
That
truck.
was the black truck he had me.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about.
From your house?
The black truck was at my house. The white truck, I don't remember ever being parked at my house, Brent. I'm talking about the black truck. I definitely remember being at my house, sitting right outside by my house. But the white truck, I don't remember. So, but it might have, man. Okay.
Okay.
It might have. So.
All right. Here's one other thing I've got to know.
Okay.
One other thing I need you to say.
And you got that letter of immunity. Y'all know you're not in trouble for nothing.
Oh, I've been doing Brent's trying to help, man.
I know. All right, I got to ask you a hard question.
Go
You're
ahead.
not going to like it.
Go ahead.
But I got to know. Were they getting morphine from you?
At first, yeah, they were getting some pills of morphine off me.
That's what I need to know.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, good.
Yep.
Did they get some that morning from Dottie's when they came over there?
No.
Sure. That's what's going to be testified to.
He got it
But
that
that's
day.
why Autry says that he couldn't get them from you because you didn't trust him.
So now we know that we need to corroborate Jason Autry's detail about we went there to get a pill.
But he gave his money to Zach, and Zach bought morphine from you that afternoon.
He might have.
Ask me, I don't know
He
about
might
that
have.
shit they were doing.
Was Shane getting them from you too?
Yeah, Shane was heavy on him. He was trading guns, anything he could do to get the damn thing.
Did he trade you that gun?
He might have. I got a couple off of him,
But
Brent.
that's going to be said too.
Yeah.
That's going to be said too.
Because I got 2 or 3 guns off him, I'm not going to lie. Assault rifles and 22s and probably a pistol, so yeah.
Now, we've heard a lot from, and I think even without having to like rewatch and piece things together, I picked up Doug Bates throughout the post-conviction hearing saying like, look, there was this 22 rifle and then it was a 357 and then we get this 32 revolver and you guys didn't question anything about it. What I didn't piece together till today was this timing. We have Nichols meeting with Jason Autry on May 8th. 10 days later, Dinsmore, and we haven't even gotten to the 19th yet. We're starting to get the story coming together. And then we have this report for the May 8th meeting generated on June 12th. It's almost like we needed to iron out some details from Autry to make sure we didn't memorialize anything that would be challenged or debunked or proven false on May 8th until we ironed out some details and got 2 things in line before we memorialized the May 8th meeting in this report for Jason Autry. And I know we're an hour and 15 minutes into this, and it's taken us that long to get to why I think this is so significant. It's gross. It's gross. Why didn't we memorialize this meeting until June 12th? Until after we've spoken with Dinsmore. And remember, we heard questions. Were you concerned, Miss Nichols, that Brent Booth was supporting perjury with Vincent Dinsmore? Why did he go back on the 19th? We heard about that. Why would Doug ask those questions to Jennifer Nichols? What do you think happened between the 18th and the 19th? Because my gut is Brent Booth calls Jennifer Nichols, says, all right, we've got these lined up. This is what they said. They're saying this type of firearm. They're saying this. Well, how did you get them to say all that? You have that recorded? That's not, you got to make sure you're not putting words in his mouth. And then we have to have Dinsmore re-interviewed the next day. Like, it's all, like, the pieces are falling together. It's taken me a few weeks to get here. But holy moly. So let's get back to the crazy.
Pretty fucked up, but I do remember a lot of dealing going on, so.
Oh, wait, that was a critical line. So let's get all the guns, because I got 2 or 3 guns off him, I'm not going to lie.
Assault rifles and 22s and probably a pistol, so, yeah.
Probably a pistol.
Yeah. Heavy on him. He was trading guns, anything he could do to get the damn thing.
Did he trade you that gun?
He might have. I got a couple off of him, Brent.
That's going to be said too.
Yeah. Yeah, because I got 2 or 3 guns off him, I'm not going to lie. Assault rifles and 22s and probably a pistol, so, yeah. I was pretty fucked up, but I do remember a lot of dealing going on, so.
Fantastic.
Wow.
And the pistol's critical, because remember Jason Autry says he saw Shane with, like, the pistol on his hip, and he has to make this exchange because he's calling it a pistol. Somehow it ends up becoming a revolver, is the murder weapon at trial that Jason identifies. But he uses the word pistol. Even in his testimony, I think he says he saw the pistol on his hip. And I'm assuming that's what was said in the proffer. So we need a pistol mentioned by Dinsmore in this interview to get us anywhere.
That helps me.
That helps me.
Yeah.
That's not easy to say.
And did Dick ever tell you right after the Holly thing, when everybody was still looking for Shane, Austin came down and told me, because we had the gate.
We had a locked gate.
And he told me, quit locking your gate.
At night, because you're vulnerable. They were coming trying to get her. Our buddy got in that truck wreck. He was the one that came up our driveway. That's when we knew we had to leave, Brent. Okay, I wasn't scared of none of them. I stayed right there, shot one of them if I had to. But when they come up and try to take my kid, I knew I had to go. My 12-year-old kid, that wasn't happening. So
He's got to say it because he's not supposed to have. No. He's got to have. This reminds me of the Cordero Tuitt trial. But Dinsmore is not supposed to have firearms. He's not supposed to possess firearms. I guess he could have, like, antiques or something. So I'm pretty sure that's why he's emphasizing this story. He's coming up with a reason why his wife had the gun and not himself. He didn't walk around with the gun.
Oh, they sent, what's his name, Sandy?
It looked like that Mark or Jeff Piercy, one of them.
Mark Piercy, one of them boys. Because they came up our driveway and our little girl was out playing in the yard. He pulled up and said, well, you want to go help me find Holly? And she said, let me go ask my mommy, because we taught her that. And she went towards the door, and he put it in reverse and was slinging gravel backing all the way out my driveway. I wasn't there. I was working in Nashville at that time. Yeah, so they were shooting meth, anything they could get their hands on, they were needling it up.
They ever talk about making what they call a hot shot, mixing morphine with meth?
Is that what they gave her?
It's what's going to be testified to, yep.
I know, I've heard of hot shots, but not there.
They're not from them?
Not from them. So. The boys down there, I figured out what it was. They're raised hunting and killing shit. Okay? Right? When they get on the dope shit, ain't nothing for them to kill a person either. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They're used to killing.
They don't have any moral compass.
That's right.
They don't know. There's no line.
You see how this is the crafting of a story? So now Victor Dinsmore is almost trying to convince himself that he believes that these guys killed a human being. Right. They, they're used to hunting, and then when they do drugs, of course they're just going to go out there and start hunting people.
Hunting and killing shit.
So it makes sense.
Okay? Right? When they get on the dope shit, ain't nothing for them to kill a person either. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They're used to killing. They're
They
used
ain't
to
got,
taking
they
that
don't
line.
have any more compass.
That's right.
They don't know, there's
They don't
no
know, right?
line,
There's no thin line at all for them.
there's no line they won't cross.
Anything and everything.
Yeah.
So,
What I've told you here today,
What I
it's
told
us.
you.
Yeah, it's just us.
this is what's coming out in court, but I felt like you needed to know.
That, yeah.
And that kind of helps you piece things together.
Yeah, because I want to sit down and talk, and make sure of what the hell I'm doing here.
All right.
Okay.
That's not a problem.
So,
Now, what I just heard
Shout out
was a
Dana.
TBI agent tell a witness what to say repeatedly. He further tells him what other witnesses are going to say so that they can align their testimony. When Dinsmore finally figures out the game, he
Thank you,
plays by the
Sheriff Chuck,
rules.
For the 5 gifted.
Apparently, Booth must have been at least as worried about how that interview sounded as I am, because the next morning, Booth went to Dinsmore's home and recorded this interview just to clean
Go to
things
May
up.
19th.
Victor, I want to tell you both, I didn't want to put words in your mouth yesterday. And I wanted to clear some things up about what we talked about. And the more I thought about it, and I didn't want you saying anything that wasn't true. Particularly when I asked you about that Zach's truck and him parking that behind your house that day. Did that happen?
yes, it did. Now that her and I have really sit and talked last night, we remember, yes, it did happen. But the white truck was there for just a short period of time. The black truck is what I thought it was there parked in my driveway on the side of my barn for a week or two, wasn't it? The white truck was sitting. I remember because she told me that they brought the tires and wheels. They were talking about the tires and wheels. And I remembered that I had tires and wheels stored in there that I took off of an old truck to put in my 72.
Okay.
So they had to move those to get it in there and set it in my garage. But then I was at Nashville, I believe, doing some work, and it's when they came and got it. So.
You said you remembered Sandy?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I remember, now that you said something, I can remember seeing them come with the white truck, but I thought they parked it on the side of the barn, not inside.
It was in the barn.
It was in the
It was
barn?
in the barn. The black truck was parked outside the
And I
barn.
was sick at the time, so I didn't stay out there or anything, I just peeked
And
out
she
to see
does
who was
remember,
there.
she remembers Dick coming and getting the truck. So,
Do you?
And
yeah.
see, I worked for Dick at the water company.
Okay.
so she knew Dick.
How long was the truck there?
It wasn't there very long.
2 or 3 days maybe,
Gone.
and Dick came and got it.
Who brought him over there?
I can't remember,
Can't remember.
probably somebody from the water department.
Yeah, water department, probably.
Okay.
At that time, though, Brent, they
See how they're trying to morph that story? They remember the Natchez State Park, Natchez Trace Park, the arrest, and how Grandpa had the truck. They're like, no, you're wrong, Booth, because that couldn't be so. The car was somewhere else. They took the car to Decaturville after they got it out of impound. And now they're like, yeah, you know what? We'll put Dylan and Zach's grandfather, we'll put Dick in the story, and we'll just say he came and got the car from over here. Because it's kind of true. So it'll make some of the pieces line up. We thought about it overnight. But it was gut instinct for them to tell Brent Booth the day before, no, that car couldn't have been here because it was over in Decaturville. And they knew very specifically something that didn't have to be fed to them.
we had no idea what was going on.
Yeah, we had no idea.
You know,
I understand.
We had no idea.
so, and to me, parking a vehicle at my house was nothing. You know what I'm saying? I didn't care.
Especially when they tell us that it's because of the Natchez Trace stuff. I remember
Yeah.
that very clearly.
Yeah. So that
Do you remember that being that specific day?
What specific day?
The day she disappeared?
See, I don't
No, I
remember.
don't remember it being that specific day.
Because the only way we knew that she disappeared was it was on the news.
Yeah.
And we never knew who the girl was. I kept asking the boys, do you know that girl?
Did you know it happened that day, or did you
No.
hear about it later?
Later.
Okay.
So see, because I had my times mixed up, Brent. I thought that she was abducted when I had her in the hospital. Okay, but she was abducted the day that I was at Miss Dottie's. Is that right?
I was at the hospital the night before and the day before that, I
Yeah, the
think.
night before, and the day after that, or the day before, I had her in the hospital in Jackson. So, and then I came back and I wanted to get the work done at Miss Dottie's. I went to Miss Dottie's, started on there, and them boys just popped in on me.
What you told me yesterday about selling the morphine, do you remember selling them morphine tabs that day at Miss Dottie's?
I don't remember selling them anything that day at Miss Dottie's. I remember them asking me if I had a joint, and I figured they wanted to smoke a joint because that was the way to slow down off the methamphetamine. Was either take a Xanax, they'd take a Xanax or something, or smoke a couple joints and it'll slow you down if you get too geeked up on that stuff. That's what they do. So I figured that's what they wanted. But then they come there and just start acting like freaking idiots and fighting and stuff, so I told them they had to leave. They weren't there 10, 15 minutes. So,
Is it possible you sold them some that day?
Booth. It's like, just say it. Just confirm it.
I'm not going to say it's not.
Was Zach buying them from you?
Yes.
In
Zach,
Austin?
Dylan, Shane, and A-Train. He said that he didn't get
So
them off
all
of me
four.
because I didn't trust fronting them to, letting him get them and pay me later, because he'd never do that. I heard.
Did he buy it?
But he was
Could
getting,
he buy it directly from you?
yeah, if he had cash. But I wouldn't let him get them and run because he'd never paid them. He was notorious for that.
Okay.
But then we started talking, and we remember when Jamie Darnell moved in with us, when Mom and Dad threw him out, she was carrying that, and she pulled it out, and he saw it, and he asked where we got it, and we said, where it came from, and he told us we needed to get rid of it. That's when I told her she was going to the doctor in where was it, McKenzie? Yeah, I think.
I don't know, it was
Huntington. Huntington. She was going to the doctor in Huntington, so I told her to throw it in the river, on the way down through there. She didn't, because there was too much traffic, came back, and that's when she pulled off on Joe Holiday Road and put it in the water right there.
Why did Jamie Darnell tell you need to get rid of it?
There might be a bottom. We don't know.
Can you remember that?
I remember him sitting there in the living room telling me to get rid of that gun. It may have the body on it.
Yeah.
It came from A-Train.
Because A-Train had his hands on it. And I remember when I told you guys about the other gun was just a junky little piece of shit 32, and I took it myself and threw that in my cousin's pond.
Well, after yesterday's conversation, I didn't want it to seem like I was putting words in your mouth and making you say something that was not true.
No, Brent, all you've done was
imply anything that would cause. That's all I'm after, truth.
That's what we want. We want the truth, and that's
Yes.
what we're telling you is when you say stuff, it's getting her memory jogged, and if she starts reminding me of stuff, and it jogs my memory. So
He sit and told us a whole long story about Holly Bobo
yeah,
getting taken, getting killed, how they did it,
and that's
and everything.
wow.
And then said, I said, well, how do you know all this, Dylan?
And said something
Because
part-time deputy
something that was a deputy
and told him
and
about
told
it.
him that.
And that he experienced it's what it was. So
And it's like, I don't believe none of that. I don't believe that.
because I knew the 22, I asked because I knew where the 20.
Send me the numbers off of that shotgun to making the brand of it.
All right, I can get my hands on it.
I'll run it and say, we'll
So-
check it for you.
But I ain't supposed to have no kinds of guns, so.
I understand.
Which I
he
think
has
belongs
federal
to me
immunity.
myself, because look, Brent, people mess up when they're young
Oh, yeah.
and want to change and do the right thing,
Yeah.
okay? And they just keep penalizing you all your life, man. You cannot, you're just held down. And if you get a sex charge in this country, you're screwed, buddy.
Yeah,
You're
you
just
would know.
screwed.
You would know.
Okay?
I understand.
Like with mine, my dad died. Well, my stepfather, he raised me. And she'll vouch for me. I was working in Tennessee. I drank from the day my dad died, and I moved to Tennessee right after he died, and I was drunk the whole time. And I drove up here drunk, trying to get over my dad, and I ended up going to this girl's house that was our babysitter, Brent, and I forced myself on her, man. I did what I was supposed to do, though. I went downtown. Let's do it. Smack my ass, give me my time, whatever. Okay, and after that, I've tried several things, to do with my life, and you can't do it. You can't change, man.
It's hard to get over.
You can't change. You're put in a category of people, and that's where you're at. Even though if you're a good person, you got a big heart, and you want to help, You know, it's like I've helped a lot of young guys, like Zach, try and get off the drugs, do this work, you know, show them how to lay carpet, show them how, I do all this shit in the house, everything. There's nothing in the house. I've showed so many young guys. I tried with him, tried with Carl. So,
Carl Statler.
Is Carl gonna be a witness?
I don't know. I don't know.
He was.
But starting to store a minute.
yeah.
That lady yesterday said
I'm gonna.
that Vic's the main witness.
Said who?
So they say the lady yesterday, who I think is Kathy Ferguson. I think that's Kathy Ferguson that they're referencing.
Lady yesterday said
I'm gonna.
that Vic's the main witness.
Said who?
Said that I was the main witness, that the whole case is revolving on me. I didn't think so. She was a bullshitter.
Let me, time is about, is it 1:53?
He said, let's
I'm
cut
gonna
this out before you talk about
Turn the
Kathy.
recorder off. But everything you're saying is the truth, and it's not anything that I put in your mouth.
No, all you've done is jog our memory.
Yeah.
son. That's the truth.
All right.
I just don't
Back to
have any
Dana.
words for this.
Yeah, me either, Dana.
So by the time Dinsmore comes to testify at trial, he's been threatened with the death penalty, later given immunity for his testimony, coached by Brent Booth as to what other witnesses are going to say, and most importantly, explicitly told what would be helpful to Booth and the TBI.
And this is where we're going to run this back. If you missed this yesterday or just want to hear it again, because what we heard yesterday from Joe Walker's testimony at the post-conviction hearings. Wait, that's not how to change. I don't know why the captions keep coming up all transparent. So let's fix that again. So we can read them. There we go. This was crazy in a bubble because this is Joe Walker, case agent, TBI, working on the Holly Bobo case, saying Nichols directed me to give a set of accessible discovery files that other co-defendants weren't able to access, specifically and only to Jason Autry. But there's extra layers here. This is happening in November of 2016. Jason Autry, Matt Scholl gets this packet, goes to get the information over to Jason Autry, and then by May, Jason Autry is having this meeting with Jennifer Nichols, and then 10 days later, Booth and Kathy Ferguson are up in Indiana speaking with Dinsmore and his wife. It's like this discovery packet gets to Jason. Jason curates what he wants for his story, tells his story to Jennifer Nichols, and then Brent Booth goes and relays those key bullet points that Jason tells to Jennifer, curates that information, spoon feeds it to the Dinsmores. All from this unique and only to Jason Autry discovery turnover. So let's just run this back one more time because it's ridiculous.
Everywhere y'all looked for physical evidence.
Correct.
November.
This is quiet.
Correct.
November 2016, leading up to something in this case.
Something.
Do you remember?
So this is where we have a motion for continuance. We have the email that comes out from the state saying, we don't have any exculpatory evidence on any of the co-defendants. And attorney Matt Scholl, attorney for Jason Autry, is like, well, I need a continuance. Like, I've been asking for evidence since August. You guys are telling me there's nothing exculpatory. You filed notice of aggravating factors. And then suddenly all of this culminating in November 16th with what Joe Walker is about to tell us.
Giving Jason Autry's attorney more discovery in this case. Just him.
Which attorney would you be talking about, sir? I don't remember.
Michael Scholl.
No, sir, I don't remember getting in trouble, anything, any more than anybody else had. No, sir.
All right. Do you remember Jason Autry's testimony at trial?
Pretty much so, yes, sir.
Do you agree with me that he just recreated his day based on the cell phone records? Whether Holly was there or not, the jury found that she was.
His testimony was corroborated by the cell phone records, correct?
Yes, sir. Chief, not done yet.
You want these now, sir? Three of those.
Yes. Now,
Let's mark IR 3091, Exhibit 53.
can you read IR 3091?
Yes, sir. Attached is a copy of Tennessee Bureau of Investigation property release showing the transfer of 2 computer disks, in this case, from S.A. Joe Walker to Attorney Mike Scholl, attorney for Jason Wayne Autry on November 16, 2016. The defense had already received this information in their discovery given to them by ADA Jennifer Nichols, but because of the volume of information and the format it was given into them, they had been unable to find it. This information was given at the direction of ADA Nichols. Copy of the release form will be scanned and incorporated in the case file as a related item.
Now can you read the receipt release form on the second page?
Yes, sir. It's a disk of phone records containing 731-733-0191 with ZA, which would be Zach Adams, 731-733-2073 JA, Jason Autry, and 731-733-6373 SA, which I assume is Shane Austin. And number 2 would be a disc containing the phone records of Holly Bobo, 731-549-7352.
So all of that stuff is stuff that we just had an acknowledgement in writing that the prosecution was aware that other teams, other co-defendants could not access, but only give these accessible versions to Jason Autry. Jason Autry gets to figure it all out, starts having these proffer sessions with the prosecution, and then Brent Booth goes and takes the necessary details and has a conversation with Victor and Sandy Dinsmore. So precisely with the details that are being fed that he has to go back the next day and say, hey, I just wanted to make sure I wasn't putting words in your mouth. Nuts. And this is all because they've decided we can't use Dylan as the star witness. So instead of sticking with this trial date with the death penalty looming over Jason Autry's head, his attorney's pressing us. Let's lean on Jason Autry. Let's see if he's willing to play ball. And we'll just line up the pieces together. We'll have Jason Autry and Victor Dinsmore carry our case for us. Let the jury hear something more than just he said, she said, jailbird statements that kind of sound bad, but they're just jailhouse snitch statements. There's one more part, and we did watch this yesterday. Where's the part where he asked about being worried? Because the other critical part is when we get to rewatching Nichols' testimony. Nichols is going to be asked about this in this November 16th time period, about the claim from the state that there was no exculpatory information to turn over. We had Walker. Oh, it doesn't come up in the transcript. Well, I don't know exactly where it was. Maybe we can see it quickly. It was towards the end. All right, so if there's here we go. So we have, and Doug Bates is so smart for this. He's getting on the record from Joe Walker that he wasn't made aware of information that was exculpatory. He didn't see the ATM video until these hearings. Yet the state was saying there's no exculpatory information. It doesn't exist in November 2016.
That cannot be manipulated. That Zach Adams was not a part of this crime. You want him out of jail, don't you?
If Zach Adams was in jail unnecessarily, sir, I couldn't sleep at night. I can promise you that.
Is today the first time you learned that you did not look at the right videos? Do you feel terrible?
And he nods. He doesn't even formulate the word. He does not want to say the words. After giving a whole sentence, trying to distance himself from having to answer, he'd feel bad if Zach was sitting in jail wrongfully convicted. But now he just nods. Now he just nods.
I can promise you that.
Is today the first time you learned that you did not look at the right videos? Do you feel terrible?
Again, sir, I don't know. I don't feel terrible until I know for sure.
You're worried, aren't you?
I would hate to think that it would be, but I'm not certain at this point. No, sir.
So that was a time yesterday seeing that one. And weaving everything back together, and I cannot wait to get to Kathy Ferguson. We do have a few more questions to close up with Brent Booth, and then they're going to start playing the recording again, and then it cuts off. But I do just want to get in this compilation that we're doing these last bits of questions with Brent Booth from the post-conviction hearings. And then we're going to get into the Jennifer Nichols stuff, which is going to be a longer segment and probably really frustrating.
You do not agree with Marshall Walker's premise that her phone was taken and traveled in a clockwise direction. Her remains and phone were separated where her remains were eventually found. The rest of the physical possession traveled and the remainder was thrown out of personal effects around this Gooch Creek area. Do you agree with that general premise?
No. Marshall Walker is a law enforcement officer. He's not a cell phone expert.
What, you know what he does for a living or did regarding tracking fugitives?
He guarded vaccines in Memphis. That's what he did.
You think he ever tracked fugitives using 2G?
May have, but
no. Do you know if he did?
Know what he said? I don't know.
Don't believe him.
I believe he probably did. If he was on the Marshal Service, that's what they do. But his task was guarding vaccines in Memphis.
Okay. So you're aware Autry said what happened is after the Yellow Springs drop-off, the truck got put in Victor Dinsmore's garage, right?
You saying that's what Autry said?
Yes, sir.
No. I don't recall Autry saying that.
You don't?
That was a theory that I had.
And you're saying that
I explored that.
You're saying that this was not Autry. You're saying it was a theory you explored with the same truthfulness you answered regarding seeing the ATM video prior to trial. Right?
Get
Theory that I explored, yes.
Okay. You remember going to Indianapolis.
You believe any of this? He's just saying he randomly came up with this theory, even though he knew specifically he wanted the truck to be in the barn and that they had to move rims to do it. And he's describing to Victor Dinsmore in the recordings we just played that you don't remember him having to move the rims out? Because that's what's going to be testified to. But now he's acting like this is information just spontaneously came to mind for him. Great way to run an investigation. You know, you might as well have followed the psychic tips at this point in time. This is a lie. You cannot look at this is a lie. This guy is lying on the stand. It does not compute with the other information. It does not compute with the recordings from 2017. And again, this couches right between the proffer sessions with Autry that aren't memorialized until June. But Booth is sitting here on the stand in 2025, making representations to the court under oath that this whole truck parking in the garage thing was a random theory. It's not what Autry said. It didn't come from Autry.
Autry said what happened is after the Yellow Springs drop-off, the truck got put in Victor Dinsmore's garage, right?
You saying that's what Autry said?
Yes, sir.
No. I don't recall Autry saying that.
Okay.
That was a theory that I had.
And you're saying that
I explored that.
You're saying that this was not Autry. You're saying it was a theory you explored with the same truthfulness you answered regarding seeing the ATM video prior to trial. Right?
You lied about that too.
Theory that I explored, yes.
Okay. You remember going to Indianapolis.
I do.
And seeing Victor Dinsmore.
I do.
And you remember recording this conversation.
I do.
And you acted appropriately at all times in this conversation that you recorded with Mr. Dinsmore, correct?
Yes.
So then they're going to run back and play, and then this video cuts out. But I'm calling an audible because I want to we were going to go into Jennifer Nichols. But I want to run back. Where did this rim story come from? Did somebody feed the rim story to Jason Autry? How did Brent Booth, if we take him at his word in these 2025 post-conviction relief hearings, how did he come up with this rim story? Because he's telling us in 2025 that it didn't come from Jason. So how did Jason start talking about it? He testified under oath that he had this information.
Well, Dinsmore comes out and the fight stops. I look to my right, which is inside the carport, and there's this identified lady standing there. I didn't know who she was. As they get back in the truck, Dinsmore walks up there. We purchased the pill. Dinsmore said, "Your wife said she spoke to you." And Jack said, "I moved 4 rims in your shop to get my truck in."
So where did this information come from then? Where did this information come from? Somebody either gave it to Jason Autry, or Jason Autry gave it to someone during his proffer session, and Brent Booth gave it to Dinsmore. But somebody created the detail. So it cannot be true that it was just a random theory that he had a vision. Brent Booth had a vision. Yep. And again, that recording where Booth is mentioning it to Dinsmore is in 2017. It's this time frame, right between the proffer and then the proffer being recorded. One of the proffer sessions, and then that session being recorded. Just crazy. Even worse, I had this clip of Jason Autry I wanted to run for you guys. And it almost became irrelevant because the lies are explaining themselves. But I did have this little clip. I meant to play it right at the beginning, and I didn't.
One lick was exchanged. Jack hit Shane. Dinsmore pulls up. Dinsmore comes outside.
Dinsmore pulls up. Dinsmore comes outside. Like, what are we doing? Like, I don't know how the jury... Obviously, the jury didn't have these post-conviction hearings, but even just Jason Autry's testimony in a bubble, I just don't know how the jury thought it was credible. So with that being said, it is Jennifer Nichols' time. It is Jennifer Nichols' time. We will also be getting to some Dennis Benjamin testimony about these interviews and the timelines and his knowledge of Brent Booth, the supposed one-way dynamic with TBI. And then, depending on how long this goes, I do have about 50 minutes of Kathy Ferguson's testimony that I'd love to get all in one video here. And this by no means is going to be exhaustive, but I think weaving together, you cannot convince me otherwise that Jason Autry, Victor Dinsmore, that their stories weren't crafted, woven together with the help of the prosecution team and TBI and Dennis Benjamin, wherever he sits in and around those two teams, to craft this conviction and make this conviction happen. Before we get into pressing this, since we have a great freeze frame on the screen, we'll keep her here. I want to give a proper thank you here. We had Sheriff Chuck kindly gifting 5 memberships. So Sheriff Chuck, you're up to like 1 million gifted subs. Thank you so much. And thank you so much. It's like one of your comments will be witty banter, and then the next will be like incredibly good recall and context that helps us understand. So you keep us laughing, you keep us green, and you keep us in the know with our timeline. So super appreciative. KP gets to spend time with us. Super excited. I don't know if you're on the road today, but thank you for the super sticker. Hope you are doing well. Hope things are getting better with your truck repair situation. And if you want to throw that link in the Discord so it's fresh, I can pin it in the chat. KP had not such a good time with the truck that he uses for work and needing a major repair. So the community's been trying to help him. Classy Beats community's been helping. Tons of people have chipped in to make sure hardworking person can keep working. So thank you so much for the sticker. I am Shout. I said hey to you. I did not see you also became a member. Thank you for becoming a member. Derek, thank you for the super sticker. And I always love when Derek pops in the chat. You know, it just got afternoon here. But Derek's always like, good evening. So I love our friends on the other side of the world. Good to see you, Derek. And then some guy with cancer says, I'll say it again, but this case is FUBAR'd. Yeah, well, the state's still trying to fix it and keep it together. They're really trying. So I agree with you, it's FUBAR'd, but it's funny to watch them try. And remember, these hearings on December 29th and 30th, that's going to be the state presenting their side. They're going to be opposing the petition for post-conviction relief. So it's like their miniature case in chief for the purpose of these post-conviction proceedings. So they mentioned 6 witnesses. I'm pretty excited to see what they put on. And not for nothing, but whoever they call up there, Doug Bates gets to cross-examine. So, I don't know. And gosh, what a brilliant person Doug Bates is. Just seeing how much he's been able to question these different witnesses now that I know the importance of it. Now that I have a deeper understanding of the importance of what he's asking each of these witnesses. What an incredible advocate. So yeah, I think it's not only beyond repair, but you have a different judge. You've got different advocates sitting here in the court helping Zachary Adams present his case, present evidence that the jury didn't get to see, make arguments to the court that haven't been effectively argued before. I think earlier this week we watched Jennifer Thompson's appellate arguments from 2022. It was a rough time. That's several years removed from trial, and it was still a rough time. So not only would I say it was FUBAR'd just because of how we even got to the 2017 trial, but it can't be hidden anymore. Like, the mask is off. Like, Doug Bates is in there laying it all out with his magnet board. So I'm totally with you. And then you also say, the more I hear, the more I understand why tarring and feathering was a thing. Well, she thinks that she's immune to criticism, so would never apply to Jennifer Nichols. Oh, boy. Montana Lil says she's drunk. Wait, where's my little picture? We've gotten a incredible amount of clips and pictures from this trial. This is one of my favorites. Praying for it to be happy hour. Could really use a drink right now. We've got the Bates banner. The legacy of all the Bates attorneys. We've just got so much. Oh, man. Slim Life, good to see you. Good to see you. I did schedule this one like 30 minutes ahead of time, Slim Life, but it's okay. I'm glad you're here. Yeah, Max says, well, maybe the judge told the jury it was credible, because we know 3 years to the day when Jason Autry takes his plea at the colloquy, trial judge McGinley says, let me stop right there and tell you all that was the most credible testimony I've ever seen in a courtroom. Just crazy. Crazy. We've got F.U. Joe saying, me living in this country, that they're having this trial. Oh, county, that they're having this trial. So Hardin County, I can say, along with pretty much everyone I knew that was keeping up with, thought he was being truthful. So I think this is Jason Autry. Like, everybody thought it was truthful. And I really think it's critical that even though Jennifer Thompson tried to, I think she struggled a little bit trying to make her point. Because, like, in closing, she brought up, like, he had his discovery available, but she didn't really hammer it home. She took for granted that the jury would be able to understand things that an attorney or somebody who watches a lot of trials as a hobby, like the rest of us do. I think she took it for granted. Like, if nobody sat there and thought about how somebody could piece together and tell, like, a whole day of testimony with little details, if you don't hammer it home, if they're not used to seeing other trials where that same type of thing happens, they're not going to readily digest the idea, if they even think about it at all and can conceptualize it, how somebody could know all the different details that they heard from other witnesses. They might not understand the discovery process and how by the time somebody is considering a plea or is supposed to be set for trial themselves, that in theory, the prosecution, should have turned over all available discovery for them and their counsel to be able to review. I don't think that's just something that people think about every day. So the logical conclusion would be, well, he's saying all these weird details. He has to have personal knowledge. So I hate that it happened that way, but I understand why somebody could walk away with that conclusion in a bubble while it was happening. So, and then Slim Life, I'm gonna, as soon as I hit play, I'm gonna look for the GoFundMe link for KP, his truck fundraiser. But I'll do it when I hit play, otherwise you'll just see me sitting here trying to find it for like 5 minutes. So, Destined to Be says she's drunk with audacity and power. Yeah. I mean, I don't know about the drunk, but I think it might be a safe assumption. Also, Sheriff Chuck doing another 5. Holy moly, let's get some W's in the chat for Sheriff Chuck. If you just got a gift, make sure you're saying thank you. You can use the Doug Bates emoji, the channel emoji that we have for Doug Bates. Anytime he cooks, just drop a Doug Bates emoji. So, big thank you there to Sheriff Chuck. Okay, and thank you, Laundered Amber. Refreshed it real quick. Oh. There we go. Okay. Let me get over to YouTube and I will pin this at the top. Thank you so much, Laundered Amber. There we go. And you know what? Let me hit this play button. We'll get into this, what Doug Bates asks her, it was spicy without the context, but it's going to be so much spicier now. It's going to be so much spicier now, guys.
Do you remember?
Oh, and he's not loud. Hold on, let me boost this.
I couldn't hear you when your back was turned.
Oh, sorry, thinking of new things now. This might be a lot of pausing. Oh, I couldn't hear you when your back was turned. This is the same woman who stood very close to the jury and whispered her entire closing argument to the point that defense counsel Jennifer Thompson had to say, I can't hear her closing arguments. Now you know what it's like not to hear. You're very aware of that, Ms. Nichols? You're very aware of that now?
Remember different witnesses testifying to different facts that occurred or didn't occur on April 13th, 2011?
Testifying?
No. Their discussions with TBI changed over time.
I do not remember what individuals said or how necessarily, if you gave me a name in particular, I might can,
Victor Dinsmore.
okay?
Do you remember his?
Now do you see, like, how dumb she's playing? And I can imagine we cannot see Doug Bates, but I imagine he was standing there just waiting to throw out the obvious example. But just watch her face.
Do you remember different witnesses testifying to different facts that occurred or didn't occur on April 13th, 2011?
Testifying?
No. Their discussions with TBI changed over time.
I do not remember what individuals said or how necessarily, if you gave me a name in particular, I might can,
Victor Dinsmore.
okay?
Do you remember his statements changing over time? Yes or no?
I don't remember them changing. What I remember during my involvement in the case, because remember, it had been going on for over 3.5 years when I got on it. I remember Mr. Dinsmore adding or recalling a different, additional information. So not necessarily changing my recollection, not necessarily changing what he had said, but recalling more or being willing to tell us more.
All right. Do you remember listening to Victor Dinsmore and Dennis Benjamin talk about a gun purchased from Shane Austin?
No.
Okay. Are you aware the first gun Victor Dinsmore said, and the only gun he says he purchased from Shane Austin, was a .22 long rifle?
I'm not aware of that being the only gun that, well, could have been the only one he purchased. Maybe the second one he got from Shane and he traded it maybe for some drugs, if I remember correctly.
Do you remember the first gun discussed, Victor Dinsmore had any connection with Shane Austin?
No.
You don't remember it was a .22 long rifle?
No.
Did you listen to Victor
No.
Dinsmore's recorded conversations with Dennis Benjamin?
Not that I recall.
Okay.
Today. I'm not saying I didn't. I don't remember.
Do you remember in the IRs where it was discussed that the possible murder weapon could have been a .22?
A rifle?
Yes.
Mr. Bates, I don't remember.
Okay.
Are you talking before or after? I'm trying to, before or after Holly's remains were found
Oh,
with a bullet hole through the back of her skull?
hold on. So now that we got that detail, this is more interesting. She's remembering a significant piece of the timeline, but what did I don't want to say we learned today because you guys might have caught it otherwise, but I only clicked today, rewatching episode 9 of the Trial and Error podcast, when Dana McClendon says, September 7th, 2014, Holly's remains are found. 10 days later, Dennis Benjamin, who Dylan Adams has been living with since August, calls TBI and says he's cracked the case. And immediately, Brent Booth and John Jackson, I always forget his first, Jeff Jackson, are doing that interrogation with Dylan Adams. So now that time frame is very ringing a lot of bells every time I hear it.
Because at that point in time, we had information about what would have caused that type of defect.
Which is important if somebody's sharing this information with witnesses, isn't it?
What information?
The information you had.
Important if you are sharing it with an expert?
No, with a potential testifying witness.
She knows what he's trying to ask. I don't know. You mean an expert? Because surely we wouldn't give it to a non-expert witness.
I guess it depends on who the witness would be. I mean, is somebody that's going to be asked to comment on that?
Did you listen to Brent Booth interview Victor Dinsmore in May of 2017?
Yes.
What weapon did Victor Dinsmore say he got from Shane Austin Nichols?
I don't remember,
Okay.
but I know that I heard that interview.
Now, at this time, in May of 2017, you were present when Jason Autry provided a proffer statement that says the vehicle used was a white Nissan, correct?
You're referring to a whiteboard behind you. I can't see that if I'm supposed to. So
Witness can be past Exhibit 15.
I don't have my readers.
We need to take a break. Will you get your readers?
Is my purse back there? If somebody will retrieve some readers.
Please pass over.
Everybody put some glasses in the chat.
Thank you. It's-
And do you recall the proffers with Mr. Autry where you were present?
I do. I remember being in the room at the table with Mr. Autry, his lawyers, Mr. Hagerman.
No,
I
say the other name.
The proffers with Mr. Autry where you were present?
I do.
Oh, I didn't go back far enough.
And do you recall the proffers with Mr. Autry where you were present?
I do. I remember being in the room at the table with Mr. Autry, his lawyers, Mr. Hagerman.
Do you recall Mr. Autry saying that Mr. Adams transported Miss Bobo in a white Nissan and then hid it at Victor Dinsmore's property?
And you're talking about Zach Adams, not Dylan Adams, doing the transporting? When you say,
What did we hear? What did we hear Brent Booth say about this theory that Brent Booth had that nobody told him? It didn't come from Jason Autry at all. We can't know that it came from Autry because that would expose this timeline. Proffer sessions, not recorded until June. May proffer session, not recorded till June. In middle of May, Booth goes to Dinsmore with these random theories that he came up with on his own that happen to be the exact thing Autry says in his meeting, his proffer session with Nichols, after he gets his discovery folder that nobody else has the same access to in November of 2016. Of course you don't. Oh, EC was waiting for this moment. Oh, I didn't share my screen. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I was watching this by myself. All right. My bad. Let me rewind it. I'm sorry.
And you're talking about Zach Adams, not Dylan Adams, doing the transporting? When you say Mr. Adams?
Zach Adams.
I do remember the proffer including the information that Zach Adams transported Holly's body wrapped in a blanket in the back of a truck. The second part of your question, I don't recall.
Do you recall that being the topic of conversation between Brent Booth and Victor Dinsmore in May of 2017?
I don't.
Okay.
As I said,
How do you not
Mr.
recall
Bates,
that?
I listened to that interview.
Did you?
You just don't recall it.
That's right.
We'll have a fellowship of listening.
This is what I was yelling about when I didn't have it on screen, and I'm still mad hearing it a second time. Really, a third time at this point. She prosecuted this case. She was the lead at trial. She says she listened to this interview, but this wasn't something worth memorializing in her head. So which is it? You ignore somebody talking about a critical detail in the recordings with a key witness? Or are you intentionally acting like it doesn't exist because you don't want to put anything on the record about it that looks extremely suspicious now at these post-conviction relief hearings?
May I have some water?
Yes.
And this is where I said the EC thing with the water. Came over here to find his comment and then saw on my screen that I still had the timeline up. Sorry.
Pause it.
Wait.
Exhibit 62, Your Honor.
I'm good. You
I'm just gonna turn to ash.
What the world happened to you? Good. Go on, show me. Why? Let's just come up here and take advantage of the sale. No. There's two people. One across the painters and my daughter's in a class up here. What? Nursing. Oh, really? Yeah. What school? She's down right here, nursing.
So remember, Brent Booth said he was going up to Indiana at this time because he had a daughter that was taking nursing classes up there. Dennis Benjamin, for his 2014 trips up there, he says he was going up there because he had, I think, an orthopedic surgeon. Something for a health issue he was dealing with. He had a surgeon up in Indiana anyway. That's what they're saying played a role in their random decision to go meet with Victor Dinsmore.
Get inspector training. So it's kind of a two-fold trip.
This city is good for that.
Oh, much as it is.
But it's pretty bad at Brent.
And
All on the east side where we're at.
you wouldn't think that looking around here.
You know where we're at.
Really?
It's bad. Our house paid off 3 million, so we're going to move now.
Where'd it go?
East Tennessee, Kentucky. Not sure. When I stay here, I don't you got the 21st century scholarship.
Yep.
We're going to school, you got to stay in Indiana.
Okay.
So, probably be here.
Okay. Heard you one saying,
When's it going to be, buddy?
the 10th of July, let me tell you, I've got your phone number, and we'll call you
Yep.
when, I'll call you before, and let you know exactly when to come.
Okay.
Y'all got it, didn't you? Vincent Development, let me talk to you. Can you come on up here? Sit down.
That's all I have to do.
Yeah.
Around her dick makers, that's it.
Yep. Come on over and sit down at the table. Well, get the front to the back.
What's going on, buddy?
All right.
Just zooming in on the Bobos.
Jake and Ms. Roll.
I figured it'd be cool.
Yeah.
Did flip all the way.
Yeah. And
Let me tell you what he testified to.
Okay.
Oh,
Might help you remember.
tell you what he's going to testify to might help you remember.
Yeah. And let me tell you what he testified to.
Okay.
Might help you remember. He says, in the part that involved you when he came over to the, what's your name? This time.
Yeah.
That he got in trouble. Got in trouble, said, back to drive. He was sitting on the passenger side, was in the middle.
Yeah, that's right.
And Dylan was sitting back there in the back seat.
I didn't see Dylan. When they come to dogs,
They coming out.
I didn't see Dylan.
I didn't
Said
see
they pulled
Dylan.
up, and he was in the garage.
Yeah, because I was following her garage, you know, outside.
What's your name? The passenger.
Devin.
Came out. And he, that guy, first thing Dylan was off and right in the face.
Yeah, they started happening. Now I remember what they were saying. They were fighting over who was going to hit that little bitch first when they got back. That's what they were saying. So that's how.
He says that, yeah, he says the fight started actually at the end of the driveway down there before they were left out on the lane.
Oh, they just into it, but they got their business on into it.
Oh, yeah, they was already into it.
No, that would hurt.
Yeah, over that, over what had happened, what was,
And then they take her because drugs. I thought,
part of that.
when I got to know that, I figured after this happened, it took her because she pretty definitely. You know what I'm saying? When he asked her how she said no, that was it. He said, no, that's just how I thought he was at the end when I got to know him.
He says that also Zach had taken his truck and put it in your garage, and that
He said, this is Booth that we're hearing, saying, he said, Jason Autry said, Zach hid his truck in your garage. I think Booth lied on the stand at these post-conviction hearings.
he says that also Zach had taken his truck and put it in your garage, and that he had told you, or he had seen you when he brought it over there.
Me?
And he saw you when he put the truck in the garage. I know the truck was there. I know it wasn't there because we pulled recordings and pulled tapes from 911, and Dick says that the truck, he didn't have his truck down there. That he had taken that wasn't our house in the garage.
No.
But he had done that, and you not, no, he ain't going back. I didn't nail this down
I remember.
because this is what's going to be
He
testified.
borrowed the brown truck and had me drive his old truck, and I looked at Victor and I said, I'm not driving that truck. It's hard to tell what he has in that truck. I want the brown truck back.
Yeah, he just borrowed my brown truck so he could go up to Decaturville. That's the only time he left his truck in my house. No, that wasn't that day. So, now I know he didn't hide a damn thing in my pole barn. Now he might have parked it out the side, you know, behind my pole barn and let it there for a minute, but I don't remember that day, buddy.
Listen.
Well, according to him, that's what.
Look at Amy.
According to what we got
Not
from
Amy
him,
E.
that's
Amy Wyrick in the corner.
Now, which truck are you talking about?
a little white front picture.
He told me the day that he had put the brown truck while you guys were doing that, because he hit his truck in Caterville that when cuts of that thing happened.
See, they're telling you something that ain't right there. That white truck was the board of my house. I can tell you.
Oh, whisper.
They hit it in Caterville because that stuff now checks trains apart.
Yeah, that's right. So, but now they got
We never did find
it. I know. She come to after about a week getting back, and she remembered that she went and she leaned over and set it in the water because she didn't want her damn fingerprints on it, Brent. So it's in the water right there on the side. And it went too far. That water don't rush like, you know, a creek, big creek.
Okay.
So I was going to call you. You guys can bring my metal detector if you cover it. I can down look for something. But I don't be down there messing with the local county cops. I just don't, Brent, okay?
No, well,
They don't like me, you know what I'm saying? I
at
don't.
the beginning.
So, but it's, and she thinks that it was right there, the first big pull off. She got off and leaned over, she said, and put it down in the water and covered it up with some leaves and stuff so there wouldn't be no fingerprint. I believe it. I believe that, so.
All right, so we needed to get in the water.
It's in the water. it's in the water, and I know a handgun's not gonna go far with it, but they might tumble one or two times and it's stuck. It's there. It's there. So, and that tells me that nobody found it, riding a four-wheeler or nothing down through there. So it's there. It's in the water somewhere. So. We dug the whole side of that road. I figured you guys would check it out too. Yeah, it's totally different. It was higher, so the road was wider. That's 5-6 years time. So, yeah. But I don't remember them storing that truck at my house. Okay. I do remember him using my truck and leaving his white truck there, but the button inside, it was bitten outside.
Yeah, and
because I have both,
Manchester Creek.
They kept the what they did over at Manchester. Yeah.
Well, supposedly, that's what he said, that's what's going to be testified to. They had to move around to get it in there. And that he saw you when he was putting it in.
Oh, I listened to that recording. I don't recall that part about the 4 rims and parking in the garage. And Brent Booth doesn't remember any of this. He just knows that the garage thing was a theory he randomly came up with. And here we are with our fellowship of listening.
In there, and you knew it was, you saw him putting it there. You didn't know nothing. Ain't nothing wrong with it. I'm just trying to nail it down. You wouldn't have thought nothing about him putting it in there.
I thought he might have now, Brent, damn it.
Well,
I was doing a lot of dope back then, okay, and I mean meth and stuff, so, but he might have right about that time. There might have been another time. I don't know the only time I can definitely remember is when he was in that shit Natchez Trace and he wanted to go hang out kind of low in Caterville, didn't want to drive his truck.
According to what Jason is going to testify to, is he told you that when you pulled up over there at Dottie's, that he said, I put my truck in your garage, I saw Sandy, she knows it's in there. I had to move 4 rims to get it in there.
What is Doug doing?
She would remember that.
Well, that don't mean.
It don't necessarily mean we didn't do it.
Could it have happened?
It could have happened.
Okay.
It could have happened. And I can't say no, damn it.
I know.
No, I was smoking weed, I was drinking liquor, I was doing that. I just didn't want to be here anymore. So I can't hardly remember shit. But when I do tell you, I remember. So
It helps me. It helps this case. You can remember. The more pressure I put on him, the more.
He's ready.
Ms. Nichols, have I jogged your memory about this recording?
I would like to say yes,
Come on, lady.
but I don't, without listening to it, I don't remember, what was said. So this
Panic.
is helpful if you want to ask questions about what was in it.
All right, we'll keep playing.
The more y'all can remember, the more it helped to push it instead of came to where maybe it played. That's what I'm saying. Hey, if they complete,
are they chancing to get out?
no. You know what a damn jury's gonna do, but I gotta know. It's got the more details that I can nail down, the better I am. No, he
I can nail down details.
I think maybe he did, yeah.
The same day they took Holly?
Yeah. Yeah, would have been probably around lunchtime, maybe a little later.
And I was real sick then too,
Yeah,
so.
because I had a,
You were in,
I thought you was like, I probably did that, because that's when he kind of had a free run on my property.
Yeah.
I trusted him a little bit.
You got me like he's just a good little boy.
Little country boy, like guns and shit like that, but,
Yeah,
okay, yeah,
I could have that.
yeah, that,
You could.
yeah, let's just, yeah,
It did.
yeah, let's say that. Because I'm starting to think now, I really vote, because that's what I went to whoop that one like, is that, gosh, that's what we're interpreting, my vote wasn't in there. And I got taken, I was there, yeah, you know what, I got him, might have.
So where
But
was
what-
Holly when they kept him adopted?
They already killed him.
She remembers.
They had already killed her and dumped the body. That's what they needed to hide, needed to hide the truck. Still have the load back.
That son of a bitch. Yeah, that's the other, yeah, the wheels that had to take off.
Is that what he borrowed the brown truck then?
Probably is. Now, the more I'm thinking about it, that's the timing where I was off.
He would have borrowed Brent, he would have got your brown truck out.
And then I had to drive his old black truck, and it made me very upset. I told him, oh no, I'm not
And I
driving.
heard about you, but
Because I looked at the garage and said, I'm not getting caught with somebody else's shit.
Was it the black truck?
that was the black
That was
truck.
the black truck he had.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. The black truck was at my house. The white truck, I don't remember parked in my house. I'm talking about the black truck. I definitely remember being at my house, sitting right outside my house. But the white truck, I don't remember. So, but it might have been, okay? It might have. So,
There's one other thing I've got to know.
okay.
And you got that letter from me, and you don't know if you're not in trouble or nothing.
Oh, I don't remember. Brent's trying to help me.
I gotta ask you a hard question.
Go ahead.
I'm not gonna like it,
Go ahead.
but I gotta know. Were they getting morphine from you?
At first, yeah, they were getting some pills.
So I need to know.
Yeah, yeah.
Did they get some that morning from the docks when they came over there?
No.
Sure. That's what's gonna be testified to. But that's fine. Autry says that he didn't get them from you because he didn't trust him. But he gave his money to Zach, and Zach bought morphine from you that afternoon.
He might have. He might have. I had a buddy down there, like a buddy, that had morphine.
Okay.
And I would get them off him for cheap price. Not a lot of make me a little bit of money, you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
They might have cut some. I know they want smoky joints.
He was still in the green, he's right before
Yeah.
he died.
He had bottles.
Well, I never done that.
You know what I'm saying? That's about down there, though.
That's not a problem.
I might have sold a few of them.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, but if I was sick, yeah, I did, because hell, you know, they come up, I know for sure, they wanted to smoke a joint.
So Shane get them from you too?
Yeah, Shane was definitely. He was trading guns, anything he could do to get the damn thing.
Did he trade you that gun?
He might have, I got a couple of them.
So that's something they said that.
Yeah. Yeah, because I got 2 or 3 guns. I'm not gonna, assault rifles and 22s and probably pistols, so, yeah. But yeah, I was pretty fucked up, but I do remember Bob dealing with one of them, so.
Fantastic. That helps.
Yeah.
Not easy to say.
Did you ever say right after the Holly thing, when everybody was still looking for second officer came down and told me, because we kept the gate,
Yeah, locked gate.
and he told me, put locks in your gate.
That night, they were coming trying to get her, our buddy got in that truck wreck, he got that, you know, he was one again for her bike lane. That's when we knew we had to keep friends. Okay, I was scared, none of it, you know, I was taking right there, jock on the land, but when I tried to take my kid, I knew I had to go. My 12-year-old kid, that wasn't happening.
Maybe tried to do that.
Oh, they sent, what's the name, Sandy?
That Margaret, that Pearson, one of them.
Margaret Pearson, one of them boys, because we come our drive when our little girls out playing in the yard. He pulled up and said, "We want to go help find Holly?" And she said, "Let me go ask my mom because we taught her that." And she went towards the door and he flipped the reverse and slammed her out and back all the way out the driveway. I wasn't there. I was working at Nashville at that time. So, yeah, so needless to say, I was glad when I found out that fog truck cut off the road because that's me putting the old broadhead in him. And that's what I was going to do, Brent, because he don't deserve to fucking die if I do that to a 12-year-old kid.
I agree.
So,
Yeah.
So somebody just went nuts on all that dope's what it is. I was out for about a year and a half, and I told her what it does, because I felt it getting my mind of these behaviors, making me a sexual force.
Pausing it at
Making me
39. Ms. Nichols, refresh your memory.
I have the same answer. I can hear what was said. I know that I listened to this at the time.
Okay.
Can I tell you what was said next? No.
Okay.
We're going to do a quick segue. We're going to hop over to Beth Boswell's post-conviction hearing testimony. And the reason we're hopping over to this particular part of her testimony, Beth Boswell, at the time of the Jason Killzer, Dylan Adams getting picked up on the co-charges, Beth Boswell was the federal prosecutor and also working with the state prosecution team. So federal prosecutor for the Killzer and Dylan Adams gun charges, still working with the state on the Holly Bobo case. But what happens here? What happens here?
Question. If the recordings of Dennis Benjamin were on the discovery that you marshaled together, why didn't you listen to them?
Sir, I was no longer going to be working there. This was terabytes of information in a system that was mostly paper. All day long, I was standing at a copier. Agent Ferguson, we were getting bags and bags of evidence. She had to open them up, photograph them, photograph the outside of the bags. I wasn't looking at anything. I was just turning everything over and getting it in some kind of form to go.
Promise. You accuse Agent Dicus and Viveros of having tunnel vision. You were advised that Dennis Benjamin was working for the family in the fall of 2020, 2014. You were advised. You knew it had been almost a year. And you never once asked for his file, his recordings, who he talked to, any of that.
I told you I did not know about his recordings.
But you were on notice of them, of his work.
I knew that Jack Van Hooser had talked to him and that he was an investigator that was working for the Bobos. Yes, sir.
Those are my questions.
None of these prosecutors, through any of the timeline, say they knew anything about the 2014 Dennis Benjamin conversations with the Dinsmores, why Brent Booth randomly in 2017 goes to speak with Sandy and Victor Dinsmore. Oh, I don't know. And even listening to them now, I don't remember. I don't know anything. But they accused Viveros and Dicus and Marshal John Walker of having tunnel vision, not knowing what they were doing. How do none of them know? How do none of them know? And why do all of them have to maintain at these post-conviction hearings that none of them knew?
Do you condone what Brent Booth did?
Interviewing Victor Dinsmore?
Yes.
Yes.
The way he did it?
It's not the way I would have done it.
Well, do you condone the way he did it?
I'm not sure I can speak to how he did it. This is what I would have done had it been me. I wouldn't have led. I wouldn't have led.
He more than led.
Okay.
He fed.
You agree?
No.
He said,
I heard him lead.
this is what Jason Autry's going to testify to.
Okay.
And then he tells us in his own testimony at these post-conviction hearings, no, I wasn't Jason Autry. I didn't hear any of that from Jason Autry. I just had a theory.
You condone that?
Well, that's a different question.
That's my question.
I don't know that whether I condone it or not. I understand that he was trying to get information, understand that he was trying to trigger Mr. Dinsmore's memory, a person who admittedly was on about every kind of drug you can be on, and much as what's happening to me today, when somebody tells you things, like you're telling me certain things, trying to trigger my memory. That's kind of the way I look at it.
We played the evidence for you. We played the recording you should have, and you probably did listen to, and are not being forthcoming to this court at this post-conviction proceeding about. We played the recording for you. Listen to the way people characterize things when they don't want. This is a dishonest characterization.
Tells you things. Like you're telling me certain things, trying to trigger my memory. That's kind of the way I look at the way Mr. Booth was. But remember this, I had already interviewed Mr. Dinsmore. So.
Yeah, so why did Brent Booth need to go there? Chat. I know we watched this already, and I know I'm screaming at it like it's brand new to me. But, oh my goodness.
Flew up there and interviewed him.
Flew over the cuckoo's nest.
Before this?
I believe it was before this. So I already had met him.
With a TBI officer?
Yeah.
Was an IR generated on your visit?
I didn't generate ours.
Okay, but if he said anything...
But we do have this one IR, and I gotta remember to switch my screens. You don't generate IRs. You don't generate reports. But in June 12th, 2017, you generate a report for a May 8th meeting with Jason Autry. The more she tries to distance herself from things, the worse another aspect looks.
Different than what was recorded, it would have been Brady material, correct?
Anything different?
Yes.
You mean like...
On May 18th, he's saying didn't happen, truck wasn't there. When he realizes how important it is to Brent Booth in the case, he says, put it there, yeah, let's do it, go with it. So my question is, if he said something different when you were there, it would have had to be disclosed to defense under a Brady, right?
If he had said something different, I don't remember discussing that, the trucks with him when I went. It wasn't, I met him at the airport, introduced myself, met his wife. I don't have notes, but...
Why the airport?
Why do you not have notes?
Excuse me?
Did you not take notes?
I didn't say that. I said I don't have notes.
Did you take notes?
I don't remember. Sir?
Was it your routine practice to take notes talking to important witnesses?
Sometimes, and sometimes not. But Mr. Bates, I invited you to my office. I set up every single item we had in the file. You and I had scheduled a 3-day event where I told you you would have a conference room. I would give you a phone. I wouldn't be there with you. And you know what you said?
That I got the 4 terabytes to review on my own time and not 3 days, I believe.
No, that's not what you said.
That I got from Ms. Thompson the discovery to go through it, correct?
You said that.
You thought 3 days was enough for me to go through it?
Oh, no. You picked the 3 days. I thought you'd need to be there for a while, but the difference...
This is all in response to a question about her taking notes.
Is you would have had access to anything in the file, including my notes, if they existed, as to interviews, because I don't remove things from files.
Okay.
You change file names?
Do you still have your notes?
Of course not.
Okay.
I don't have the file, sir.
Okay. So, do you remember trial testimony on this issue of the truck in the Dinsmore garage?
Perhaps.
All right.
I don't remember. I don't know if I remember exactly what
Get the
you want to
transcript.
ask, but
Yeah,
but
get the
I was there in the trial.
I have a transcript
Heck
for the
yeah.
court and for the witness, Your
Okay.
Honor.
She's like, dang, I already had them get my readers. I can't use that excuse. Also, shout out, I never know how this happens, but Leonard Amber, you've been green before. But thank you for becoming a channel member. I feel like YouTube must have done something on the back end. Thank you for becoming green again. And then Sheriff Chuck, thank you for gifting another 5. That's what we're talking about. I saw someone say it. King of the gifts over here. Yeah, Gwennon said, Chuck the #1 gift giver. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We're going to keep you pinned. Guys, use some Doug emojis. We need some Doug emojis in the chat since they don't show him on the screen all that much. And now that you remember, you can use all those. So let's see. Let's get this transcript going. Is this where she raises her head? I don't remember what moment that was from.
Hold on.
Oh, and destined to be, to be fair, we've never gotten love on the witness stand, but I cannot say that I've ever seen what we're able to see with these post-conviction hearings. I wish we could see it more often. I wish we could see it for YSL. But this is just a whole, it's the sausage
You go to
being
page 1505.
We gotta get both Dougs in the chat. I see Aaron with the, I gotta get one for Doug Gladden in Texas.
1,000 what?
500.
Sidebar here, and maybe relevant to this trial a little bit. So Doug Gladden used to be one of my favorite attorneys over on appellate Twitter. He took a break. He wasn't on Twitter X for like months. And suddenly Happily Angry Lawyers like retweeting something from Doug Gladden over on X yesterday. And it's Doug Gladden saying, hey, in front of the 14th District Court over here in Texas, Court of Appeals, I had oral arguments yesterday. The issue? Judge giving the jury instruction that 60% is enough for the reasonable doubt standard. So somehow, some way, that had to make it all the way to a Court of Appeals. And Doug Gladden got to argue why that's ridiculous. So I'll drop a link to that. You can find it on the 14th District Texas Court of Appeals YouTube. But that is the third Doug attorney that I should really just get an emoji for. The trio, the gang of Dougs.
105.
Shout out to the Dolly Raid. Good to see you guys. Come on in. We are piecing together all the parts of the post-conviction relief testimony where they all pretend they didn't craft a story to convict Zach Adams. They have no idea that somebody was lying on the stand.
And you see,
No, I'm not there yet. I'm having
Apologize.
a real hard time with these tiny little numbers, so give me a minute. Mr. Bates, can you come up here, please, sir,
if the court lets me.
and help me find the page? Because I cannot read these little numbers.
Yes, Mr. Bates.
I can't read them.
I'll help you.
I think I'm in the 1.5s. Thank you. Sir?
All right, 1505, and you see,
Okay,
you are
tell me, sir, which square on these two pages?
Bottom.
Left page, right page?
the bottom left.
All right, bottom
Yes.
on the left page.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I got it.
First question, line 2. And you're asking Victor Dinsmore, do you remember getting a morphine pill or Zach buying a morphine pill or Shane buying one for Autry while they were there? No, not there. This fight, how much of a fight was it? Jumping around basically, swung at each other a couple times. I think Zach hit Shane, about blacked his eye. That's about all there was. And I went out, told them they couldn't do it, they had to go. So, You said that they pulled up in Zach's, no, Dylan's truck. Answer, Dylan's Chevy. What color was that truck? Black. And while they're on the property, did Zach make statements to you about speaking to your wife or going to your wife's house and putting a car in a shop? No. Question, he did not say anything? No. When you asked that question, did you expect the answer to be yes?
I have no idea what I expected the answer to be.
You had Jason Autry's proffer that said the truck was hid there, right?
Well, I do not recall everything about the proffer. I can tell you the things that stood out from the proffer. It's not my habit, never has been, to take notes during a proffer.
What you just said earlier, that sometimes you do take notes, sometimes you don't.
Right.
Which is it? You take notes or you don't? Or is it just in a proffer?
What I said was it is not my habit to take notes in a proffer.
Okay.
Which is not, that's different than a witness interview.
Well, Victor Dinsmore had an immunity agreement, correct?
He did.
Jason Autry had an immunity agreement.
He did.
Both of them gave you what they were, all the purpose of the statements were to go over what their testimony would be.
No. The purpose of the statements was to tell us the truth.
Oh.
And whether or not it became testimony or not wasn't decided at that point.
Okay.
Do you want me to keep the book?
Yes, ma'am. He continued on line 20. You continued line 24. At any time did he tell you that? Answer, no. Next page, bottom right quadrant. Has he ever hidden a truck in your, twice? Did he ever hide his Nissan? Yes, that was a very short time. Question, but you don't recall him mentioning it there on the property? Answer, no, I don't remember him saying anything there. I was trying to get them out of there before Mr. and Miss Doug or Dottie showed up. You recall, of course, being interviewed by law enforcement several times after this happened, correct? Correct. And in that statement, just a minute, in that statement, if you told, and there's several objections, and then it continues on 1507, my question is, did you make this statement or TBI Trout that Zach hid his grandfather's white Nissan post-abduction? Answer, yes. What was your understanding of the time of that post-abduction hiding?
I'm trying to catch up with you.
Just go to the bottom right and then pick back up to the top left on 1507. And while you're reading that, if the witness can be passed Exhibit 112.
All right, I found the question. So my question is, did you make the statement to TPI Agent Trout that Zach hid his grandfather's
Whisper.
white Nissan? Yes. Is it? Okay, what was your question?
You remembered, in your opinion, that Mr. Dinsmore told Agent Trout the white truck was hidden at Mr. Dinsmore's property. Is that your understanding?
I do not remember the interview. I'm reading what the testimony, I have no reason to believe that this is not the testimony. So I don't independently remember anything about an interview with Agent Trout. I'm sorry. There were 250,000 pages, and I don't know how many interviews. I don't remember all of them.
Do you remember when Ms. Thompson was trying to bring up this recording of Mr. Booth that you...
There. Do you want me to look at what was just passed or the
Well, I'll
book?
tell you what, before I get to that, can you look at IR 112? I'm sorry, Exhibit 112. It was just passed to you by the officer.
All right, the witness has Exhibit 112.
Do you want me to read it? So,
If you can, please.
okay.
Do you...
While they're doing that, I looked real quick for Valerie Trout's testimony on this issue. It seems like she's not sure of the exact date, but March 2014.
Yes, sir.
And can you just review this document?
Go back a little.
Ma'am.
Okay. To and from blank. Do you remember talking to Mr. Dinsmore in March of 2014?
I do remember talking to Victor Dinsmore, but I don't know if those dates are correct.
Okay. I'm going to hand you a document, one for the court, labeled IR 2009.
Has not been entered
It's not, Your Honor.
yet? Okay. We'll mark for identification at this stage, Exhibit 112.
Do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
And is that your writing?
I have not had time to read it. I see that it's a typed IR. I would assume that it's my IR.
And Your Honor, I'll need to, if I can approach the witness and redact and take away certain documents. I'll show the general what I'm doing.
Okay.
And I'm just kind of curious, March 2014 is when Dinsmore and Dinsmore and Benjamin had their interview. So was she there at the same time? Was she there after? Because Dennis Benjamin interviewed Dinsmore February 16th, the first time, and then also on March 26th, the second time, when he meets with Dinsmore at work and they're like in the car and Victor Dinsmore slams the door at the end of the interview getting out of the car. And all we have is March 2014. At some point, Valerie Trout meets. So I don't know if that was the same March 26th, which would mean Dennis Benjamin and a TBI agent were traveling to Indiana together, but we're still keeping the story going in 2025 that Dennis Benjamin was at a very long arm's distance from TBI. It was a one-way street. Or they went 3 times, and somehow Brent Booth still didn't know about any interviews with Dinsmore in 2014. There's just no reconciling this for me. So, and they didn't get into much. She just she's asked if, and we can just play it, but she's asked about recording if the truck was actually parked at Dinsmore's house or not.
The
Back
last,
2 pages.
yes, and the last statement on the IR.
Last statement on the IR.
Let me know when you're familiar.
Meaning the line that says begins with attachment?
Yes. Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Go ahead.
Do you remember this conversation with Mr. Dinsmore?
Again, I've just got through the first paragraph,
Very good.
but yes, sir.
You take as much time as you need.
While she's reading, there will be objections from the state.
No,
Hearing this,
no.
or we'll mark this, or remove it into evidence, Exhibit 112.
I'm trying to read fast. I remember this if you want to ask.
Okay.
I think I remember.
Do you remember, let me ask this, if Mr. Dinsmore told you things, did you reduce it to your report as accurately as you can?
Yes.
Do you remember specifically if Mr. Dinsmore ever told you that Zach hid a truck at Dinsmore's house? And it's at the, you can direct your attention to the last paragraph on the back, page 2.
I don't remember it, but I documented it.
Okay. And at no point did you document that the truck was actually at Dinsmore's house?
I will say that at no point did he tell me that, or it would have been documented.
Okay. Nor did he discuss with you any kind of gun that he thought was used in the crime?
No.
You would have documented that?
Yes.
After this, you interviewed Rebecca Earp.
And we're not going to go down the Rebecca Earp rabbit hole today. We're focused on the Jason Autry Dinsmore pipeline of crafting a story. But as far as this timeline, we now hear that the same time that Dennis Benjamin is going and interviewing Dinsmore, Valerie Trout's there at some point. She's not notating certain things that you would think maybe she'd be notating if that was being said, something critical. And then there's this gap in time. If we go over to this timeline, my timeline's pretty dead until September, when we get this interview with Dylan Adams. Remember, Dylan Adams started living with Dennis Benjamin in August, but there's a gap. Valerie Trout shifted her attention to Rebecca Earp to try to get information, and they interview her multiple times. So, to me, I would conclude whatever they were getting here wasn't enough. They shifted focus to try to go to Rebecca Earp, and eventually they're going to try to shift focus to Dylan Adams. So that's the timeline. And we're back to the everyone's favorite person. Everyone's favorite person. Speaking of everyone's favorite person, hey Cass. The actual. TV.
If you can turn your attention to the last paragraph, the bottom of page 2.
I've read the last paragraph of page 2.
And nowhere in this statement does it say that Victor hid the truck, I'm sorry, that Zach hid any truck at Victor Dinsmore's house or property. Correct?
That's correct.
Do you, and you can now go to page 1537.
Oh, actually, good point, Sheriff Chuck. What did he? I wasn't paying attention. Did Doug say a date for this report? Where are we in this video? Let's pull up the transcript. Because Valerie Trout said, hey, I don't remember the exact date. We're like an hour in. And I wasn't tuned in to see if when we pulled up the exhibit here, we just had a date read. Valerie Trout. Exhibit 112. Maybe I'm not going far enough back. Exhibit 112. Because every time Jennifer Nichols, prosecutor turned judge Jennifer Nichols, is asked a question, she gives all these long answers. Okay, no, that's back to the transcript. Yeah, I don't think they set a date here, but I know it was March 2014, and Valerie Trout says she doesn't remember the specific date. And the interview, the second interview with Dennis Benjamin and Dinsmore was March 26th, 2014. So maybe we'll get clarification on this date. Dinsmore. All right, and then we're up to where we were here.
You want me to come up and help?
1537 of the transcript.
Yes, John. First time my eyesight's been calling to help.
Is I could read the language, but
That was a dig, I think. First time my eyesight's been called in to help. That seems like a witness on the stand is putting on a put on.
My eyesight's been calling to help.
is I could read the language, but I can't say the numbers.
This is 1537. Okay, we'll go this way, this way, this way.
All right.
This way. At the trial, did you think the recorded conversation with Brent Booth and Victor Dinsmore was damaging to the prosecution?
Of course not.
At the trial?
Yes, ma'am.
Did I think that? Was it played?
It wasn't. But did you think it was damaging if it would have been?
You could hear Doug smiling.
Not particularly.
Okay. Then why did you object repeatedly to it coming up?
Because the witness was on the stand. Unless there is, the witness was there. The witness is there to ask himself. We didn't go back and play all of these recorded statements and introduce all the written statements at trial.
Bottom of page 1542, middle of page, the far right bottom.
Got it?
Question, when did you and your wife talk about the fact that the white Nissan truck was parked in your shop? Answer, before Brent came up. Question, before Brent, answer, yeah. Now, as we're sitting there, we've listened to Victor Dinsmore and Brent Booth, and now we've read the transcript. You admit Victor Dinsmore lied when he said he remembered it before.
No, I can't. Which trip is he talking about before Brent came up? Brent was there several times.
This is the last time he's up. May 18th and May 19th, 2017. From 1537, 1536, the discussion comes up. You met him in a parking lot, the sporting goods store, yes. You actually got in his car, your wife got in the car, you were talking to him, yes. So at that point, this special agent, Brent Booth with TBI, isn't it? Yes. At that point, he proceeded to tell you what? General Nichols, Your Honor, I'm going to object what Brent Booth proceeded to tell. Ms. Thompson said, I'm not going to say what he said, I'm going to just, and you said, she literally just said at the same time Brent Booth proceeded to tell you. If there's a question, the court said, all right, make your question, be aware of the hearsay objection. So we're talking about the sporting goods store parking lot.
Is that where they met
The first time, on May 18th.
the first time?
Of the May visits. The May night, the next day was in the house.
Okay.
And the question was,
You asked me if I thought if he was lying. I don't know.
well, I mean, isn't that your job? You had Victor Dinsmore under subpoena, correct?
We did.
All right.
I don't know. I honestly am confused by jumping around from trials to trial testimony to you having me listen to a recorded conversation.
Having me listen to the evidence.
I don't know when he said what,
Ms.
so I'm
Nichols, you
sorry.
don't have to worry about being confused. The court's going to make
No.
decisions.
No, I
My
do have to
question
worry.
is-
I do have to worry about being confused.
All right. My question is, Mr. Dinsmore said before Brent Booth came up, the May 18th, 2017, I remembered the white truck being hit at my place. You would agree with me that is inconsistent with the recording of May 18th, 2017, where Mr. Dinsmore says repeatedly, it didn't happen, and only when Brent Booth says how important it is to the case
Okay,
does Mr. Dinsmore
Okay.
change his tune.
okay. I mean, the recording is what it is. The testimony is what it is.
And I'm asking you, is it inconsistent?
The way you put it, it sounds to be.
And did you know it was inconsistent when you let it go unfixed?
I would never put someone on the stand and suborn perjury. Have I seen many times witnesses be inconsistent? Yes.
Of
You made
those
it-
times, how many times?
If she could finish her answer, Your Honor.
Let's let her finish the answer, Mr. Thomas, please.
This witness, it should be clear to all that have heard that recording. He remembers more, he'll say no, and somebody will confront him with something, and he'll go back and say maybe, and I'll give you an example, the drugs. He's a felon. He's not wanting to admit that he sold or traded drugs. He did. And when confronted, he's like, okay, maybe. I mean, this is his lifestyle of drugs and running with people like Zach Adams. I would be shocked if there were not inconsistencies.
Untruths.
Well, you're familiar with the jury instruction that says just because there are inconsistencies, it doesn't necessarily mean somebody's lying.
Of the inconsistencies
She's so proud.
you've presented in your past, how many times are they a reflection of the TBI officer saying, it helped me and it helped this case if we can get this little detail tied down? Or was this the first ever?
Well, I didn't hear Mr. Booth say that. If
We
can just
played
get
it for
this little
you.
detail tied in. I don't remember another case that I had with TBI where
Let me pause you. So
She really, I think I said this the first time we watched this, but she reminds me of when Nathan Wade was on the stand for the Fonnie Willis disqualification hearing, and he was asked if he ever took a trip with Fonnie to a cabin. Just ever went to a cabin with Fonnie. And he paused and was thinking about it for 25 seconds. That's what she reminds me of. We're going to let this little exchange finish out. We still have more from Jennifer Nichols, but I'm going to cut over to this part of the testimony with Dinsmore when Dinsmore is being asked about the two different visits from Brent Booth and Jennifer Nichols starts objecting. So let's finish this little line of questioning and then we'll segue.
we can make sure I'm not misleading. Let's go to minute 10 of this recording with Mr. Booth and turn the volume up, please.
Make it louder. Everybody put speakers in the chat.
I don't make them.
It don't necessarily should be, because we didn't do it.
It didn't happen.
It could have happened.
Okay.
It could have happened. I can't say no, damn it. I was smoking weed, I was drinking liquor, I was doing that. I just didn't want to be here no more. So I can't work for shit. But when I do tell you, I remember. So
It helps me, it helps this case. We can remember.
Pause
The
it.
more pressure I can put on,
All right, clear on that. Agent Booth says it
We're
helps
clear on
me.
that.
I heard him.
It helps this case.
If he can nail this down.
Now, how many times have you had a TBI or law enforcement officer change what would be an inconsistency in their testimony to make it consistent with two witnesses in your career?
I have no idea.
That many.
I didn't say it was a lot or a few. I said,
Take your time, it's important. How many?
I said, I have no idea.
Does it concern you that what you presented to the jury was the result of TBI telling witnesses what would help get a conviction?
You and I listened to that differently.
How do you listen
Tell
to
me
that
how you
differently?
listen to it.
I listened to it as Brent Booth having just apparently, because I used the words ruled, Autry ruled, I think it towards the beginning of this audio. Brent Booth armed with information that filled in a lot of holes, and he is going back and re-interviewing people to see whether.
So Brent Booth was armed with information that fills in holes. It wasn't just a theory he came up with. We heard Brent Booth, and I'm going to keep hammering this home. We heard Brent Booth in this post-conviction relief hearing say, oh, I didn't have this information from Jason Autry. No, it was a random theory, this whole thing about Zach telling Jason Autry that he moved rims out of Dinsmore's garage, that way he could park his truck there. Specifically at this point in time, a Nissan truck, because the truck keeps changing when it is existing. The stupid timeline, this pesky timeline. Proffer sessions, no notes. Even though we don't generate reports for these meetings, we somehow generate a report for this May 8th meeting in particular. This one's special. But we don't generate the report until June 12th. After Dinsmore is going and meeting with, when Booth is going and meeting with Sandy and Victor Dinsmore. But now she's saying Brent Booth was in fact armed with the information that they'd gotten from Jason Autry. It wasn't just a theory. Who's right? Is it Brent Booth or is it Jennifer Nichols? Which one do we believe? Which one do we believe?
Whether or not, if they too are armed with additional information, if it jogs their memory or if it doesn't.
Or if it puts words in their mouth.
I know him. Brent Booth wanted to get at the truth. I worked with him for years. I saw him at work.
Sounds like tunnel
I never
vision.
saw one time where Mr. Booth tried to have someone lie?
It's right
or
in
that
front
he
of you.
covered things up? And Mr. Bates, he came back and immediately turned this audio over. He wasn't trying to,
So we now have full memory of it.
no.
Well, how do you remember him turning it over?
Because I do remember that, and I answered your question the first time. When I don't remember other things, I remember this. I remember him coming back. I remember him going up there, and I think he went on a motorcycle. I don't know why I remember that, but I do. And I know that I heard it, which means it was turned over to me, and it was turned over to the defense. Because that's what we did with
then you didn't let them
every
play it at trial.
piece of evidence.
This is how she's rounding out why she's so amazing. Nothing wrong, nothing to see here. This line of questioning spurs from an initial question from Doug Bates about, you didn't think that these recordings looked bad for you? No, I don't even remember them. But you knew enough that they didn't help your case. No, I don't know. Well, then why did you object so many times at trial?
We turned it over.
We weren't afraid of it. That's the voice she used in closing right there, by the way. The whole closing.
You admit getting this white truck hidden was a central part of the case.
Do you want me to look at?
All right, so we're gonna do the segue now. We'll resume this after we look at the 2017 trial testimony of Victor Dinsmore. And again, it's going to be the defense attorney is also named Jennifer Thompson. So if you're kind of newer on this, there's also ineffective assistance of counsel issues being raised in this petition for post-conviction relief. But here she is trying to get a critical thing on the record in front of the jury. The jury never gets to hear like anything that we've heard today about these inconsistencies.
But you just
Well, that's just quiet. Maybe we can boost this.
now said you thought it was an American-made
Yes, I
gun.
did.
And then Brent Booth came to talk to you. Well, first of all, they flew you down here sometime in February to try to find the gun that you had disposed of. Is that right?
I didn't dispose of it.
Your wife disposed of it?
Yes.
Okay. And they actually brought you down to Joe Holiday Road to look for it.
Yes.
And you were there with your wife when she's trying to show them where the gun was.
Sorry, I didn't go far enough back. I need to start 2 minutes earlier. I heard that gun part, and then they switched topics. But we need that part, because they talk about the February visit. So we need like 111.
Now, at some point, you tried to rape Jamie Darnell's wife, Danielle Beckham, didn't you?
Absolutely not true.
You were driving a black pickup truck in April of 2011, weren't you?
I had a black Ford old beater
Pickup truck.
pickup.
At another point in time when you were giving an interview, you claimed to have purchased a .22 from Shane Austin that was used to kill Holly Bobo, didn't you?
I told them that I knew where the .22 was if that was the caliber rifle that killed Holly Bobo.
As a matter of fact, before you came up with this .32 that we're here on today, you suggested several other guns that you thought might have been involved in the murder of Holly Bobo.
Yes, I did.
Okay. And that some of that was before her body had been discovered, wasn't it?
Yes.
And before it was known that she'd been shot.
Yes.
And you also said that you knew where a shotgun was that might have been used in the murder of Holly
Still
Bobo.
do.
Now, you've given multiple statements in this case, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
Matter of fact, when we go back to where the gun was found, you initially said that Jason Autry sold you a .38 or a .357.
I wasn't sure really back then until I saw it, so.
Okay, so once you saw the gun that they brought to you and said, this is the gun,
The handles
The gun
what
that he sold you.
keyed me in,
that,
the grips. So
that's how you knew that
I knew
this was
right
the
away.
gun. Okay, so, but initially, when they came to you in February of this year, you said that it was a .357 or a .38, didn't you?
Yes, I did. I thought it could be.
Well, you were pretty clear it was one of those two kinds of guns, weren't you?
I wasn't sure.
And you specifically said it was an American-made gun, didn't you?
Don't think so.
So you at some point spoke to my investigator in this case, didn't you? Amber Tree?
Yes,
And you even spoke with me and my investigator by telephone at some point, didn't you?
yes,
And at that point, you said that the gun was American-made when you spoke to us by the phone, didn't you?
I thought it was.
So that's a yes, you did at some point say it was an American-made gun.
I could have, so.
Because you thought it was an American-made gun, isn't that right?
Sold in America, most of them I think are made in America, but not.
But you just now said you thought it was an American-made gun.
Yes, I did.
And then Brent Booth came to talk to you. Well, first of all, they flew you down here sometime in February to try to find the gun that you had disposed of. Is that right?
I didn't dispose of it.
Your wife disposed of it?
Yes,
Okay. And they actually brought you down to Joe Holiday Road to look for it.
yes,
And you were there with your wife when she's trying to show them where the gun was.
yes,
And initially, she said that she had buried it on the side of the road on Joe Holiday Road.
right by the creek.
Okay? And you were there when they dug up Joe Holiday Road, weren't you?
I was there when we metal detected and took poking rods and went down, but not as the initial backhoe digging. They did that at another date.
Okay. And they weren't able to find it, the gun?
No,
Okay. And then you continued to think about where it might possibly be, didn't you?
my wife and I. It had been a little bit of time since she got rid of it, so. And everything there changed.
Everything there changed?
By the road, everything.
Well,
So.
it's still the Joe Holiday Road, right?
Yes, but it was about 6 feet wider and about 2 feet lower and paved. It was gravel, so it's totally different.
Okay, so, but it still comes out and deadheads in T-bones into Bible Hill Road.
Bible Hill,
Okay. And there's still a creek next to it, as there was back in 2011, isn't that right?
yes,
Okay. So when you spoke with law enforcement then, they were unable to find it, the gun.
unable to.
And then at some point, Brent Booth went back to talk to you in May of 2017, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And were you aware that that conversation was recorded?
Yes,
Okay. And you met him in the parking lot of the sporting goods store?
yes,
And you actually got in his car, your wife got in the car, and you were talking to him?
yes,
And so at that point, and this is Special Agent Brent Booth with the TBI, isn't it?
yes.
And at that point, he proceeded to tell you what...
Your Honor, I'm going to object to what Brent Booth proceeded to tell you.
Sustained.
Okay, I'm not going to say what he said. I'm going to just...
She literally just said, at that time, Brent Booth proceeded to tell you. If there's a
All right,
question,
then make your question, be aware of the hearsay objection, please.
facts that Jason Autry was going to testify to at trial.
Your Honor, that's exactly what you just sustained the objection on.
I didn't say what the facts were. I didn't quote him.
Go ahead, man. Let's pick this up, okay?
He told you facts that Jason Autry was going to testify to at trial, didn't he?
Not the facts. He didn't tell me what he was going to say.
listened to all of those recordings that Jennifer Nichols, Prosecutor Nichols, is objecting to, doesn't want those recordings coming in for the jury to hear it themselves. We listened to them this morning. Chat, did Dinsmore, was he told the facts? Was he told what was going to be testified to? I heard those phrases in the recordings. Doesn't matter to me if Jennifer Nichols wants to pretend that she didn't. And it doesn't matter to me that Dinsmore is saying he wasn't aware of the facts. What matters to me is the jury wasn't able to hear those recordings. Crazy.
He most certainly did tell you what he was going to say.
Well, clue me in.
So, there's... He told you, well, first of all, he told you that Zach had taken his truck and parked it, that Jason Autry was going to testify that Zach had taken his truck and parked it in your garage. Didn't he tell you that?
Yes, he did, but we already knew that.
Okay.
So.
And at that time, you said no, that the truck wasn't there, that his truck was absolutely not in your garage, didn't you?
Yes, but I had to put two and two together because you had two different trucks at my property, hiding both of them.
You said, I know he didn't hide that damn thing in my pole barn. Didn't you?
I probably said that when I thought that he had the body of Holly Bobo in the back of that truck. That's the first thing that went through my mind.
But you initially told Brent Booth that no, the truck was not at your house, in your shop.
Yes, I did tell him that until we started figuring things out.
You said, it wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't at our house, bud. Man, no way, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And then he started to ask you, could he have done that and you just not know it?
That's basically about what happened. It was through my wife.
And you said, no, I know it's not going to matter, didn't you?
I guess I did.
And you talked about how the fact that Zach Adams had borrowed a brown truck from you.
Yes.
So that he could go to Decaturville.
Yes, that's where the mistake's been made.
And you said that's the only time he had left his truck at your house.
This is what he had. He volunteered. That's where the mistake's been made. That's a key detail that he needed to change, and that Brent Booth needed to come back after speaking with Dinsmore on May 18th, 2017. He had to come back on the 19th and say, hey, I just want to make sure I wasn't putting words in your mouth. Why would he voluntarily say a phrase like that, and that was a mistake that was made?
So that he could go to Decaturville.
Yes, that's where the mistake's been made.
And you said that's the only time he had left his truck at your house, was when he borrowed your brown truck.
Yes.
And, but that was not the day that Holly Bobo disappeared, was it?
No.
Okay. And then you said, I know he didn't hide the damn thing in my pole barn. Now, he might have parked it outside, you know, beside my pole barn and let it be there for a minute, didn't you?
Yes, I did, and that's where I was mistaken at. After my wife and I talked, we figured out it was in the pole barn, but not a very long time.
And we're about to, let's see, we're almost getting there. We're almost getting
And then
into
Brent
it.
Booth tells you again, well, according to Jason,
I thought she said, I'm not going to read facts about what Brent Booth told him. If she has a question, that wasn't, he made a statement. That's the way she's supposed to ask, she's not supposed to just read it. I'd love to read.
Objection sustained.
I'm not entering it for the truth, Your Honor.
Please don't argue. You can ask him questions as to whether he made that statement.
Okay. After you
So we're going to jump back over to Nichols' testimony. And again, there's like overlapping issues with this petition, right? So part of the issue of what happened here is just that the jury doesn't get to hear certain pieces of information, but also an ineffective assistance of counsel issue where Jennifer Thompson failed to properly impeach this witness. So, and man, imagine like a retrial, seeing what everybody does on the stand with this guy questioning them instead. Wait, I'm muted? You guys can't hear it? Can you hear me? Can you hear? You can only hear me? All right, give me 1 second. I'm gonna, well, actually, maybe I can just pull it off the screen and put it back. Maybe that's what's doing it. That's weird. This one's not my fault. The other stuff was my fault. I think this one's either StreamYard or who knows what. Okay. And where were we? Let's just hit play. Can you guys hear it now?
Didn't occur on April 13th, 2011.
Testifying?
No. There.
And it's quiet, but can you guys hear it at all? Okay, so let me get back to where we were. Sorry about that. That was StreamYard, I guess, since it fixed after we reshared the screen. So, and that one, I don't think I have any indication until you guys tell me. So my bad. I think the last thing I remember them saying was something about daughter, Dinsmore's daughter. Maybe here? Yeah, okay. This is about where we were. I'm going to go back another minute because I heard stuff that you guys didn't hear. We're talking about this white truck. I think that's where we resumed when we came back over from the other stream. So, sorry about that. Struggle stream.
You admit getting this white truck hidden was a central part of the case.
Do you want me to look at this? You're pointing at the whiteboard. Am I supposed to look at this?
I'm pointing at the whiteboard because it helps me. You can if you want.
Oh.
and you can, I'll orient you to it.
Sorry, guys.
The cell towers are in various colors, postcards with the names and cell pings, the Bobo residence in the Brent in the bottom southwest, Highway 641.
Referring to Exhibit 15. Go ahead.
Do you remember the need to corroborate Jason Autry's testimony that the white truck was hidden?
Do I remember the need? That characterization doesn't, isn't in play with
Okay.
what I felt like in trying to build this case.
Then why send Brent Booth up to Indianapolis if it wasn't important?
I didn't send him up there.
Who did?
I don't know, ask him. I didn't send him up there. I didn't direct TBI, go here, go here. They helped me. They took me places. I think he was going up there anyway.
Did he
Is
talk
what he
with you?
said. He said something about his daughter, class. I heard that in the,
Did he talk with you in between the May 18th and May 19th?
I have no idea.
Do you remember saying, we need to clean this up?
No.
Do you remember saying, or anyone on the prosecution saying, it seems like you might have put words in his mouth?
I do not remember saying that. I don't know whether someone else said it. If I had the discussion with him, it wouldn't surprise me that somebody thought that. I said he led, and that's basically the same thing. He wasn't asking open-ended questions.
As you reflect back on this case, do you acknowledge witnesses were interviewed until they provided what the state was satisfied with as quote-unquote the truth, and then there were no other interviews afterwards?
Do I acknowledge they were interviewed by me or by TBI? Are you talking about during the course of the investigation or when I got on it, I was doing trial prep?
Let me ask this.
It's very different.
When TBI interviewed, both before and after your case, you went through important witnesses' statements through IRs, correct?
I did my best to read as many IRs as I could.
And you're aware, like, Jason Killzer gave one statement, a year later he gives another when he's incarcerated.
I don't remember today. I would have been aware at the time.
Victor Dinsmore gave multiple statements, correct?
I know. I talked to him. It wasn't giving a statement. I was just interviewing. I know that what we played today is one. I believe they had been up to interview him another time. Whatever is in the IRs, then that's how many statements he gave. I'm sorry, I don't remember, but I know there were, that's 3 right there. Well, two official statements, the recorded one and then the earlier one. So yes, that's multiple.
Does it create alarm flags in you on a case largely built on what people say, what people said?
Okay.
That pressure was put by law enforcement And after pressure was applied, statements became exactly what law enforcement wanted.
That's not my experience here.
In this case, it's not your experience.
No.
This Brent Booth is just a one-off. Or you say it's not even, Victor Dinsmore, in your opinion, didn't change his testimony because of any pressure Brent Booth applied.
Yeah, I didn't consider it pressure.
What do you consider it?
I considered it him trying to jog his memory. And had I been doing the interview, after hearing the proffer, I would not have led.
See, I don't know we're at a decent stopping point, but I can keep going.
Let's go and take a break. You're not done.
I'm not done, no, yeah.
All right.
So they're going to take a break here. But again, these Brent Booth interviews with Dinsmore and his wife in 2017 are right after Autry has this proffer, after he gets his discovery packet with access to files that the other co-defendants cannot access. And this is how the lead prosecutor on the case is walking herself and creating distance from thinking that there's anything wrong with that. Like, just nuts. Just nuts. May 18th, we go one day forward. And we could run it back. We could run it back. May 19th, the next day, we have Brent Booth going back out to speak with the Dinsmores.
That interview sounded, as I am, because the next morning, Booth went to Dinsmore's home and recorded this interview, just to clean things up.
Victor, I want to tell you both, I didn't want to put words in your mouth yesterday, and I wanted to clear some things up about what we talked about.
Perfect facial expression. Perfect facial expression. We are going to be able to skip, if the break is here. I think they cut it out already. There's a little bit more. There's probably 40 minutes more of Nichols. Then we're going to watch Dennis Benjamin recall this whole happening, and I think we'll be able to squeeze in the relevant bits from Kathy Ferguson, because that was about 45 minutes as well. So we're going to be here for probably about 2.5, 3 more hours today. We're going to do a long stream today, and it's going to piece together this whole how he crafted a story to convict Zachary Adams, leaning on Jason Autry to funnel his discovery, curate the points he wanted to use, and then relay those curated points and details to Vincent Dinsmore and getting him on the same page. Meanwhile, both Jason Autry and Vincent Dinsmore are given immunity. And even though immunity might not cover perjury charges, it would be this same prosecution team with the discretion to choose whether or not to charge one of their witnesses with perjury. Now, would that look good if they charged a key witness in the Holly Bobo trial with perjury? If they want to maintain this conviction against Zachary Adams and look like they got the right people and finally got justice for Holly Bobo, I can tell you where I think they'll lean on employing or choosing not to employ their discretion to bring perjury charges against someone. So that's our roadmap for what we're looking at for the next few hours of the stream. Want to give another major shout out, Sheriff Chuck. I think you saw some new faces coming in. We had Green Caps Lock come in. Good to see you. And Sheriff Chuck's dropping some green right afterwards. Big thank you to Sheriff Chuck. Let's get some loves and some thank yous in the chat for Sheriff Chuck. Appreciate you so much. That's a ton. That's like 25 gifts today, I think. I should be good at math. 1, 2. I think it's like 20, 25. I think it's 25. 25. So huge thank you. That's incredible. Also wanted to say, hey, I see Debbie's popping in here as well. Good to see ya. Just crazy. Just crazy. So I thought we'd get to skip a little bit more because there's some parts all the way through. I put the 2 hour and 20 minute mark as where I want to take us through, unfortunately, with Miss Nichols. So we've got a ways to go. But we'll get there. We'll get there.
Admonitions. The only person I spoke to was my daughter, but there's a woman out here that was very upset to find me.
Do we need to take this up, James?
No, sir, I'm just telling you, she was upset thinking I was with the public. And so I didn't say anything, but the only person I spoke to was the one you told me I could.
Thank you. I'll give reminder you're still in the room. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Nichols, you gave the closing argument, the second part of the closing argument in the Zach Adams case.
Yes.
And you agree with me, closing arguments are important to connect the evidence that the prosecution thinks it's proven.
That is certainly the goal.
Okay.
Are we done with the transcript?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
It is important for you to present to the jury evidence that you think is true.
Of course.
And you would agree it's misconduct to state evidence that's not true, if you know it,
Right.
or if you should know it.
Well, that's two different things.
But if you should know it,
Well, if you know it, yes. If you should know it, I would say it would be subjective.
fair. And would you agree at this point that any inconsistencies, quote unquote, the closing argument is the chance to show what is the state's theory resolving any inconsistent evidence?
No.
So if it says one thing, if you say one thing, you're okay if it's the other?
That's not what I said.
Okay.
I disagreed with your premise. I believe closing argument is the opportunity to go over with the jury what the proof was.
Okay.
And you may discuss jury instructions if they were charged ahead of time, or if you have permission or seem to have an understanding of what the judge will charge.
Let me ask you, you don't have to follow this, I'll read it, page 2732, line 9. You remember the night, the 13th, the 911 call? Do you remember the heavy breathing of Dick Adams, who had to wrestle 2 guns away from his grandson? Do you remember Zachary Adams asking his grandfather as well as his brother for their vehicle? Why didn't he have a vehicle? Why didn't he have a vehicle? Where was the white truck hidden in Victor?
And actually, let me not take this for granted. The reason what Doug is getting into this closing arguments is when an attorney relies on something, when a prosecutor relies on something in their closing arguments, especially if they're repeating it throughout their closing arguments, it becomes like a punctuation throughout the closing argument. That's a signifier. You can draw an inference from that the state's theory heavily relies on whatever details they're making repeated references to. So it's going to seem like we're doing this long-winded. Why are we talking about the whole closing argument? How does this relate to Dinsmore and Jason Autry and the point of this whole video? But it's important to establish for the record that the prosecution's reliance on the things that they claim corroborate Jason Autry. So Vincent Dinsmore corroborates Jason Autry, both because of this story with the truck being parked and how they found the supposed murder weapon. All of that is critical to the state's theory and what they're reinforcing, driving home to the jury in these closing arguments. In other words, if the judge finds that this was improper, we're also reaching the threshold that it was meaningful to the jury and likely to be considered harmful and not harmless error. So that's what Doug's laying out here for the court.
Victor Dinsmore's garage for a minute and then returned back to the Bells. Do you remember saying that?
I was going to ask you, are you reading, is that what I said?
Yes, ma'am.
So I don't remember saying it. I've never reviewed my closing argument. If that's what the court reporter took down, I have no reason to suspect that I didn't say that.
And you would agree that is saying your belief that Victor Dinsmore had the truck in his garage?
No, in fact, we're not allowed to give what I think and I guess this and I that. You're supposed to not, what we're supposed to argue is what the proof was.
Right.
As opposed to our own opinions.
Well, the proof was Victor Dinsmore, in the answer that we went over before lunch, Victor Dinsmore said no.
That just made me think of something. So when we got together and we watched this post-conviction hearing stuff, we watched this before I went and rewatched the 2017 trial. I had never seen it before. One of the things that stood out to me in her closing argument, and she whispered, she starts describing the firearms evidence and how this .32 revolver that Dinsmore says he threw in the water because he was worried that there'd be a hit on it, and Jason Autry's like, yeah, that's the gun, while he's testifying. It's this rusty revolver they showed the jury. She says, my words, perfect match in relation to that revolver and what that revolver could fire and the defect in Holly Bobo's skull. But here she is, I can't just say what I think, but yet you use the words, my words, perfect match. So don't BS us, Jennifer. Don't BS us, Jennifer.
was Victor Dinsmore in the answer that we went over before lunch, Victor Dinsmore said, no, I don't remember it. Then you clarified it, well, sometime or other, you said that you put the garage in and after the mattress trace after the abduction. We just went over that before lunch,
Okay,
right?
wait, I'm waiting for the question.
Where did you pull this out of to present to the jury that what Victor Dinsmore testified or said to Brent Booth in May was somehow wrong? Where did you get that?
Everything I said was based on what I remembered the proof as being.
Talk about the gun. Well, that's exactly what you said, page 2734. Let's talk about the gun.
Do you want me to go to try and find that page?
You don't have to. I'll read it for you and
Thank
we
you.
can discuss. What are the chances Jason Autry finally started talking? He didn't know where the gun was, hadn't seen the gun since shortly after it was used to kill Holly Bobo, and he went with his cousin Shane, traded it for drugs to Victor Dinsmore. He's done it with it at that point. He's done with it at that point. Victor Dinsmore gives it to his wife to carry. He's sitting there one night talking to somebody, and he gets worried about where the gun has been, what gun is this? I better get rid of the gun. He tells her, get rid of it. She does. He's done with the gun. That's in 2011. They left Tennessee before the end of the year. And when TBI agents go to talk to Victor Dinsmore and his wife, they tell us where the gun is. They dig, they use the backhoe, they bring them down, can't find it, road's been regraded, it looks different. They go back, they talk to them some more. She's thought about it again. They go back to the spot, she tells them with underwater detectors, and guess what? They find a gun. I don't know why Miss Thompson is upset that it wasn't buried. Nobody had said it was sitting on top. You saw the pictures. There and there, what it looked like when they raised it, it was covered in slime and rust and all sorts of crap.
Slime.
And Servine Broswell soaked it, got it off, and guess what? Guess what? It still fires. It still fires. Still loaded. Still fires. Your opinion was that was the murder weapon that was found. Correct?
Yes.
Do you remember the various statements regarding various weapons that were used, possibly used?
No, you asked me earlier about a long gun or something. I don't remember.
I'm going to hand you IR 1929 and a copy to the court. Can you identify
That's entry.
No.
IR 1929 will be marked.
All right. While they do this, I think it's important to, because it took, and Sheriff Chuck left us, we might be short on our firearms people in the chat, and the chat is a big reason why this started to make sense, as well as Trial and Error podcast 7-minute or 8-minute video on the firearms issue. So, one of the issues that we're going to hear hashed out more by Doug Bates is that Prosecutor Nichols argues in closing that a 380 auto casing could not have caused the wound defect that's 0.36 inches in diameter because 0.38 is bigger than 0.36. The jury gets to walk away with the impression, as argued by Jennifer Nichols, that the shell casing found right next to Holly Bobo's skull. And not just right next to Holly Bobo's skull, but also where Holly's phone last pinged. It's 380 auto casing. An auto casing that cannot be fired by a revolver, which is supposed to be the murder weapon that we're hammering home in closing. Because it's identified by Autry. It puts his whole storyline together. We went to Dinsmore's that day and we traded it for drugs because we didn't have money. And he wouldn't let us have it in advance on an IOU. Because he didn't trust us to pay him back. He didn't trust Autry to pay him back. So we gave him this .32 revolver. And the 380 casing that's right next to the skull, Nichols says, don't worry about that. It's excluded. Couldn't have caused it. Because 380, 0.38 inches is bigger than 0.36. But the diameter of a .380 auto round, you take it out of the casing, you have .355. Which can fit 0.36 inches. So there's a recap, important context for what we're going to be hearing about here. There's a bit more some interesting context on that. when Kinsley, Katie Spirko, I don't know if Dana McClendon was part of it, but I think it was at least Katie Spirko and Kinsley with Trial and Error podcast, they go out in May of 2025. They go and test the sounds that different types of firearms would make if this was fired under this bridge where Jason Autry testifies he heard the boom, boom, boom. They go and test it. You can see Kinsley take her test fire shot and you can hear exactly what it sounds like. Well, in May of 2025, interesting tidbit, the court and the state are made aware that they go and do this testing and that it raises questions. It shows that Autry is BSing and was BSing at trial. Well, Kathy Ferguson runs and does her own testing in May of 2025. Almost, one would guess, you never tried to test this out yourself before? The most expensive investigation in TBI history? You don't just go test fire the guns and see if it even sounds like it matches up with your star witness's story. And Doug Bates, I forget exactly where he says it. I think this might be in Kathy Ferguson's testimony, so maybe we will hear it today. But Doug Bates points out that Matt Boiano, the guy that sits at the prosecution table during these post-conviction hearings, discloses that Kathy Ferguson ran out to do this decibel testing. They take a decibel reader out there to go listen to it, but only in 2025 after Katie Spirko and Kinsley go out there and test this on their own. What are we doing? Why are we here? Why wasn't this stuff done previously? And it's almost like, just like with Subpoena Gate and the ATM video, how Kathy Ferguson runs out to get that DVR after the judge gives a judicial subpoena to the defense in 2025 to go get this. We never had this ATM video that shows the three guys backing in exactly like Zach said they were backing in at a period in time that would make it impossible for them to have been the abductors of Holly Bobo. We never knew that video existed. But as soon as a judicial subpoena is issued to the defense to get the materials, the state sidesteps, opens up an investigation, and runs and says Kathy Ferguson to get this equipment from the bank. And at the bottom, there's a note saying to the staff, hey, don't let anybody know that we came and got this. So all of that, important context to keep in mind as we are here with Jennifer Nichols. And this is the November testimony for these post-conviction hearings.
Exhibit
120.
120. Great perspective.
You familiar with this?
No. Well, I mean, being familiar, as I sit here today, no. It's not art, and perhaps I was at one time.
All right, just read it.
I'm sorry, what?
Please just read it.
Okay.
All right. So we have in January of 2014, it's a .22 rifle that may have been used. You see that? Yes?
I'm finding that statement again. I see where this person reported that person told her that her husband bought a .22 rifle that may have been used in the Bobo case.
And are you familiar with the Victor Dinsmore,
.22 rifle.
Dennis Benjamin conversation in February of 2014? Victor Dinsmore says the only two guns related to Shane Austin are a .22 rifle and a .22 pistol.
No.
Okay.
Look at the state's table.
Do you ever remember listening to that conversation?
Not sit here today.
You remember listening to the conversation where Victor Dinsmore was threatened by Dennis Benjamin in March of 2014?
I do not remember.
Okay. If Dennis Benjamin was threatening the death penalty on Victor Dinsmore, would that be important as a prosecutor relying on these witnesses?
If a non-prosecutor was threatening someone else with the death penalty?
Yes, ma'am.
That's what your investigator did to one of the witnesses, threatened arrest and prosecution. Those people have no ability to make those decisions, so I'm not sure. I don't know the context, I don't remember what was said, so I don't remember being particularly,
Did we not all listen this morning in this very stream to Dennis Benjamin walking up, first time he meets with Dinsmore in Indiana, saying, "You're facing 8 charges. I'm not a police officer anymore. I'm here helping. I'm working with the TBI and the FBI." Nichols.
Struck by it.
You don't remember if Dennis Benjamin, the man who got Dylan Adams' statement that you say I don't believe, told Victor Dinsmore, "I've talked to the TBI, the FBI, the Bobo family. If you don't give us the body, you're blank."
I do not remember. But remember, Mr. Bates, we didn't prepare a trial against Dylan Adams.
Now, you remember,
Yeah.
you didn't take notes during Mr. Autry's proffer, correct?
Correct.
Do you remember what firearm Mr. Autry said he remembered seeing on Mr. Austin's holster?
I am guessing, so take this and give it what weight you want to. I think he thought it was a 38. I don't know the most about guns. I think he thought it was a 38, but I don't.
Witness can be passed Exhibit 61.
So we're going to read the
I'm sorry,
IR
what?
or the
You'll
testimony.
be passed
transfer?
Exhibit 61 and look on page 2, top third of the page.
Oh.
What am I looking for?
What caliber gun?
You said focus on the top third.
Of page 2.
It's on page 1, so. This says 357.
Okay. Then, do you remember in May of
Do you want me to
2007?
keep holding this?
You
Oh
can
my
if you would
God.
like.
Well,
You
no.
put it down.
Okay,
Do
you-
you want me to hold this?
No, ma'am, sorry.
Okay.
You can get back to court officer.
Stack it up.
Do you remember on May 8, 2017, meeting with Mr. Autry and his attorney to further the narrative about this gun and its relation to Victor Dinsmore?
I do not.
Further.
I know that I met with Mr.
Listen to Doug's wording.
Autry and his attorney to further the narrative about this gun and its relation to Victor Dinsmore?
I do not. I know that I met with Mr. Autry a handful of times. I'm never going to remember a date or most likely what was discussed.
Which is sometimes why notes are helpful. Would you not agree?
Well, it's certainly why these IRs are helpful.
Right. Do you recognize IR 3142?
I do not recognize it.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Do you want me to read it?
Yes, ma'am.
Uh-oh.
While she's reading, will there be objections to this IR? We'll move it into evidence as Exhibit 129.
Activity date.
I've read it.
Now, would you agree that the activity date was May
Listen.
8, 2017, but the
May
report was
8th.
generated on June 12,
June
2017?
12th.
That's what it says.
Would you agree that
I didn't prepare it, so.
Of course not.
But that's what it says.
Of course
you agree
not.
that the .32 revolver was found in between these dates?
I don't remember when it was found. I know that the finding the gun was the basis for a trial continuance, and I can't remember the dates of those. I know that the date it was found is certainly recorded somewhere.
Okay. Would you agree with me, during May, there's now this effort to go back and forth between Autry and Dinsmore, Autry and Dinsmore.
Look at her face.
It was not where I was putting my time.
It's where Brent Booth was putting his time.
Yes.
Yes or no?
I don't know. I cannot tell you what part of his days he was spent on those issues.
You're just
I'm
coming up
sure
with theories.
if the if the IRs show what he was doing, and that's what it appears, or that's what's proven, then it is.
We're now going to play Exhibit 63. Ms. Nichol, this is the recording from May 19th, the second day of Brent Booth's trip to Indianapolis to see Mr. Dinsmore. And prior to lunch, you heard the first hearing where Mr. Dinsmore's talking about the gun that he in exchange with Shane, correct?
I heard the recording from the first day.
Okay, and now let's go to the second day, starting at minute 5, second 40.
And he said that he didn't get him off of it, but I can trust Brunting to let him get him paid later, because he'd never do that. I heard it. Did he buy it? He bought it from you? Yeah, if he had cash, but I wouldn't let him get him a run because he never paid. He was notorious for that.
You talked about the gun. Do you remember them trading you a revolver for Shane and they trading you a revolver?
Shane, I remember now that Shane traded me a back 38 revolver. Just a regular revolver, but it was one switched to cylinder, like 357. He came to me wanting to get pistols for him. I said, I can't remember how many I gave. I think I gave him some one time. The next time I saw him, I paid him on a pistol. But then we started talking, and remember when Jamie Darnell moved in, was Mom and Dad threw him out. She was carrying that, and she pulled out, and he saw it, and he asked where we got it. We said, where it came from. He told us we need to get rid of it. That's when I told her she went to the doctor in where was it, Kansas? Yeah, I think that she was going to the doctor, and so I told her to go to the river, lay down through there. She didn't, because there's too much traffic, came back, and that's when she pulled off into the car that river put in the water.
So it's just gonna keep it and hide it somewhere at home, and I thought, no, I've got not to do that.
She was gonna take it out of that boat that had me about 20 of my property to put dirt in the triangle, and she was gonna dig a little and put it in there. I wish she would have, it'd be definitely sitting right there still, so.
When you pulled up on that road,
And she,
right there in the water.
and she laid it down, I know what she did, she laid it down, she didn't want to press on, now her bad talk, she laid down the water, and she took this brush and stuff over the top of it, so she,
Why did they tell you to burn till you need to get rid of it?
there might be a lot, we don't know it.
And you never let that?
That guarantee may have a lot of them, it came from Autry.
Because that train has hit. And I remember, when I told you guys about the other gun was a junky little piece of shit, 32, and I took it myself and threw that in my cousin's car. Okay, because I was afraid he'd fire, just fall apart. And I didn't want to keep the pills for it. Once we got off the pills, I traded for them pills. I had her start carrying it because hell, I thought somebody was going to snatch her. All the little stuff was going on. I was going to her to be protected. And come to find out that the son of bitches that was doing that did it was hanging out in the house.
Well, I don't remember yet.
So now we have a 38 revolver with an interchangeable 357, and Mr. Dinsmore admits that he threw a 32 away unrelated to the Bobo case, right?
I was having trouble hearing some. I heard him talk about a 32, and I couldn't hear what he did with it.
Okay, we'll play it again. Which gun did you not hear?
I heard him say something about a 32 at the end of the interview, but I couldn't hear what he said he did with it or what happened to it.
No problem.
I heard him call it a junkie gun.
When we got off them, I traded for them pills. I had her start carrying it. And I remember
starting at 751.
Still at 763?
Yes, Your Honor.
You get rid of that gun, you make have a body on it, okay?
Because they turned that hands on. And I remember when I both guys about the other guy was the junkie with a piece of shit dirt too. I get myself on through that and doesn't fall. Okay, because I was afraid he was on there.
Junkie, piece of blank, 32. I took it and I threw it in my cousin's pond.
Okay.
You heard that?
But I heard, if that's what it says, I'm not disputing it. I'm having this breaking up. I heard he threw it. This time I caught that. So I want to just trust you, Mr. Bates. That's what it says.
And you know who the cousin was?
No.
Were you not aware of that?
I don't know who the cousin was.
The Bowens?
I don't know who the cousin was.
Fair. Okay. So now I've given you the life cycle of this gun. The 22 rifle, IR 1929, to Dennis Benjamin's 22, to a 357, to a 38 interchangeable barrel with a 357. Why did you refer to it as the murder weapon of a 32 revolver? When Mr. Dinsmore told you I had a junky piece of blank 32 that I threw in the water. It's in a pond. Did it ever dawn on you? I think that's the 32 he's talking about.
No.
Why not?
Because it's not what the proof was.
What was the proof?
That
The Autry statement
excuse me,
was-
did you ask me a question or do you not want me to answer it?
I want you to answer.
Great. The proof was that he traded drugs for the gun. He was nervous about the gun. He gave it to his wife. His wife, I think, was later told there could be a body on it, and she put it over here. And we went and looked for it, and that was the gun that was supposed to have been used.
Does it concern you, prior to pulling the 32 revolver out, that every other statement before this, a murder weapon was something different than the 32 revolver?
No.
It doesn't give you pause.
It did not give me cause.
During the prosecution...
Sir, I said no. My answer's not going to change.
Oh,
No matter how much you yell at me, or no matter how much you argue with me, I believe we found the murdered weapon.
believe.
And that's the manner in which you prosecuted this case, right?
I don't even understand that question. That's the manner that I prosecuted this case. So I guess I would say yes. I believe that Zach Adams kidnapped, raped, and murdered Holly Bobo. He was prosecuted for it. A jury heard days and days and days of proof, and they found him guilty. Not me.
Your closing argument, page 2,733, line 21.
Am I supposed to find that page?
I'll read it for you. There was some discussions about the measurements of the ammunition. Marco Ross told you the exact measurements of the hole in Holly's skull as compared to the measurements of a .32 caliber. And then, bless his heart, the defense witness that came in with pictures of different calibers, I have no doubt that the way he measured them is the way he reported it, but he didn't.
So, bless his heart, she said during closing arguments as a very southern way to throw shade at the defense trying to ask questions about this firearms evidence.
Know how to measure them. Didn't know that remove the projectile from the casing and then measurement. So the expert who testified about that gunshot wound to Holly's head said it matched my words perfectly, basically .32. And if you look at those measurements and you remember his testimony, it excluded a .38. Excluded it. Do you remember giving that part of your closing argument?
I do not.
All right.
As I said, I don't remember my closing argument. I have never gone back and read it, and nor have I ever gone back and listened to it.
You were the attorney in this case when the post-conviction filing brought this up.
I was.
Did it jog your memory to go back to the transcript?
Use her
and read it?
words.
Are you asking me whether I actually did read it and I'm not willing to admit it?
I'm
Because I told
asking you what
Mr.
I
Bates, Mr. Bates, I did
Nobody
not read
said
it.
that.
Okay. But you were on notice this is an issue.
Honestly, I don't remember what notice I had about various issues. There were several that stood out in my mind.
And one of them was that you misstated
No.
the diameter of a .38.
I was never worried about misstating it because you're incorrect.
Okay. Well, what is the diameter of a .38?
I am not,
Sorry, 380 auto round.
Mr. Bates, you are wasting your time if you start
Answer
asking
the
me
question.
about various diameters.
No.
You just said you knew, and then you are standing on 10 toes right now. If you have 10 toes, maybe, I don't even know. I don't even want to get into that. But How are you standing on both feet saying there was no issue with you saying that the 380 casing found next to Holly Bobo's skull was excluded, while you're also saying, I don't know, don't ask me about that, I don't know anything? How can you just answer that two different ways, 2 minutes apart?
Of a .38.
I am not.
Sorry, 380 auto round.
Mr. Bates, you are wasting your time if you start asking me about various diameters.
No. Argue with Mr. Bates.
I don't know. I don't know. I know what the expert said. I know what Marco Ross said about the defect in her head, her skull.
How many hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars did the state of Tennessee have at disposal in prosecuting Zach Adams?
I have no idea.
A lot. A lot of money. Yes?
Is that a question if the state had that much money?
Yes, it is.
I mean, I don't know how much money they had to spend on it.
All right. Did anybody say, hey, how about we buy a micrometer and measure what a 380 auto round is, like the one found next to Holly's remains?
I don't know if anybody said that or not.
Katie
Did anybody,
Smirko,
including you,
McKinley,
go to
McKinsey.
www.google and see what various sites said?
I don't know what anybody did.
Well, then how did you say .38, which is the exact caliber of the bullet found by Miss Holly's remains, was excluded?
Okay. Marco Ross,
And we're
who
switching
was
subjects.
the person who performed the autopsy a second time
And not
on
a
Holly's remains.
firearms expert.
Unlike me, he measured. He knew and testified to the measurements of the defect.
skull.
And he said, any caliber of gun, this level could have made the defect. Any caliber of gun larger than that could not have.
Are you familiar that a 380 round is not in size .38?
No, I'm not. I said a minute ago, I am not a ballistics expert.
And neither
Do you
is your
stand by
medical
what you
examiner.
said at closing argument?
Yes.
Look at Amy. Yeah, right, bless her heart.
Were you in charge of the reward money getting to various witnesses?
No.
Did you have any part of that?
No.
Do you have any awareness of that?
No.
Were you prepared to prosecute Jason Autry for the death penalty?
Well, you mean instead of Zach? Or like that day, or like how
At any time were you prepared to prosecute Jason
we were
Autry
prepared to go forward.
and prosecute him for death?
We were. Not, you don't prosecute someone for the death penalty. You prosecute someone for murder in the first degree. The jury has three choices: death penalty, life without parole, and life.
Aggravating factors, June 3rd, 2015.
And you filed aggravating statements, correct? Aggravating circumstances to justify.
Is that aggravating factors?
Yes, sir.
Just like I don't remember, of course we filed one. I don't remember filing it or what date it was filed on.
June 3rd, 2015. Put the glasses on. He's got it ready. He's got the paper ready.
This is already in the record, but we'll mark it as exhibit 122.
You recognize that filing?
I certainly recognize my signature at the end of the filing. I haven't read the filing. It says June 3rd, 2015. which makes sense.
If you could just take a moment and read it, please.
While she's doing that, let me correct that. This is not in this record. This is the notice of aggravating circumstances, the state versus Jason Autry's case. So it's exhibit 122 this night.
You read it.
I have.
What evidence did you have to justify these of Jason Autry?
I don't object to the relevance of the aggravated circumstances notice filed against a co-defendant.
June
All right,
3rd.
the objection is relevance, Mr. Bates.
Yes, Your Honor. I believe this is relevant and effective assist the counsel to have brought out to show Mr. Autry's bias, as well as whether the state on the Brady violations part of the petition and other parts of the evidence.
I think it fits under the IAC claim, so I'll let you present this.
So what was your question?
What evidence did you have that Mr. Autry,
Okay, so
instance-
number 2, Mr. Autry had one or more felonies. And I don't have it with me, I assume you have his record. We have his record. Number
keep
5,
reading.
the murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, and that involved torture or serious physical abuse beyond that necessary to produce death.
let's stop there. What evidence did you have that Mr. Autry committed this crime?
You're familiar with, the premise that if you, criminal responsibility, you know that, correct?
Answer the question.
Answer the question.
Well,
I am.
criminal responsibility for one thing, so if he didn't do it himself, we had,
Take out criminal responsibility.
I know, because you asked me what I had, that's what I had. I'm not gonna take it out,
So what evidence did you have that Mr. Autry was criminally responsible for somebody else's actions?
because they were together, everybody said they were together. Their names were mentioned immediately. Their names were mentioned with all due respect to TBI, because I have a great deal of respect for the officers who, in the end, worked this case. But they went in a direction and ignored what was right in front of their face. And if you
What
go
was the
back and you
evidence?
had, you're asking me about Autry, the person I tried was Zach Adams. We had Zach Adams confessing in detail to several people, making short confessions to half a dozen others. We had
About
a
rape?
lot of proof.
Jason Autry. You had statements that later.
And I began this with they were together.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay?
Doug is
That-
so smart.
Whoever ended up doing one thing or the other, they were criminally responsible for each.
So you either put Jason Autry on the stand, having all of this evidence that was enough for you to file aggravating factors that support that Jason Autry raped somebody. So you either put him on the stand and let him testify as if that wasn't true, which would be suborning perjury, or you have all of this evidence, credible evidence that you relied on to represent to a court, hey, we're filing this notice of aggravating factors, we want the death penalty on the table, and all of that evidence that points to Jason Autry raping somebody was never available in the discovery folder. And I think that's probably the case because it doesn't exist outside of Dylan Adams' statement, which isn't enough. But without that, two things can't be true. You either have all of this evidence that warrants this aggravating factor based on the heinousness of the crime, particularly the rape charge, and you put Jason Autry on the stand and let that not exist in front of the jury. You let him tell a story that isn't truthful, or you never had this. This is crazy. Doug Bates is crazy.
Others' actions. That's what the law says. That's not Jennifer Nichols.
So fair to say you had no evidence, in your opinion, when you filed this, that Jason Autry is the one.
I'm going to object. That's not what she's saying.
I'll let him ask the question. She can clarify this.
You have no evidence when you filed this in June 3rd, 2015, that Jason Autry was the one who raped Miss Bobo, who murdered Miss Bobo.
No, I'm not ever going to agree with that.
Okay, then tell me what evidence it was.
You know what?
You're caught.
We have a fundamental problem because
Oh,
there are
God.
200 50,000 pages. I can assure you that when you asked me earlier about the process we followed,
You
we
filed the
had to
notice.
present to the DA what we had for every single aggravator that we were using. We just did. You didn't just go in there and check one, okay? I don't remember
So
the
recall
dates
it.
that we found out everything. But, excuse me. Thank you. But we knew Holly had been kidnapped, hit right outside her back door. Her blood was spattered. We knew they got her out of there. We knew that they
The
traveled
rape.
up and down. We knew where.
The rape. Listen to this long-winded answer, dancing around the point of the question.
They went. She was killed. Her remains have been found. She has unfortunately, a bullet to the back of her head. Even though we didn't believe everything that Dylan said, we had Dylan admitting that they raped her.
That's it. That's
And we
all
did
you
believe
had.
that. We thought he minimized his responsibility, that nobody can make you rape somebody. But I mean, we had a lot of proof. I will say this, Autry's case was probably the weakest of the three.
Well, you put
because
that
he
down.
didn't talk. You know, at the time, he wasn't telling people different things.
So you did believe Dylan's video until you didn't?
Not what it said.
You said Dylan's statement said this, but we didn't believe it.
Right.
So
You didn't ask me what parts.
you think part of Dylan's statement was true?
Yes.
Well, earlier this morning, you didn't say part. You said I didn't believe it.
No, you didn't ask me to clarify. Nope.
I asked you the video. Did you watch the video? Yes, and I didn't believe it. Do you acknowledge that was your testimony this morning?
Yeah.
Okay. You didn't say there were some things I didn't believe. You said I didn't believe the entire. You didn't believe the video.
I'm not going to play semantics. I said what I said.
You think I'm playing semantics?
I do.
Okay.
I do.
Do you remember?
Do you want me to put this one down now?
We can mark it as it's yes. It's the
I mean,
next
I
one.
don't mark, but somebody else did.
All right, now we're getting into Jason Autry proper timeline.
One for the witness, one for the court. You recognize this document?
No.
Okay, you can review it.
While she's reviewing, this should be in this record. This is a state report response, exactly right, Adam's motion 142. We'll be marking those in the next one.
Does this appear to you to be a motion that a responsive pleading that the state filed in this case?
It appears to be a motion that Steve Ragland, who's one of his main functions was to respond to motions.
And paragraph 5 states this.
And that is his signature.
Paragraph
November
5, the
8th.
state is now unaware of any evidence which tends to exculpate Zachary Wright Adams of the crimes charged against him.
This is November 8th, 2016. So Matt Scholl, and Doug's going to lay this all out. This blew my mind piecing this together now that we've watched the trial and now that we've like everything that the Trial and Error podcast has put together, like gave me a map for things to start. I can start putting things in its place. This blows my mind. It's exactly what connects the dots to we can't use Dylan Adams' statements. What are we going to do? And how things progress with them fine-tuning Jason Autry to become their key witness.
That was the state's position as of,
November 8th, 2016.
is that correct?
Hey,
And that's what's on.
Well, is that your memory as well? That in November 2016, the state was unaware of any evidence which exculpated Zachary Wright Adams.
I don't know any today.
Okay.
Still.
I don't know of any today still. This is after the defense finds out about the ATM video that they have Kathy Ferguson run out there and go pick up in person before Katie Spirko is able to get it. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing?
I don't know of any.
The state was unaware of any evidence participated Zachary Ryan.
I don't know of any today.
Okay.
Still.
How is that truthful? Oh, I would love that too.
At some point, do you remember any discussions about Dylan Adams testifying in the state of Tennessee?
Discussions with whom?
We'll start with Mr. Maddox or Mr. Bruno.
Yes.
When were they ongoing?
No. They stopped.
When did they stop?
I don't remember the date.
Was it before or after Mr. Autry provided his proffer?
Before.
How soon after that?
I don't remember. It probably was a good while because, and the discussions did not go very far.
With Dylan's attorneys?
Correct?
Then you had discussions with Mr. Autry's attorney.
I did not have discussions with them. We put it out to all that we would talk to any of the three of them that were interested. Two were interested, two defendants. Mr. Zach Adams' attorney was never interested. Again, it's difficult to guess, but if, and you're not supposed to guess, Dylan Adams was not ever going to come off of the statement that he gave. It did not appear that way to us.
What?
It did not comport with the proof that we had. So to try him
Let's
first,
talk about it.
and to put on a statement or that you didn't believe and that you were trying to, I guess, fill in other holes, didn't appear to be the smart thing to do. I've already said Autry's was the weakest of the three. So we prepared for trial for Zach Adams. And once we made the decision, that's who we were going to try first. And Dylan Adams was not offering anything that we found to be reasonable. We got ready for trial. We were going to trial without Autry.
When do you remember discussions with Mr. Autry's attorneys regarding?
I didn't have a discussion. We put it out there that we would listen to anything. I'll tell you this. I remember, not the day, but I got a phone call from Michael Scholl. I was walking around the lake at Shelby Farms. I remember who I was with, and the phone rang. It was Mr. Scholl. I answered the phone, and he said, what he said. You want me to repeat it?
You can.
Okay. It's hearsay, but that's what I'm saying. You want me to say what he said?
Just say it.
Sure.
Okay. And he told me, and he called me before anybody else knew, that Autry wanted to talk.
All right.
And he was interested.
How would she know that, though, if she's so disconnected? Any other time she's asked about what anybody else on her team is doing, what anybody on TBI is doing, who they're speaking with, she's like, I don't know what they were doing. How would you know?
Interested in a proffer.
And when was this?
I just said I don't remember.
Was it?
It was close in time to the proffer. I'm not ever going to be able to give you a date.
How close in time? 2 weeks? 3 months?
No. No. Certainly wasn't months.
Okay.
We had a trial coming up. I
Okay.
said close in time.
And-
It would have taken a few days to arrange that and get ready and get everybody in the same room.
Trial was set for the April 3rd,
And do you remember
2017
Mr. Autry's
date.
motion to continue that he filed
August.
and was set for hearing?
No.
Okay.
There are markings on here. Are you wanting me to pay attention to the particular markings or the brackets?
No, Your Honor, no. And Your Honor, I apologize. This was a copy I probably had and made copies of markings. I can white it out and submit.
It's not bothering me. I just didn't know if you were directing my attention to those. So it's a long motion. Are you wanting me to read the whole motion?
Well, if you could just review it quickly to see if you have any memory of Mr. Scholl's motion to continue.
It is a 11 or 12 page motion. I won't be able to review it quickly. I told you I don't remember this being filed. I
You don't
know
remember
that there
a
were
motion to
requests
continue.
for extensions. So it looks like Mr. Scholl filed.
You have to respond to these things and or be prepared to argue. There was a hearing set. We heard Doug say that a hearing was set. So granted, maybe someone else, maybe Paul Hagerman would have taken the lead and led those arguments, but I'm sure you expect it to be there. And this is just like a little blip on your radar. You just barely remember it happening. It's insignificant to you. Why do we need to downplay this so much? But you remember the phone call out at Shelby Farms.
This on August the 12th of 2016. Although it's not stamp filed on the front, I'm assuming it was filed. But the copy you passed doesn't have the clerk's stamp on it.
That's someone's like icy water bottle clinking around, like one of the metal bottles. Sounds like how ice sounds.
You're familiar with Mr. Scholl?
Yes,
He's
very.
You consider him a friend?
I've never socialized with him. Never gone to dinner with him, never been to his house. He's never been to mine.
Would you consider him a friend?
That's a stretch. I consider him to be somebody I respect as an attorney. He was known for being a very good attorney. He's beat me before. I beat him before. He was known to be ethical. Judges frequently ask him to accept difficult cases in both federal and state court.
So when he writes on page 3, lead counsel has to travel 200 miles one way to visit the client. Sometimes.
You see what Doug just did there? Puff him up. Puff him up. She went and puffed Scholl up, thinking, oh, maybe what Doug Bates is going to try to do is make it seem like Scholl was playing fast and dirty. And he's going to try to use that to argue that Zach deserves a new trial. So she goes, no, he's full of integrity. He's great. He's amazing. Why would you ever doubt him? And then he has her read why Matt Scholl is representing why they need a continuance in the case.
Contact visits are not allowed, which makes the visit worthless.
Hang on, I'm getting to page 3. Okay.
Further, because of availability, all experts are at least 200 miles from the client. When a contact visit is made available, counsel is forced to sit in a room with the client, which is approximately 4 feet by 4 feet. An officer sits outside the door. There's no table, no place to write or spread out documents. Further, because of the nature of the facility, counsel is not permitted to take a computer. Therefore, he's unable to review many pieces of evidence with the client. When the counsel gives the client discovery, it is often seized by the authorities, much of which is not returned. You have no reason to doubt the truthfulness of that statement, correct?
I have no idea what he's talking about.
But you trust what Mr. Scholl puts in pleadings?
Of course.
All right.
I mean, as an officer of the court, he wouldn't lie to the judge.
So, what, do you remember Mr. Scholl telling you, hey, I don't have a copy of the cell phone records in November of 2016? And you sending those cell records via Joe Walker to Memphis to give Mr. Scholl another copy?
That's not quite how I remember.
Okay, well, how do you remember?
Well, I think the phone records were there, and he may have had trouble opening them, or he couldn't do something with them that he was wanting to do. I do remember there being phone records delivered. I couldn't tell you when. I certainly didn't remember that it was,
Only to
or who
Jason?
delivered them.
Joe Walker?
And you said what date?
November 2016, a couple of weeks before the proffer, a month and a half.
That was after Mr. Hackerman had gotten on the case. And we pretty quickly had divvied up work. I was not going to be the phone person. So I would defer to Mr. Hackerman. I mean, that was his area. There was too much for one person to do.
No reason then why the TBI said it was authorized by you.
Everything in the case would have been authorized by me.
Any reason to doubt Mr. Scholl's statement in August of 2016? It is imperative that he be granted a continuance of the upcoming trial date so as to receive adequate, competent, and effective representation and for such further relief as the court deems necessary.
Is that in this motion?
Page 12.
Okay, so your question about that is what?
Any reason to question Mr. Scholl's truthfulness in presenting that to the court? It says, hey, by April 3rd, 2017, I can't be prepared on this case.
You caught that? His truthfulness to the court after Doug walked her into a trap of puffing him up.
Mr. Bates, just like in this post-conviction where people have asked for resets, it is very common for defense lawyers and prosecutors to seek to push a case back. I'm not sure anybody ever feels like they have enough time. It looks like he'd been on this a year.
So why did you
Well,
provide discovery in response?
For the Karen and
Only to
Clint
Jason.
and Dana Bobo. This case had been pending for years. It's the center, but for somebody like Mr. Scholl, a year is not that long for him to get up to speed.
Any reason to doubt it? First paragraph, the necessary investigation, motion filing, discovery, and defense scientific testing analysis cannot be accomplished without additional time. Counsel cannot provide competent and effective representation by April 3rd, 2017.
But you are repeatedly asking me if I believe Mr. Scholl. Ask Mr. Scholl if he was telling the truth. This motion, he wasn't asking me for a reset. I would have said no. We wanted to try the case.
Okay. The TBI team at the time of the trial, I think I'm correct, the main players were Brent Booth, Joe Walker, Kathy Ferguson.
Well, there were a lot more that considered themselves to be and were main players.
Okay.
And I can't name them all for you.
Fair enough.
But it's people who's invested a lot of time. But in terms of the day-to-day contact that I had, those would have been the three people that I spoke to the most.
Y'all had a good working relationship. Yes?
Yes.
They had worked on the case from virtually the beginning.
I don't know when. I believe Brent Booth made the scene within a couple of hours. I don't know when Special Agent Wheeler got on the case. And it's my recollection that Kathy Ferguson got on, if not on the first day, soon.
Did you trust their analysis and their work product?
I don't really remember them analyzing things for me. I relied on their work product. So yes.
You
think they're
relied on
intelligent people.
You relied on their work product, but you don't know anything about their work product, but they're trustworthy and you relied on them.
Is that a question?
Yes.
Yes.
They were honest to you.
Is that a question?
Yes.
Yes. As far as I know.
Okay.
So we're going to jump ahead. They're going to dive into a little bit about the phone records. And jury was not able to hear in 2017 how the phone records absolutely make no sense. So, problem there. But to keep this tight on crafting the story, we know Jason Autry sat, and he even said as much when he recanted his testimony, that he sat there and made his story fit and tried to match what he saw with the phone records evidence. That again, timeline. Matt Scholl makes his motion to continue August 12th, 2016 for Jason Autry. Trial was set to start April 3rd of 2017. I'm not prepared. You guys filed this aggravating factor back in June of 2015. This is a death penalty case. And I still don't have the discovery I need to give a proper defense in this type of case. Well, November 18th rolls around, November 8th rolls around. State's sending out an email letting them know, hey, we don't have any exculpatory evidence on these defendants. Then, randomly, I think this was the 16th, so I'll add a 16th in here. November 16th, we heard from Joe Walker. We watched that yesterday. We watched it during this stream today. Joe Walker says at Nichols' request, he was doing as he told, sends over 2 discs of discovery because Nichols had heard from other attorneys, not Matt Scholl, that they were having trouble accessing files. So suddenly, November 2016, only Jason Autry is getting this uniquely packaged discovery that the files can be opened, and this includes accessible versions of the phone records. Jason works to get his story together. I believe there's details somewhere where in February, so early 2017, Matt Scholl drives his 200 miles and is starting to meet with Jason Autry. So, brings the discovery packet that's released here. They get to discuss this around the time of February. And then all these proffer sessions start. So, lining up that story, there's other, you guys could go read, listen to this part with Doug Bates questioning about the timeline. But I want to jump to Jennifer Nichols, specifically once again, talking about how the math wasn't done. She didn't look at anything. She didn't look to see exactly how the story Jason Autry tried very hard to put together and match with his discovery packet could not be true.
You get a signal there, it's real low. When I come out of the river, I made the first phone call at approximately 8 besides Palmer, 2 and Dye. So from 8 until you actually made contact, sometime within the hour you had called both of them more than once, correct? Hadn't got a response, and then he finally called you back. That's correct.
This is Jason.
So
Jason
what you did after he told you, when I get to the, I'm busy, when I get to the location, we'll contact you. I went that general way. I knew that I headed in that direction. Question, okay, I'm sorry. Nobody here but you knows in what direction you're talking about. I went in that direction. Well, I left Benton County, headed towards Decatur County down Birdsong Road. And why the Birdsong Road area? It was the easiest access from where I was to get there, plus it would be a delay. I mean, it was just the easiest access to get there from where I was, other than going down the main road. Did you talk to him again? I did. Who? Mr. Adams. He called you, or did you call him? I believe he called me. What did he say? He said, we're at Cousins. What did that mean? That means that we're at 30 Yellow Springs Road, Shane Austin's house. Your cousin, he called him Cuz too. But that's your cousin? Correct. So did you get there? I did. How far away were you? How long did it take you to get there? Probably 20 to 30 minutes. Do you remember Mr. Autry testifying to that?
No.
Do you remember Mr. Autry saying when he got there, Dylan had his shirt off?
When he got where?
To Shane Austin's house?
Yes.
Do you remember Mr. Autry saying when he left, Dylan was still there?
Yes.
All right. So if it's at 8:52, if you add 20 to 30 minutes, that would be, the earliest would be 9:12. The latest?
8:52 plus what?
20 to 30 minutes. 8:52 is the phone call. 20 minutes to get there.
20 minutes to get where?
To Shane Austin's house.
Okay. I mean, I'm going with you, but I'm not doing the math.
Okay.
So,
Did you ever do the math?
I'm sure I did.
Okay. Then
Not
if it
recall.
is at 9:12 to 9:22 and everybody's at Shane's house, can you explain why Holly Bobo's cell phone was still traveling south to its final ping at 9:25 by Gooch Creek?
No,
You just can't explain it.
no. You have to give those times that they gave and explanations, and how long it, I mean, you have to credit memories and about what time different things were happening. I don't,
You have no answer for why you told the jury Dylan was dispatched to get rid of a cell phone if it's inconsistent with Jason Autry's testimony. You have no answer right now. Correct?
I always got an answer.
What is it?
What's the question?
Lady.
How did you tell the jury Dylan was driving to get rid of Holly's cell phone if the proof shows Dylan's at Shane Austin's house?
Because I don't believe what you just said. And I'm sure that's not what my theory was.
I just read to you what your witness.
You read to me a lot of things. And I
you
gotta
didn't
tell you,
listen.
after about 2 lines, you lost me.
Yeah, exactly.
You
Lady.
read and read and read.
The evidence. The phone records.
Jason Autry says it took 20 to 30 minutes to get where he was from the last phone call with Zach.
Okay?
To get
Now,
to
is this the Jason Autry that you believe or you don't believe?
You tell me.
No.
You put him on to the jury.
Yeah.
How many? Did you believe Jason Autry told you the truth? Told
I
the jury
did.
the truth?
But I didn't ever think that Jason Autry was Big Ben and that his times were something that should be recorded in history. Any more than when you went through your colloquy with me asking if I remembered times 11 days ago.
Yeah, it doesn't show you're a liar if you don't remember something 11 days ago, does it? Doesn't show you're falsifying an alibi, does it?
Well, I'm not sure how I could lie when I didn't remember it. If I'd made up something and answered it, maybe I'd be lying, but I didn't. I don't understand the analysis or the analogy between that and what I said versus Jason Autry and what he said.
Who in TBI told you they believe Jason Autry raped Holly Bobo?
Who at TBI?
Yes.
The first time I heard it was from Dylan.
After the proffer. Who told you that Jason Autry's proffer was not true?
What?
After the proffer, who employed currently at the time by TBI told you they did not believe Jason Autry's proffer and that he
Was it
also
Kathy?
raped Holly Bobo?
I do not remember that. I can tell you, if you put
I think that was
all
Kathy
the players
Ferguson.
around a table today, the people who tried the case, the people who investigated the case, there would be differences in their theories, which is why we endeavored to put it all out there for the jury.
No, you didn't. Lady.
Is that why you filed a motion for protective order to prevent coming from in evidence the opinions of TBI officers?
Opinions of TBI officers would be irrelevant. I know you know what opinion testimony is admissible and what opinion testimony is not. I do not remember filing a protective order. Maybe I did it if I got wind that that was something that the defense sought to introduce.
Crazy.
But I know you know the rules of evidence.
Don't give me too much credit, Ms. Nichols.
Look at Amy.
Well, I mean,
This is
assuming
crazy.
you know the rule about what's admissible with opinion testimony,
Is this a motion you filed?
I got two. Are they the same? Is it two copies of the?
Hopefully we're the same.
Applause. The captions say applause. It's crazy, crazy.
This looks like a motion filed on June the 3rd, 2015, and served on Mr. Herbison who I think we have established represented Mr. Autry.
Is that your signature at the end on page 5?
It is, and Mr. Lapone's.
You asked that would prevent discovery, including testimony regarding reports, memoranda, or other internal state documents made by the District Attorney General or other state agents or law enforcement officers in connection with investigating or prosecuting this case. The state also requests this court prohibit any discovery regarding confidential materials, mental impressions, or work product of state officials who are involved or have been involved with the investigation or prosecution of this defendant.
So this was filed the same day they filed the notice, the aggravating circumstances notice for Jason Autry. They're motioning for a protective order. June 3rd, 2015.
Did you signed and filed this?
Already said that.
Okay. Your Honor, move to mark this in next section.
Yes. Mark it as exhibit
Hey, I got 2 of them, so I'll give you 2.
124. This is the state motion for protection. This is also the Jason Autry case.
Any reason why you didn't file it also in the Zach Adams case?
Maybe I didn't think it was necessary.
Okay. I mean,
Given the attorneys.
Okay.
I don't remember what led me to believe that. But I would say it probably speaks well of Mr. Adams' attorney if I didn't file it.
after Mr. Autry's plea, did a TBI officer come to you and say, I do not believe Jason Autry's proffer?
After
the proffer in January.
And you said after the plea, and I was like, I was gone.
Yes.
And I've already answered that question. I said, I do not remember that happening.
Is that something you would have remembered?
I would think so.
Why would you have remembered that?
Why do you remember anything?
Tell us, lady. Because it helps or hurts your case.
You agree that reconstructing April 13th, 2011 is important to determine if a crime took place?
No, because the crime took place. You don't need to reconstruct April the 13th, 2011 to determine if a crime took place.
Lady.
Absolutely not.
Did you do that to the jury in closing argument?
Do what?
Reconstruct April 13th?
I may have, I don't remember.
Okay.
But that wasn't your question. You asked me whether I thought it was.
As your role of lead prosecutor against Zach Adams,
Okay.
do you think it's important to reconstruct what happened, how it happened, and where cell phone information puts various people that day?
To accomplish what?
To determine what happened to Holly.
Okay, that's a different question than you asked a minute ago. So if we start with, a crime was committed against Holly.
Yes.
If we're able to agree there.
What?
Then of course it's important to try and recreate what happened to Holly.
What are
Do
we?
you
This is
acknowledge
gymnastics.
the proof or the evidence and discovery put the defendants in different cell towers between 8:26 and 8:56 a.m. April 13th, 2011?
I cannot agree with you because I do not remember.
Okay. Do you agree that that Zach, Shane, and Dylan were in Parsons that morning on April 13th, 2011?
Together? Are you asking,
Yes,
you
ma'am.
put 3 people in one question. I remember the other, are you talking about that morning, anytime that morning?
Anytime that morning.
Okay. And what's morning? What's the cutoff?
You remember at 11:16 a.m., Zach's cell phone was pinging on tower 12572, the south tower of Parsons.
I do not remember that his phone was pinging on a particular tower. I remember that his phone showed him to be in Parsons.
Same with Shane from 11:15 to 11:52.
I don't remember the times. I remember, or the cell tower, but I remember that sometime around that time that their phone showed they were in Parsons.
Okay. And you didn't dispute their phones were with them that morning?
I don't believe I did. But remember, Mr. Bates, I wasn't the phone person.
Right.
I didn't put on phone evidence.
Now, let's comment on that a little bit.
Okay.
When you're the lawyer, you have to have experts, you rely on the experts to form the evidence to present to the trier of fact, right?
When what? When you're the lawyer?
Right.
Of course.
Okay. Now, when do you understand the idea of starting when these three are in Parsons and working back makes Autry's alleged route very relevant?
I don't know what you're looking, you're using your hands again and I can't see. I found all of their phones and where they moved to be relevant. Not just Autry's, not just Zach Adams, not just Dylan Adams, not just Shane Austin. I found all of their phone evidence to be, or their phone locations to be important.
She just told us like 5 to 10 minutes ago that she stopped paying attention after 2 lines about the phone evidence. Well, yeah, yes.
So if Zach is at Tower 31523 at 10:49, having come back from the river with Mr. Autry, and he's in Parsons at 11:15 a.m. through afternoon, where and when was this white truck put at Mr. Dinsmore's garage?
I don't know.
You presented it to the jury.
I may have, and I'm telling you, I said here today, I don't know. I don't know how many more times I can say, I don't remember. I didn't present phone proof.
Button.
And Mr. Bates, I wouldn't lie to a jury.
Uh-huh. We're gonna run that back. Look at her.
And Mr. Bates, I wouldn't lie to a jury.
You agree that the clockwise travel of Holly and her phone showed no personal effects, no notes, no lunch boxes, no student records, no nothing, up until where her cell phone was stagnant for 30 minutes. You would agree with that?
Do not remember. So I cannot agree.
But you agree that the property seen consistent with a clockwise direction of travel from 9:03, 9:10, 9:25 is consistent of evidence being thrown out along that route?
I mean, I've said it 10 times. I do not remember. This is why I ask you, if there is something I can do to prepare that you want me to review, tell me.
It's my fault.
I would have reviewed it.
Now, you've read the petition. As a lawyer, you read this petition, yes?
Have you filed an amended one since I left?
Oh my God. Answer the question.
I did read the ones when you were still an attorney. I don't know if that's what we're going on because you haven't asked me anything about Jennifer Thompson. I thought we were here about her representation.
There are like a million issues raised in the petition, including prosecutorial misconduct, so don't play stupid. It's like she thinks she's smart enough to goad Doug Bates into getting off the subject line he's attacking here and just going to the Jennifer Thompson issue.
Now, at what point did you realize
He said no.
There was an ATM device held in Alabama that you felt necessary to go and obtain?
Subpoena gate.
Okay. At what point?
Yes, ma'am.
My favorite part of
I
this
was
whole
still
case.
the attorney on the post-conviction when I got a call from TBI that your investigator, Ms. Spirko, had served a subpoena
Miss Spirko.
to some bank personnel seeking this device. I don't remember when, but I remember being advised that the bank personnel had, finding her to be sketchy, called TBI and said, what do we do?
Did I discuss with you prior to issuing the subpoena whether you had any objection to issuing a subpoena for a DVD from that very bank?
I don't remember. If you say we did, we did.
Okay.
It was different. Her subpoena wanted the device, not, and so that's two different things. I remember discussing with you the, like, potential footage versus a machine.
A DVD was the first thing. You remember that?
I don't know if we discussed a DVD in particular. I remember.
So remember, by the point in time that we're dealing with this subpoena gate, the state had maintained for like years that there wasn't footage of this Chevy Silverado truck going through this ATM. They even emphasize that Terry Dykes, who claimed to have figured out that these guys were alibied, that he didn't actually look, and that there wasn't actually this alibi. Somewhere along the line, the file name of this surveillance video stuff is changed from having ATM surveillance in the file name to just being BP, with no other very important and critical keywords in the file name. Let alone, there's also accessibility issues. The video files aren't playing. Jennifer Nichols cites several videos in her request for continuances. Hey, I can't even access some of the discovery I'm trying to access. The continuance is denied, trial happens. Jury never knows about any of this. In January, at one of these hearings where we don't have footage, Zachary Adams, January 2025, Zachary Adams sees on the state's tablet screen, Boyano's tablet screen, his truck. He pulls a Dougie, he says, "That's my truck." So now they can no longer deny the existence of a video showing the truck at the ATM at the BP. Judge Bradbury says, all right, I'm going to give you a judicial subpoena. Dr. Katie Spirko is still working as an agent for Zachary Adams, consulting on the defense at this point in time, and she's the one going back and forth trying to get this video. When I said earlier in the stream, states suddenly running to try to get this very same device that they either had files all along and didn't want the defense to be able to access it, or now they're trying to run and get the physical hardware device. That way the defense can't get it first. Either way, not ethical. And it's a complete full stop alibi. Because Zachary Adams gives the detail, well, we backed into the ATM because it was Shane that needed to use the ATM and he was on the other side of the car. So I remember we backed in. Very, very unique detail to provide without ever having been shown a video. It's not like you were handed a discovery folder and were able to say, hey, look, I see this video where a truck is backing up. Let's just say that's my truck. No, the detail was given before he had any other way to come up with the information. The exact opposite type of deduction that we get with Jason Autry getting his discovery folder and working backwards to do the math, and then Brent Booth carrying whatever details Jason Autry put together for his proffer into his conversations with the Dinsmores. It's just crazy. It's crazy. And again, there's also Dylan Adams is seen on a nearby convenience store in the Parsons area near the BP. Dylan Adams is pictured on a surveillance camera making a purchase inside a convenience store. Shane has, his bank statements don't give a timestamp, but they have the date. So he is taking money out of an ATM from a BP in Parsons on this day. Things that might not in and of itself be that great, but if you have this other video and you have all three of their phones pinging here, and again, this is Dylan, Zach, and Shane. Jason Autry's not here in Parsons. This is the three of them. Jury never gets to hear any of this. But there's enough to say that, hey, the phone location's there. Zach knows this detail about the truck. It's the Chevy Silverado truck. A logical person would conclude that they all are carrying their own physical phone devices. So just saying, hey, anybody could have been carrying your phone, that's a stretch. That's a stretch at that point. But just, here they are. We are here because the state is fighting this. Tooth and nail. And yeah, Adventure Aaron says, it's so wild to me. Thank goodness Zach happened to look over when they had the video pulled up. And thank goodness Matt Boyano was just sitting there with it up on his screen. Like, just crazy. Just crazy.
You wanting to get
can't manufacture
like the camera footage. That's what I remember. I don't remember a DVD.
And you would agree, well, first of all, at that time, when now, let's get a pause, it's May 2024.
Well, I hadn't confirmed that. I don't remember the date.
Okay.
Or the time.
Do you recognize put the first one as May 7th, 2024?
I'm sorry to recognize, I've never seen this as far as I know, but, so what do you want me to look at? It says Decatur County, CB&S Bank Director, Security Mike Mayfield, ASAP, that one?
It's the one DVD labeled 4/13/2011.
I don't see anything about DVD.
It might be the second page, ma'am.
I don't have a second page, sir.
That would explain it.
Yeah.
She has a different page than was handed to me, so maybe there weren't two copies. Maybe both of these were supposed to go to the witness. Let's do that. You just keep what you got right now.
Okay.
So the witness has two documents.
And I'll get the court, hopefully, on that. First one labeled May 7th, second one labeled May 13th.
All right, I'm letting this run a little longer because we're going to get to the domain names, and then we're going to get to Dennis Benjamin and Kathy Bergs.
For identification, if you say.
Is it your opinion you've never seen these?
I do not recall ever being shown.
Okay. Do you,
Was I aware that a subpoena had been issued? Yes. But I've never, as far as I know, ever seen these documents. There'd be no reason for me to see this.
and this was a subpoena, the first subpoena was from Mr. Adams in the court file, the clerk issued to Mr. Mayfield for the DVD that you received a copy of, and prior to agreed, you had no objection to it.
I'm sorry, that's all. I didn't understand anything you said.
I understand. You don't understand what took place between us last May regarding evidence.
You and I?
Yes.
Okay, what's this? I thought you were asking me about the subpoena.
Do you remember when Mr. Adams filed a subpoena contacting you, I contacted you and said, do you have any objection to this subpoena?
You know, I'm going to object to Mr. Bates testifying.
It's just
You know,
it's just
a
a
whole
question.
series of questions involving his actions and what he said.
If she denies it, I can't
Well, this
testify.
is a unique situation, Ms. Lauer. Now Judge Nichols started in the capacity that you're seated in right
Yes, sir.
now, when this case started, so I'm going to allow the questions.
Do you remember that? Where I contacted you, showed you a draft of the subpoena?
Mr. Bates, if you say you did, then I bet you did.
I can't testify.
But I don't remember it. I remember talking to you. I remember calling you and getting Mr. Boyano on the phone and having a three-way call with you after hours. I remember I was sitting in my house to tell you that TBI was going to get this, had issued a subpoena. Let me finish. This is what I remember about it. And you were dismayed. And I said, look, you can have it. We want to preserve it. We'll keep chain of custody. We're going to look at it. You can have it. And that's what happened.
You don't remember it was me who reached out to you and said, were you ever going to tell me that you issued a subpoena to the very ATM machine to obtain it directly without my knowledge?
You can get as loud as you want.
Who called each other first?
I don't remember. I thought I called. If you say you called, I really don't care. I just know that what I told you, and we followed through with it. And I know why I was concerned that a piece of like physical evidence could be turned over to the person that you sent to pick it up.
Yeah, why would you be
There had
concerned?
been no subpoena for the machine yet.
Okay,
And your subpoena told Mr. Mayfield, don't say anything about it.
I didn't have a subpoena. I didn't issue a subpoena.
Did you tell Ms. Ferguson to?
I don't tell Ms. Ferguson to do anything.
Did you instruct her?
I don't instruct Ms. Ferguson
So note that Ferguson is sitting here for all of this testimony.
to do anything. We had a discussion about how to handle this.
Would you agree it's potentially exculpatory evidence?
No.
At this
Are you
time,
talking about the evidence that they already had? Are you talking about the footage that was in the discovery?
did you know it existed?
Yes.
When did you know it existed?
There you go. There's your clip, DV.
It would not, we knew they were in, the fact that they were in Parsons, anywhere. I'm sorry, I'm still talking, Mr. Bates. You asked me a question.
You said, we knew, and then you stopped. The
No,
sentence
you
said,
interrupted me, so I stopped.
We knew they were in Parsons, correct?
Is it my time?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
You knew Shane Austin's bank records showed an ATM withdrawal.
Don't remember that.
Do you recall an IR for his judicially subpoenaed bank records?
No.
Do you recall in IR where Joe William Walker said, this transaction is not covered by our videos?
No.
All right. Then what made you look at this video?
You talking about when I was putting the case together for trial?
Because Katie Spirko wanted it.
I looked at a bunch of videos.
Did you look through this one?
I'm still talking.
I apologize.
I looked at a lot of videos. There were a lot. I know that this particular video, I mean, they went there because, there were cameras trying to see what it caught. It didn't show a person. It didn't show, I don't think you could make any distinction about the truck. We knew they were in Parsons, so the fact, if it was them at the bank in Parsons, I wouldn't have been surprised.
So do you, prior to trial in 2017, do you remember seeing the video of the Silverado on the ATM at 1112?
I don't remember if it was the video or if there was a still shot somewhere. And I think there was a still shot, but because that's what's kind of coming to mind.
Prior to the
But
2000.
let me finish. I could no more have told you if it was a Silverado or anything else. I remember,
Here we go.
I think there was a truck at the ATM machine.
And you saw it in 2007, prior to the trial in September 2017? Or was it after?
Well, there was no after until the post-conviction was filed. I was gone, so I didn't.
Answer the question.
So if it wasn't before, it would have been after you. I seem to recall, doing my best there, Mr. Bates, that I'd seen it. If I didn't, I'm not trying to be deceptive.
All right,
It would not have been astonishing to me if there had been proof it was them. We knew they were in Parsons.
Then why go get it?
Thank you for asking. Thank you for asking. So you hired a pseudo investigator / forensic psychologist / other thing. I shouldn't. Does she still have her license? Because I know they were investigating. She intimidated a witness, Miss Brent. I don't remember her first name.
Watch that.
Who contacted TBI and advised that.
You don't remember
she
Janet
didn't
Britt?
threaten. This is the same person
That's married to Terry Britt.
who purchased domain names, my name, my election names, that you connected them to your client's website. So that if somebody looks me up and missed my actual, but it says Jennifer Nichols, judge, goes straight to the domain name. I listened and listened and listened to this person speak on jail calls. I know that she wormed her way into a federal holding facility by using her credentials, going in, knowing that a person was represented, you and I discussed this a lot, recording him in a recantation that she tried, or you tried, to get admitted after she knew he was high. Even asked him, are you high? This person did not need to have her hands on physical evidence.
Yet you excuse all of the inconsistencies in Victor Dinsmore's statements by saying it's fine he was inconsistent. He was high contemporaneously, even though we want to rely on what he came up with. What? 6 years later? After speaking with Brent Booth? But now, oh no, Jason Autry can't recant his story because he's high within a federal holding facility for a 50-minute interview where you can go watch in full. Trial and Podcast has it posted. He says, I spent 3 days. My attorney, Matt Scholl, brought me my folder. We spent 3 days. I came up with the story.
If it was something that
So
you
good.
were going to want, there would, if it confirmed everything that you think, what was she going to do with it? Take it home and put it in her garage? And then try and introduce it at trial? The plan was, if somebody wanted it, preserve it. Just like they did 2,000 other pieces of evidence. Preserve it so that whoever wants it can have it. But Katie Spirko did not need to be driving around with evidence. She's not law enforcement. She's, I don't know if she's claiming to be an investigator now or a blogger or what, but she didn't need anything evidentiary that was going to be important. We know what she did. You turned over discovery to her, she released it.
She bought my domain names!
You acknowledge now it is relevant for Zach Adams, where he was in Parsons that morning.
That was about 5 questions ago. Do I acknowledge that that machinery picked up from the bank is somehow important to this? No.
With the alibi video.
It didn't change a thing.
Do you remember who you watched the video from the ATM with?
No.
Do you know how to get there, like from the file path?
No.
Oh?
Do you remember where you were when you watched
No.
it?
No.
So, if I'm understanding you, you don't dispute that it's consistent with the evidence as you understand it, that Zach was in that vehicle at the ATM at this
Oh,
time.
I do dispute it because I don't know that to be true. I don't know who was in the vehicle.
But you do know Zach's cell phone was in Parsons.
That's my belief. His
Hey.
cell phone was. And we
Hey.
thought they were.
Okay. Well, I hear what I've heard in the past. Are you saying Zach didn't have his cell phone in Parsons that morning?
I'm not saying that.
Okay, so you acknowledge Zach was in Parsons that morning?
Zach's cell phone was in Parsons. We believe that he was either with it or close to it. I don't know if somebody else used it. I have no reason to believe that he was separated from it.
Mr. Bates,
I'm done.
this has 2 documents
I'm
that
done.
she had never seen before. These are the TBI subpoenas.
Yes, Your Honor. They were part of the motion for sanctions at the beginning of the case.
Objections to them being entered?
Yes, you can identify.
Okay. Then they're part of the record already, if they need to be referenced.
So there you go. And again, if you want to watch this full thing, I was watching the clip from the Trial and Error podcast. I think this was one of the days that Law and Crime, for the series of the 3 hearings in November, I think the 19th they clipped, but I think the 20th and 21st they had like full streams for. So you can also watch over there. We are going to jump. We've got to get through Dennis Benjamin and we've got to get through Kathy Ferguson. They're relevant parts as it pertains to how through Jason Autry and him having the discovery and then curated parts being pulled out and fed to Vincent Dinsmore, we were able to craft a conviction story at trial. So when we watched this going in blind, like I didn't know the background on this case, some of you guys did. I thought she was not credible. I thought she was probably responsible for people being wrongfully incarcerated, wrongfully convicted, wrongfully arrested, wrongfully accused. Like, she just did not pass the smell test. But now knowing the details and watching how hard she's fighting about certain things, knowing now what I know about those details and why they're so important, why they're so harmful to the state's continuing insistence that Zachary Adams had anything to do with the abduction, rape, murder of Holly Bobo. And again, based on the data, it seems like Holly Bobo might have just been abducted and killed. I still don't see the in-between. I don't see the pieces for the in-between, let alone tying these individuals to it. But watching that again, just really ridiculous. Like 30 different reasons that there should be a new trial. Can I go back 5 seconds? Looking at how she held the water bottle? Oh, God. Why do you want to do this to us? Why do you want to do this to us? Oh, let me run it back. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. They were part of the motion for sanctions at the beginning of the case.
Objections to them being entered?
Yes, you can identify.
Okay. Then they're part of the record already, if they need to be referenced in some other fashion. So we'll pass those back to Mr. Bates, please.
Okay, wait. I had a link queued up. We'll do Dennis Benjamin first, and then we'll do Kathy Ferguson. And I think everyone's good on... You guys are all catching the names now, but quick refresher, Dennis Benjamin is the retired Memphis police officer that Dylan Adams was sent to live with as a probation condition after he caught that co-charged federal gun case with Jason Killzer. Okay, so let's see. Oh, boost the volume. It's like zoomed right in on Doug. The Honorable Doug. Okay, I want to start at 1750. Oh, tech issues. Why'd they zoom in like that? Ranking all the Dougs. Okay, wait, I could definitely speed
Now-
this up.
Did you, Mr. Benjamin, did you save the recordings in a way that made sense to you, as, with a date and time?
I would think so.
Okay. And do you remember saving a recording labeled 2/16/2014, Victor and Sandy Dinsmore?
No, sir.
Okay.
Oh. Hold on, I think I grabbed... Oh. I looked at a timestamp for a different clip. Sorry. Gotta go back.
Enforcement never worked a case with him.
Okay. Did Jack Van Hoosier provide you information?
Not about the case, no, sir.
Did Miss Karen Bobo?
Yes, she got plenty of it.
Okay. And when you came...
So remember,
When you came on, how long...
He's saying he gets his information from Karen Bobo. Brent Booth was saying, I don't know exactly what Dennis Benjamin was doing. I have no knowledge of him speaking with Victor Dinsmore. I don't know any of that.
Before you started talking to witnesses?
I don't know. I mean, first thing I did is she asked me to come down there if I would help her find her daughter.
Help her find her what?
Her daughter, Holly.
Okay.
And I wasn't real sure. I just went through some serious brain operations, and I wasn't real sure I could help her. And I was curious why she called me. I didn't know her, but she said she had heard my name from somebody had told her about me, and don't remember who that is. But she come down there and she said she had a lot of information that she had gathered. So when I agreed to go down there and look, see what she had, and I was amazed. Now, maybe mixed up on the numbers, but I remember the size. There were 6-inch pink notebooks, 3 ring binders. And I'm not sure if it was 6 of them or 13 of them. There was a bunch of them.
Karen Bobo took better
So I
notes
agreed
than
to take that and look at it.
Jennifer Nichols.
And that's how it initially started.
Did you work with a group called Without Warning also?
Never heard of it.
Okay. When you came on, was there a primary suspect or a series of suspects?
Well, after talking to Karen, there was a lot of speculation about Clint, okay? And I remember this, because she got on me pretty hard about it.
Clint is the brother.
After I agreed, took me a day or two to finally agree to help, and told her I'm not what I used to be. I'm just not. As you can see today, I'm not in good health. But when I started just like I would any other case. Last person that saw her was Clint. So 2 days after I started, I went to her and I said, well, I got Clint out of the box. I wish I had never told her. She said, I've been going through this with TBI for years. I said, Karen, you don't understand. You asked me to help you. I'm going to treat this down the line like I would any other case. I said, I had to convince myself that he had nothing to do with it, and I'm convinced. Okay, so then I moved on, on down the line.
Was Zach Adams and Jason Autry brought up to you early on?
Not. I'd heard the names, but not early on. It was she had information in her notebooks pertaining to mostly Zach and Autry.
Okay. And at some point, you started to talk to people.
I went to beer joints, shake joints, anybody that would talk to me. But I'm not sure, Mr. Bates, if you know I've worked a lot of cases, and I've never seen the magnitude of interest in a case. And it was thousands. It's overwhelming to everybody.
Were you paid for any of your work?
No, sir.
Were you reimbursed payments for expenses?
No, sir. Unless my wife handled all that, because there may have been something that the witness, not sure what it's called, they may have reimbursed some of the expense on Dylan, but I was out thousands of dollars of my money.
A witness would have paid you?
Reimbursed for maybe his clothing. When he got out of jail, he didn't have anything.
Okay, you're talking about Dylan?
Dylan.
All right, we'll come back to Dylan.
Okay.
At some point, you told people you were working for the Bobo family.
That's a fact.
And you had access to Jack Van Hoosier.
And the reason being, because if I run across something I thought was 90% of it or more, you had psychics calling in from New Hampshire, California, Florida. We saw her in Vegas. We saw her in Miami. It was crazy. If it was anything that wasn't crazy that I thought was noteworthy, I'd let him know. But I never saw a case file. It was a one-way street. I never got information from TBI.
You gave it to them?
If it was something I thought was possibly noteworthy and pertained possibly to the case.
Did you record every single conversation you had with potential witnesses?
No, sir.
All right. What was the determining factor whether you would record or not?
Most time I recorded for my protection.
And did you turn the recordings over to TBI?
Yes, sir.
How soon after, generally, would you turn them over?
I can't. As soon as I got, as soon as I could.
Okay.
I mean, I didn't hold on to them.
At some point, you went to Indiana to see Victor Dinsmore.
I did.
How many times did you see Mr. Dinsmore in person?
Twice, I believe, but if I could explain that, I was going to Indianapolis anyway. During one of my brain surgeries, they destroyed my right cornea. So I had to go up there to see the best eye doctor I've ever used, Dr. Price, Francis Price. And he
All
did.
right, it takes them a while here. I'm going to jump ahead to when they start playing this recording, and this is from February 16th, 2014. Starts at like 19. So that's a
What's today's date? Friday was Valentine's Day. Today's Sunday the 16th, day of February 2014. I just cut my recorder on this 1:24 p.m. I'm headed to, I believe, 463 South Arlington Street to meet Mr. and Sandra Dinsmore. Present with me is Jerry, but
You're not going to object to hearsay?
All right, let's let them try to authenticate the
Okay.
recording first.
Yes. You recognize, that's your voice. And you typically would start your recordings with the date and time?
usually, yes, sir.
All right. And
I could have made a mistake, but I usually
okay.
try to identify it.
All right. And do you remember making this recording?
That's my voice, but I remember going to see Victor Dinsmore.
You do remember seeing it? All right. The first time?
Is that Arlington address? Is that his home?
Remember seeing him at his home first?
Amy's like, Foundation! He's like, yep, that's me. I remember going. I mean, I might have made a mistake on the date, but I usually say the date when I start recording.
Right.
Saw him at work the second time?
Right.
All right.
I renew my objection, Your Honor. It's an out-of-court statement offered for the truth of the matter.
Well, I'm not sure what is to be said, and so I can't make a determination of whether or not it's for the truth of the matter.
I'm authenticating this recording is what it is.
He's not denying it. It's not a prior inconsistent statement. He's not saying that it didn't happen. So I don't know what rule of evidence exception there is for this out-of-court statement to be played for Your Honor.
Well, I don't know
as
if it's for the
substantive.
truth of the matter. I don't know what's to be said. We don't have a jury here, this is just for the court. I'll note your objection about this audio recording.
Thank you.
I will hear the audio recording, if whatever much he plans to.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then I'll make a determination of whether or not it will be
Yes, sir.
admissible in this hearing.
And if I may ask a couple questions and respond to that.
You can certainly respond to that.
I'm going to set the foundation. This is proper under 8036, which is a record of regularly conducted activity during Mr. Benjamin's investigation. Mr. Benjamin, how many witnesses did you talk to during the Bobo investigation?
I have no idea.
More than 20?
Oh, yeah.
More than 50?
Oh, yeah.
And of those witnesses, you talked with him multiple times?
I wouldn't say that. That I don't remember. I talked to Victor a couple of times, but
You would talk to some witnesses multiple times?
I don't know who that would be.
Okay.
I may have, but I don't.
And you recorded it as part of your normal investigation on behalf of the Bobo family?
Right. I wanted to record it for to make sure I had my conversation.
And what was the importance of recording it for you?
To make sure he didn't say anything, accuse me of saying something that I didn't.
And if I ask you of a certain witness recorded conversation or not, if it's recorded, would it help you remember the day that the conversation took place?
If you did what now?
If you don't remember a certain conversation with a certain witness, would listening to the recorded conversation refresh your memory as to what the day was?
Not
Thank you, Brent, for being a member.
If it's,
I'm going to object. There's no way this can qualify under 8036. I understand the court's ruling, that you're going to hear it and make the determination later on, but this is not regularly conducted business. This is not, 8036 is the business exception, and Mr. Benjamin was not running a business of any way, shape, or form that had a duty to record these conversations.
it's also under 8035, a recorded recollection. It states a memorandum or record concerning a matter about which a witness once had knowledge but now has insufficient recollection to enable the witness to testify fully and accurately, shown to have been made or adopted by the witness when the matter was fresh in the witness's memory, and to reflect that knowledge correctly.
All right,
That's
so
a document.
is the potential truth of the matter the date?
Yes.
That's all we've gotten so far. Is that your question, or is that, you're objecting to him verifying that this is when it was?
I'm anticipating Mr. Bates wants to hit play on this statement, and the state's position is that this statement is hearsay, and it is not allowed under the rules of evidence. I understand the court's ruling, but the court will have to listen to it to make that determination as to what weight you give it, but just renewing that objection and pointing out that this cannot qualify under 8036, and 8035 is for written documents which contain a recorded recollection. This is not a written document. This is a recording.
It's also worth noting, so this was November 19th, the November hearings, but during the August hearings, the petitioners, Doug and Zach Adams, they said, hey, we wanted to be able to have Dennis Benjamin here to testify, but he's not showing up. We're hoping we can subpoena him and make him show up next time. So I feel like Amy Wyrick, the state here, they might have been hoping, crossing their fingers, that they wouldn't even have to deal with this testimony. And we know that it's admitted. We're going to hear it. It's going to be admitted. And then it's referenced the next day when Jennifer Nichols, as we just watched, testified.
All right, again, the court's going to hear the recording of something else. The content is going to be a conversation between Mr. Benjamin and the Dinsmore.
Correct, Your Honor. And if there's any matter that I am asserting for the truth of the matter, I will alert the court.
All right, again, your objection is noted. And
Thank you, Your Honor.
I will rule on that accordingly in the order. Let's go ahead and mark this. I believe, and I want to get this out too, the next number exhibit, I believe, is 103.
Yes, sir.
I have a thumb drive, Your Honor, with it now. We can do it at the break.
Let's just do it at the break.
For identification or market value?
Oh, let's mark it for identification, Exhibit 103. And since the state has objected, I won't move that into evidence until I make a decision.
Your Honor, I've stopped it. I'm gonna, at second 34, I'm gonna pick it back up and play.
With my wife. You can put a heading on your here.
131. Do you recognize the other voice on this recording?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I didn't hear that answer.
He said, no, I don't.
No, I don't.
We can go to minute 8, 0 seconds. Mr. Benjamin, you recognize your voice?
Yes, sir.
And who is Jerry?
My wife.
And did you hear her voice on there?
I think so.
And the other gentleman's voice?
Victor.
You recognize him?
I think so.
Did you hear his wife's?
I didn't hear that.
Fair enough.
Oh, it's a dog. We don't even say that word around her. But,
Oh, you need to know.
well, I don't know. I was up here.
Look, now, I've been thinking on this stuff, and I was thinking when I was down there. And I told the police when I was down there.
Let me call Karen real quick and let her know.
That Jason, he come to our house one night about 10 o'clock.
Hang on just a minute, Victor, if you don't mind. Hey, I was able to find the Dinsmore, and I just got in, and we're just now sitting down and talking, so I did find them, so you want to talk to Karen? Okay, here.
Yes.
No.
I know, I see. They lost his name.
I want to talk to you about that too, boy.
Okay. Okay. That'll be fine.
Our dog is last, and I bought it for her. That dog turned out to be such a blessing. I repoed the dog for her. That's my dog. That's what I tell her. That's your dog. That's my dog. Okay. I left my key out there. I hope I parked kind of sideways out there. I hope I.
I'll help you if I can, okay? All righty, okay.
Is this right?
Ms. Benjamin, did you often call Miss Karen Bobo when you were talking with witnesses?
No.
Okay. And you,
I may have, but I don't recall. I don't think I did. I don't.
you did with Mr. Dinsmore?
I did.
Okay.
I think she's going to give me the address, or I'm not sure.
Okay.
I told her, I said, she tried to call.
Well, I'm glad to tell you anything I can, because
She tried to call, because I didn't want to just cold call. I didn't want to come knock on. I'd be a little weary if somebody called. Can I smoke too? Yeah. But, let me tell you about me, okay? I'll first say this, I'm no longer a police officer, okay? Okay? I'm no longer a police officer, nor am I a private investigator. Matter of fact, when this abduction took place, I was probably laying in a body cast up in Benton County.
All right.
I've had 9 or 10 back surgeries since 08. I had 3 brain surgeries last year.
I need one of them. Real one.
I mean, I've been through hell lately. So my point of telling you all that is, they heard about me. I heard about the case, but I'm laying up in the bed with a body cast on. And then when I got to I was mobile, I'd go to the store and get cigarettes, and every time I see Ollie's face sitting there on the door or counter, I'm going, what in the hell are they doing? And it's just like it's haunting me, because that's what I used to do.
I'm gonna tell you something right now, they're hiding something, I'm gonna tell you who it is.
All right. Ms. Benjamin, do you remember being in Victor Dinsmore's home?
Yes, sir.
And any reason to doubt this recording is accurately reflecting that conversation?
Yeah.
You doubt it?
No, I don't doubt it.
Okay. And I move to enter it as an exhibit. If there's hearsay, we can address that when I'm submitting something for the truth of the matter.
All right, I've marked it as Exhibit 103 for identification. I'll move it in and address individual hearsay.
Yes, sir. State's objection is it's still, the whole thing's hearsay. Thank you.
Understood.
Do you remember discussing with Mr. Dinsmore the issue of Zach's truck?
No, sir.
All right. Go to minute 48.
Ranger, and that's just Trace.
That is Trace. And that's when that truck, and that's right about the time he said, I accident, and then the truck came and missed.
What truck did he do that in?
His grandpa's white Nissan.
Okay.
Nissan pickup truck, and he came up missing. That's why I looked at my car. This is weird.
All right, let me ask you this, Victor. Did you ever see him in a black, that small pickup?
Yeah, he had a black one too.
Was that before or after the white one?
Both.
He had them two.
Yeah, one was his grandpa. And one was his, the old beat up black one was his, but when he wanted to go out to, out of town, or he'd take his grandpa's black one because it was the better. So he was.
We're now going to 1 hour, minute 21, 20 seconds. Do you remember Mr. Dinsmore telling you that?
No, sir.
Why were you asking about trucks? Don't remember?
No.
No, if you go down. What street is that Victor Brent? Down there.
Sugar Tree. She lived in Sugar Tree. Riley?
Yeah.
She lived in Sugar Tree, and I don't remember the street.
Michael Lane?
Head Road?
All Creek Road, something out, one out to the boat dock.
I found
Do you remember there was a third voice in the Dinsmore home? Do you remember who that was?
Oh, sure, unless it was his wife.
His wife, and then there was another person. Do you remember who that was?
No, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, Brian did, lives right across the street from that grandmother's house. Nobody at the whole time they had that group up.
But you're telling me that none of those players directly told you anything?
No, none of them told me. This is all me putting everything together from what I've seen and what I've heard.
The time you spent around, right?
Around the middle of their capability.
And it's obvious to me you ain't no
It
idiot.
does sound like Valerie.
Yeah.
I pretty much got it figured out.
Do you guys know what the atoms look like?
Yeah, I'm very well. What they
And what really gets me though is that truck being gone.
Yeah, the same time.
The white truck.
Yeah.
See, I was kind of stuck on the black truck.
The black truck is the one he bombed around in, went hunting and stuff like that. The white ones, he went out in his dates and did that. That was
Okay, let me ask you this. If he wanted to use a truck to go get Holly, which
Go to hour 3. Three minutes, 29 seconds.
Yeah, the first my mom died, then my dad died, then the son.
she had triple do within 3 years.
3 years. My mom, my dad, and my son.
So I was going for her half crazy. My $2 morning, I didn't get a chance to, and I ended up doing everything, trying to kill myself, doing drugs, everything, didn't care about nothing. So, when this happened, and it woke me up.
We ain't never had found out how this I can imagine that when this is.
Now go to hour 4. $3.51.
That said, you got one of my guns off behind back from you. So that's what.
why would you take that?
I don't know, it's still potential. That's what it comes back to the lesson. He molested him, that's all over down there. He's got the guilt trip, so like I got with my son, he'll on the phone crying to me, move back, man, I need you. And I said, I can't, so I'm going out.
No, go to 3 minute 51. 3 hour 51.
Mr. Bates, while she's looking at it, we got a hearsay objection. For what purpose is the rest of this for?
Ineffective assistance of counsel, evidence that should have been used at the original trial, as well as claims of prosecutorial misconduct as to the testimony of Victor Dinsmore.
That's just too many things in one.
Could it have been that week of it? Wow. Could it have been within a few days of it?
It was right around the time that she would come up missing, and he was in that shit over there, getting in that trouble and all that. Then after he came missing and actually came back around, he had a new one. So it was right around the time she came up missing, and he got in that trouble. So it told me that he had to get rid of some phone records.
Okay, I'm gonna ask this question, I think I can answer it. Where was the truck hid at for 2 months?
That truck was hidden in Parsons somewhere at one of Dick Adams' friends' farms or something. That's where that truck was.
And Ms. Benjamin, do you remember talking about the truck
No, sir.
Okay. Do you remember Mr. Dinsmore talking about a gun that he purchased from Shane Austin?
Not purchasing from Shane. I don't remember.
Go to 2 hours, 12 minutes, 20 seconds.
He is ready with those timestamps.
Zach, Autry, and Shane Austin. Out of those three, you know what I'm asking you. Who's the weakest of those three? Shane Austin. Where's exactly what I thought? That's what I did.
After that Holly come up missing, he was selling guns right and left to
I've heard that. What did you buy?
Full barrel.
And you still?
Magnum.
Nashville because
He still got it.
I can find out.
Please find out. I don't want to deal with you. I want it to come.
I'll tell he'll let you know he's straight up about stuff like that. He thinks that should solve it.
What's the gun worth? I'd be more than happy to pay $400 for the gun if you sell it.
It's probably been traded off, you know how it works, you know.
Right.
But I got a song right by him.
We need to find that pistol.
It was right.
Okay. I need to find it. I need.
Was that your voice saying it's a rifle, not a pistol?
I didn't even make that out.
Okay.
If you play it again. Find that right.
But I got a song right by him.
We need to find that pistol.
It was right.
Okay. I need to find it. I need to find that.
How can you tell if anything was done?
Right.
It's just too much talk of it.
Did you hear that discussion of a rifle?
And a pistol.
Okay. And do you remember what caliber it was?
No, sir.
All right, play.
22.
That's why I love the mission.
Yo, the cue up is amazing. So you have Dennis Benjamin saying we need to find that pistol, and then quietly in the background, Dinsmore is saying it was a rifle, and he's like, "Did you hear what caliber?" And he's like, "No."
Caliber it was.
No, sir.
All right, play.
22.
That's why
22.
That's why I love the mission that now because he sold that one. He sold the 22 handgun too.
Okay, where'd it go?
I don't know. Somebody around there bought it. He sold the assault rifle. He sold like 4 or 5 guns there right after that happened. So
How long afterwards? Okay, the 22 is interesting because there's been so much talk of the 22.
Yeah.
So much talk of a
rifle and
22.
All right. So much talk of a 22.
I don't remember that.
Oh.
I don't remember that, Mr. Bates.
You heard discussions of a 22 rifle and a 22 pistol. That's your voice, correct?
I don't remember that conversation. I just heard it.
Okay.
But that's me. But I don't remember.
Okay.
So I agree that we were talking about a pistol and a rifle. But
Had Agent Van Hooser discussed with you a 22 caliber weapon?
no, sir.
At this time, did you have authority to divvy up reward money?
Not to divvy it up, but I thought I had the authority to offer it if somebody had information that would help the Bobos out.
Okay.
I thought they were in control of that.
And did you discuss this with Mr. Dinsmore?
Sure.
For what reason?
I think Mr. Dinsmore knew some information about this case, and I was hoping that would prod him into giving it.
And did you discuss that other people Mr. Dinsmore could talk to might get the reward money?
I don't remember that. Could have. I don't.
Hour 3, minute 26. And
Hotmail.com. Idea of what they go in there, and it could possibly be, I know what you said a while ago, that if you're willing to do some stuff to help us solve this case, that there's a real strong possibility that I have to recommend that you get, if you could help us solve this case, then I want you to use some money out of it. I understand that. But I would think that you'd be I would tell the Bubos that you'd be well deserving of it if we can get it. Okay. But I'm just telling you, I would make that recommendation. I have no say so on where it gets paid.
I've been even in touch with like Shannon's Mr. Doug. You're around the way I might be able to get Dylan at this Facebook account and then maybe start talking to him. He looked up to me like a dad. He looked up to me like a dad, okay? Because his dad was working, his dad was killed in a car wreck. And he came around all the time, but he was really kind of dingy and he was weak. And that's why his brother pushed him around all the time. That's why I know.
I think I should get him to talk, because he liked me.
Yeah, he had a crush on her. So he'll talk.
You're willing to help.
Yeah, and not for him.
But listen, look, if they're gonna give this money to somebody, why not give it to the person who's gonna help us put this thing together?
when you said, why not give it to somebody who's going to help put this thing together, what did you mean?
Solve the case, find out what happened to Holly, that's what I was trying to do.
And I am
But I want to put more
Creek, right there behind Zach Adams' house. And I will have a gun on me too.
Let me ask you this. Who did, this is the sample.
Would you characterize your first interaction with Mr. Dinsmore pleasant?
Fishing.
Fishing. Were you honest in your dealings with Mr. Dinsmore?
On some things, I'm sure I was.
All right. I'm going to play a series of statements. I'm going to ask you if you're honest about them. Go to hour 1, minute 47.
Yeah, outsider.
They come on your property, steal your shit, rob you, and take advantage of you, start stuffing stuff on that. Scare them later, get rid of their ass.
I agree. I thought I was back in time, man. I was trying to get away from it.
That's what we thought too.
See, I was up there trying to get healed in Nashville, do all my back surgery and stuff. And then my brain surgeries were from a messed up back surgery where all my spinal fluid, they put so much hardware in. They ripped my spinal cord and all the fluid run out of me. And guess where your brain is floating in spinal fluid? So if it's nothing to float it, it sinks. So my brain sank 12 millimeters and my brain stem went boop. And your spinal fluid is made right here in the top of your brain. Every 45 minutes or something, your body needs 500 cc's to maintain its level. Well, my problem was, I kept thinking I was having spinal headaches. Well, it kept getting worse and worse and worse and worse. And then I got to where I couldn't hardly walk, and I couldn't talk, and one day I told Jerry something about why don't you move that calendar? And what I was looking at, pointing at, was a candle. And I called Dixie, my dog, Jody, that's my daughter's name. Well, it would put pressure on my brain stem because the spinal fluid wouldn't leave my head. It was it was squeezing.
You felt comfortable to talk about your health issues with Mr. Dinsmore?
And I would you too, because some of my symptoms, there's a word for it. You're probably smart enough to know the word. I don't remember it, but I may want to say bottle. I may say vase. You know, a lot of variables that can.
I might want to say 22 instead of 357 or instead of 32 revolver.
Cause that. Like yesterday, my tremors were so bad.
Okay.
You know, and today they're not so bad. But got a lot of symptoms that go along with that.
You wanted Mr. Dinsmore, you two to have a rapport with each other.
True. Like I said, I was fishing.
Okay. Let's go. What do you mean by fishing?
I'm up there looking for information. And I knew he used to run with them. He skied up in a hurry. Nobody had, my bail went off. Nobody else's bail went off.
What do you mean nobody else's bail went off?
Nobody had to tell me, hey, you better go look at old Dinsmore because he skied up. When I heard about Dinsmore and he's skying up so quick afterwards,
Meaning
then I
he
get
moved
to
to
digging
Indiana.
around and find out he had left India in a hurry after a murder. It was his son. And cops are nosy. That's what we do.
But when you said nobody else's bail went off, you're talking about TBIing other law enforcement.
I just wanted to go, Dennis wanted to go talk to him off what I was thinking and feeling.
But you just said nobody else.
No.
Who's the nobody?
Nobody.
Meaning TBI?
Meaning nobody.
How did you know that their bail had not gone off?
I think they already interviewed him and done with him.
And how did you come to that information?
I don't know if Karen, I don't know.
Okay.
But see, I had a magnet towards, okay, it's on 6, and I said, I want to take it, turn it off. Well, I take a magnet, it's about like that, and I just put it on top of it, and it go off.
This one's got a remote with it.
Well, mine did too.
But you had a magnet, turn it off.
I didn't want to use the remote and do it. I could go, but it go off. And if I wanted to cut it back on, and I'd have to adjust it whatever strength I had, I'd take the magnet and go, but it's on. But that was a 90.
99, that was the year I had my first fracture.
Did you have an orthopedic guy do it or a neuro?
This neuro.
Good. My biggest mistake was using an orthopedic guy.
That's my first time. Ran out of the way.
Yeah, that's right.
He ran out of the way. He still wanted to do automatic. They wanted to put 10-inch rods. I said, yeah, no.
All right, Mr. Bates, I'm giving you a lot of latitude here.
I apologize.
I don't have any idea why you're playing this for me.
I'm getting to the statement in 2 seconds.
I'm 40 years old. I don't know. It's just gotten worse and worse. So
I didn't know what to expect when I come up here. I really didn't. And I'm thinking, I told Jess, listen, these people, we're not going to go. These people don't give us a cuss and tell us to get the hell out of here. And I told Jess, but I'm extremely impressed and proud to know you. I didn't know what to expect.
You make other statements about how happy you were to meet him.
I was blowing smoke.
You were blowing smoke. Did you tell him, I've got a new friend in Indianapolis?
I don't know. I could have.
Okay. So you were blowing smoke. Why?
I wanted him to get comfortable and talk to me.
Okay. because of what you were doing on behalf of the Bobo family?
I'm trying to find out if he knew anything would happen to Holly.
All right.
For the Bobos.
Now, you were very nice to him, correct?
Initially, yes, sir.
And you went back to see Mr. Dinsmore in March. Do you remember that?
Went back to see him. I don't remember what it was.
All right, you went to see him at work.
Yeah, he was painting the house.
And was your tone different?
Yeah.
All right. We're now going to play portions of what's already been marked into evidence.
As exhibit.
Yes, Your Honor. This is exhibit 74.
74.
Yes, Your Honor.
March 26, 2014 at 10:48, we're on our way to see Victor Dinsmore at 11508 Boone Drive, Indianapolis.
Do you remember this time?
I'm sorry.
You remember going to see Mr. Dinsmore at work?
Right, he's painting inside of the house.
All right. What did you do in between the meeting at his home and this meeting at his work?
I have no idea. I didn't keep a diary. I don't know.
All right. Were you told by TBI, FBI, or any other law enforcement agency that the death penalty was being sought for by Mr. Dinsmore?
The Bobos.
Okay. And did you tell Mr. Dinsmore that if he didn't tell you where the body was, that the death penalty was going to be sought for him?
Everybody involved. That was on the table at the time.
For Mr. Dinsmore?
If he was involved, yeah, he'd be there too.
What were you going to say?
You jumped over to the second time I talked to Mr. Dinsmore. I left the first talk with Mr. Dinsmore not convinced he didn't know more than what he was telling me.
You had doubts he told you the full story?
I'm sorry?
What did you just say?
I didn't feel he was totally honest with me. He left me with a feeling that he wasn't totally honest with me.
Even though you said you've been very helpful?
Yeah.
Consider a personal friend?
Sure. I wanted to maintain that rapport.
All right. Now, playing at 1356.
We know you saw Holly that day. I'm just telling you what I know.
Right now, they're wrong, because they were telling Jack, because I didn't see no Holly.
Well, I'm just telling you, we know that's a lie.
It's not a lie.
I'm just telling you, listen, Victor, I'm not here to bullshit you. Listen to me. Listen, you need to listen very carefully, because they got 8 charges on you right now.
Yeah.
Okay, 8, 3 of them are serious charges, and they could go for the death penalty on them.
Yeah.
And I asked them, are y'all willing to make a deal for somebody to help them find Holly's body? If you can't give me Holly's body, then you fuck.
You told Mr. Dinsmore that?
That was my voice, yes.
All right. Now,
Thank you, Derek.
in several weeks, you changed tone with Mr. Dinsmore.
I know you just told me how long that was apart. I can't tell you if it's weeks or days.
All right.
I can't remember that.
You recorded your conversations with Mr. Dinsmore.
Yes, sir.
Any conversations that you had with him that you didn't record?
No.
All right. Let's now talk about Dylan.
Okay.
What got you on to Dylan?
What got me on to Dylan?
Yep.
I never thought Dylan was involved in it. So I don't know what you mean on to Dylan.
Do you remember if Mr. Dinsmore told you Dylan is the weak link?
I remember him saying he was the punching bag.
Do you remember anything else?
About Dylan. Is that what you're asking me?
Yes, sir.
I remember him coming to live with me.
All right. Prior to that, go to hour 2. No, not this one. And now, Your Honor, we're playing the most recent exhibit.
Still 74, correct?
No, Your Honor, the most the.
Oh, 103.
Yes, Your Honor.
Hold that down.
She was with Jamie Darnell.
She was with Jamie Darnell.
Yeah.
Okay. And Jamie Darnell was associated with the 3 guys.
Mr. Bates, where did you start this and then give it 103?
Hour 2 minute 34 second.
Yeah, off and on.
Off and on. But he's scared of him now.
He's scared of them all.
But he's not associated with them at all. He's scared of him.
He was then, too. And I think now he's probably cleaned up a little bit off dope. His mom and dad were pretty religious, so he's followed, he's cleaned up and all. But the one I'm still thinking is Dylan. That's the one I'm telling you. He's weak.
You think he'll give it up?
He's weak. He knows he think he'll give it up. I'm telling you right now.
Give it up?
You give it up. What does that phrase mean?
I didn't catch it.
Okay, go back.
His brother.
He Dylan. Now he's probably cleaned up a little bit off dope. His mom and dad were pretty religious, so he's followed, he's cleaned up and all. But the one I'm still thinking is Dylan. That's the one I'm telling you. He's weak.
You think he'll give it up?
He's weak. You know?
Keep playing.
I think he'll give it up. I'm telling you right now.
Even on his brother.
He hates his brother. And there's another thing, you gotta remember this. The grandma's dead. All there is Dick Adams left. And there's about 150 acres and 3 houses.
You remember other statements about Dylan being weak beyond this one?
No, sir.
Go to hour 4 minute 12.
Back on slow on the
The next cell phone is 993
I got him.
3635.
317.
317.
I believe he's Bill. I have a picture. And Sandra.
I just been arranged for an attorney, a retired friend down here who had a, Lebanon had a barber shop. Where he just sold everything and retired. He kind of straight vision. So when I go down there, I'll visit with him and I'll see what I can find out. I know Zach put that on there. He's laying low. You already know. laying low because that he knows that everybody knows.
Just don't let nobody know out here. And I will definitely tell the Bobo what you told me.
And Carl, he does have a warrant up here for him, so that's the way you can get him on the phone. And Dylan is super weak, he's fragile, he'll talk.
What did you understand? Dylan is super weak, he's fragile, he'll talk. How did you interpret that?
I didn't pay much attention to it.
Okay. So then, fast forward to me when Dylan comes to live with you. What took place between being told Dylan's super weak and fragile to him living with you?
May we approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Click, click, click.
Hold on one second.
I think they stay up there. Yeah, and then they kick the cord out. So that was it. I think that was it for Dennis Benjamin. And then we've got Kathy Ferguson. Kathy Ferguson. Where was my timestamped link? And we don't have video here. There is a snippet, I think it's like 20 something minutes with Kathy Ferguson if you want to like watch what her demeanor's like on video. I think Court TV had it. But this full testimony here from Trial and Error is just the audio upload. So.
Do you want me to read it to myself, Mr. Bates, or do you
Yes,
want me to read it
ma'am.
out loud?
Well, it's kind of quiet. Let's boost.
I've read the paragraph, Mr. Bates.
Okay. And what IR number is that?
534.
All right. Did you ever embrace the opinion of Agent Van Hooser?
That Clint was lying, or that
He was going to give the perpetrator a get out of jail free card with his if he's the main witness.
no, not in those words. I did have concerns thinking ahead to prosecution if the inconsistencies in his statement continued. Then I thought that it would be a problem when we went to prosecution.
And that doesn't affect who actually did the crime. In other words, you can win or lose a trial. It doesn't retroactively change what took place on April 13th, 2011, right?
That's true.
Now, what's been marked for identification number 21, if the witness can be passed. Agent Ferguson, I highly doubt you wrote this, did you?
No, sir, I did not.
Have you ever seen it?
No, sir. The first time I saw it was in May when we were here in court. I've never seen this document.
In the bottom right of this document has what I believe are called bait stamp.
Yes, sir.
And it's Bobo 0007218 and continues through 7222.
Well, I see additional pages. There are 2 pages after 7222.
Okay.
Do you want me to read those?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Can you explain the bait stamp numbering? Who does that?
I assume Ms. Thompson did that because TBI did not do that, but a bait stamp is just a series of sequential numbers that are attached to documents so that you know that you have them all. So if you look at a document that's supposed to be 1 through 10 and you realize you don't have page 8, it's easy to account for what you have and what you don't have.
Okay. Since the May hearing, have you gone back and tried to find what happened that this letter was generated?
No, sir.
You have any information you can help the court with regarding this?
No, sir. I don't know who wrote it, and I've never seen it. No, sir.
Since you were in charge of the discovery, were there any wiretappings of Jason Killzer and Dylan Adams in the O'Brien County Jail?
Yes, there was.
And they were provided?
Yes, sir.
And who did that?
Who provided them or who did the wiretap?
Who did the wiretap?
I know we had some of our technical experts come down from TBI headquarters out of Nashville. Specifically, I don't remember which agents came. So there would have been well, let me clarify. It's not a wire in the sense of the wire that on the phones that we did with Terry Britt. It was a listening device that was installed. So our experts that know how to do that came down from Nashville to do that and put it in the jail, and then we were able to monitor that.
Okay. And this was done at the request of the state of Tennessee?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
It's fine. And Mr. Killzer was a willing participant?
Yes,
Mr. Dylan Adams had no idea?
that's correct, sir.
Why were those recordings not submitted to the jury? Do you have any idea why not?
No, sir.
They formed the basis of the belief that Zach Adams and Jason Autry committed a crime against Miss Bobo.
I would say they were part of that. I wouldn't say that it was a bedrock foundation of it. There were other things that we had developed and learned through the course of the investigation.
All right. When did Dennis Benjamin come on the scene, to your knowledge?
I don't know, sir.
Have you ever met with him?
No, sir. I saw him. I was in the Jackson TBI office the day that he brought Dylan Adams in and ultimately led to Dylan's confession to his involvement. That was the first time, and I believe the only time, that I've ever seen Mr. Benjamin. I would not know him if he walked in the courtroom today.
Did you, in the discovery process, remember transferring his recordings into the large batch of discovery?
I don't remember that specifically, sir. There were so many digital items. I don't specifically remember that.
Do you ever remember listening to recordings of Dennis Benjamin to important witnesses in this case?
No, sir. I was not tasked with that.
Well, who was?
I don't know, but if we had those recordings, someone would have listened to those, or should have, but I don't know who that was. It wasn't me.
Nobody wants to say who.
Have you since, after yesterday, listened to Dennis Benjamin and Victor Dinsmore's recording?
No, sir. I only heard the portion that was played yesterday.
At any point, did anybody talk to the Bobo family about what efforts Mr. Benjamin was doing on behalf of this case?
I don't know, Mr. Bates. I did not have that conversation with the Bobos, and I don't know if someone else did.
Would you agree it was an important part of the investigation if Mr. Benjamin was telling witnesses, one, what's being decided by the TBI, FBI, and Bobo family, two, what evidence they have against them, and three, what's going to happen to them legally if they don't participate?
Not specifically, because the portion that I heard of the conversation yesterday between Mr. Benjamin and Mr. Dinsmore, I heard Mr. Benjamin tell Mr. Dinsmore things that weren't true. That sounded to me like a homicide detective bluffing someone to try to get them to confess or tell more about what they knew about a situation. So I don't know if Mr. Dinsmore believed everything Mr. Benjamin said or not. I couldn't speak to that.
Let's listen to it together.
What's his flash on the phone? What's the flash? Flashlight. You got me did. I did everything you told me to do. I'd be going around in circles, right?
Is this already marked as an exhibit?
It is, Your Honor.
You go ahead and keep playing and answer the question afterward. That's what we're on the record.
Arriving at destination left.
Record for like Station 11, starting in Nashville. Maybe doing free repair, busting hot stuff. leave that door open. Leave that front door open. Might be going house and they all know anybody else with him or not. Cover on the garbage over here and help him. I'll text you. Let me get my cigarette fly. He's off late. Nashville circle ahead. We got one now. Yeah, it was in the full one.
Turn right, then turn left.
We're 387 miles from home, so that won't take up to the state. That's not too bad. What's that, Myers Max? Victor? How have you been? Stressed, buddy. Well, alright. You're going to shoot me on try that. Alright. What are you stressing about? I just figured out I was a suspect not from the get-go. Kind of upset me a little bit, but I understand my past and hanging with them assholes. I was automatic suspect today. Well, you know, the house cost my first year. So, okay. I don't want to be the bearer of bad news. Yeah. Put me in the bubbles and TBI and sit down. And it's not if you're involved, it's what the you're involved. Just hear me out. Yeah. Okay. Because I know you lied to me in the past. About some things. I can go ahead and tell you this, Autry thing like this. Yeah. He's in a river band. They moved him to a river band because he's giving it up. Yeah. And they got him in isolation. Yeah. Okay. Dylan has given it up. Okay. Housekeepers give it up. Yeah. Okay. They know you participated. Here's what I'm going to tell you. I know. I can't tell you everything I know. Okay. But let me say this before we get any further. I've discussed this with the Bobos extensively over the last 2 weeks. Okay. And TBI. Okay. You have a golden opportunity to help yourself and help them. If you don't want to do that, what am I supposed to do, man? I told you guys I do whatever you guys want me to do. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Okay, but listen to me. We know you were involved. In what? You did not go get Holly. I didn't have nothing to do with any of that. That's wrong. What? That's wrong. We know better than that. What? You didn't go with Doug Holly. Yeah. And that was the biggest thing to Karen.
Quick audible. Oh, let me pull this down. I want to make sure I heard something right in a separate case. So earlier this week, Jim and I got together to do a live. I'm pretty sure I heard the verdict right. If you did not catch this live, where we looked at a Fulton County case where the prosecution, Fulton County District Attorney's Office, after a hung jury and trial won. Fulton County wanted to call a juror from the jury pool that sat in deliberations and got to a hung jury as an expert witness in the retrial. So we have a verdict reading. I think we should hop over and watch it. Let me get the link queued up. And thank you. Geez Louise popped in here saying that McBurney went live and had finale in his title, indicating a verdict. So let's get that up on the screen here. Check that out.
With Mr. Abadi.
Oh, I went too far.
You did reach a verdict. Could you get the verdict form to Deputy Gordon, please?
Oh, the comments are going to give it away, but I mean, it's a not guilty verdict, but look at the relief. We're here for the relief.
Thank you.
Get wrecked
If
out
you
of a
would
body.
please rise as the foreperson. Is the verdict form that you have in front of you the product of the deliberations of your group?
Yes,
And is it a unanimous verdict
yes,
to which everyone freely and voluntarily agreed?
yes.
And have you signed and
The
dated the
chat says
verdict?
another L for
All right, I'm going
funny.
to ask you to publish the verdict. So if you would start with count 1, we the jury, whatever it is, all the way through count 5. Please.
We, the jury, find Kenneth Cole as it relates to count 1, not guilty. We, the jury, find Kenneth Poole, as it relates to count 2, not guilty. We, the jury, find Kenneth Poole as it relates to count 3, not guilty. We, the jury, find Kenneth Poole as it relates to count 4, not guilty. We, the jury, find Kenneth Poole as it relates to count 5, not guilty.
Thank you. Deputy Gordon, if you would share the verdict form with Mr. Abadi.
All right, so there you go. Quite a reaction. Had to go through a trial twice after a hung jury. And yes, I'm repeating it in case you have doubts. The prosecution really wanted to call a juror that deliberated in the first trial as an expert witness in the next trial. And another juror, it seems like once the defense counsel found out and realized that this person was a juror in the first trial, it wasn't like disclose, hey, this expert witness is someone that deliberated. They had to piece 2 and 2 together. They were able to find out from another juror that the potential expert witness juror, unlike everybody else, really wanted to convict. So I thought that was a nice little segue there. Back to what we're here for. And shout out to McBurney for his stream titles. He streams his courtroom, lots of transparency, and gives us fun titles here. Love that.
Your Honor, I'm now going to fast forward from 1226 to 1305.
All right.
Well, I was there, somebody's gonna get a deal. Jack told me not to tell you particulars as far as what we know at this point. But here's what reason, let me tell you why we're here. And I've wrestled with it with the Robos, TBI, FBI, and all that. Somebody's gonna get a deal. I convinced them for it to be you. If you want to take the deal and help us out on this, to figure up some holes that they're not, Autry's admitted his guilt. Dylan's already put Autry and Zach in it. You know we got thrown out of the house, and Dylan walked in on him. Zach threw him out of the fucking house.
When she was there?
Yes, when she was there. And we know you saw Holly that day. I'm just telling you what I know.
Right now, they're wrong, because they were telling Jack I didn't see no on that.
But I'm just telling you, we know that's a lie.
It's not a lie.
I'm just telling you, listen, Victor, I'm not here to bullshit you. Listen to me. Listen, you need to listen very carefully because they got 8 charges on you right now.
Yeah.
Okay, 3 of them are serious charges, and they could go for the death penalty on them.
Yeah.
And I asked them, are y'all willing to make a deal for somebody to help them find Holly's body? If you can't give me Holly's body, then you fucked. You're basically fucked. Because that's what Karen and Dana are screaming about. They want a decent burial for their dog.
I'm damn sure Jack right now. I have no idea what to do with that.
You need to listen to me now, because I'm not here. I don't believe in the Easter Bunny, and I don't believe in lying to you.
Yeah.
I'm just giving you the flat-ass facts.
Flat-ass facts.
The flat facts. I'm not here blowing smoke up your ass, running a good guy, bad guy on you. I'm retired.
Yeah.
I ain't the police no more. I work for the Bobos. My investigation that I've come up with has been run alongside TBI and the FBI's investigation.
Congrats on the new job,
I feel in a
Sirach.
lot of gaps. I'd rather have a lie than I would the truth when I'm investigating something from somebody. And that deal about you didn't see Holly, that's bullshit.
I didn't see that.
You did see that girl.
If it was her, I didn't know it was her.
Well, I don't believe that either. I'm just telling you, I can't lie to you.
I'm not lying to you either.
All right, well, I'm just telling you, the facts are the facts. You can't change the fact. You know, I can't help that. I can't help what happened. I always like hell it hadn't happened. But it's happened. It's actually fact now, and we're in cleanup mode. If you want help, then now is your time to help. If you want to continue to lie to me, then I'm going to go back and everything I ask you, write it down, because I'm going to turn it into the TBI. If you continue to lie about stuff we know is a lie, and we got people saying, we've got 5 people talking. deal, and Zach's wanting a deal for the body, to give up the body in order to stay off death row. The Bobos are in fact, the death penalty's on the table, and they ain't gonna take it off on those two. On those two. They're not so sure about Austin. Okay? You, I told them I'd take one shot at you. If you want to help yourself, then I would highly recommend you totally come and clean. Look, Victor, I know how.
Stop coming clean with everything. I'm gonna get out of your truck, and I'm gonna turn and tell Brent.
Well,
that's what I said.
You want to listen to me and talk to Miss Bobo?
Okay, I'm gonna talk to Miss Bobo. All I fucking did was try and help. I've been running up in the funnies. I've lost my family. I've lost my wife. Every fucking thing I've done.
I've talked to Shane.
Come here. I'm best lawyer in Indianapolis. Come arrest me.
Well. He's scared.
It's 18 minutes, I'm gonna fast forward 30 seconds. 30 seconds more. 30 seconds more.
He's still here. I gotta talk to him and I'll call you back, okay? Love you. Bye.
I talked to Sandy yesterday. Sandy, are you said?
That's fine.
Victor, I know you're upset.
Yeah, I'm pissed.
I understand that. And I understand you're scared.
I'm not this scared. I ain't done a damn thing wrong.
Victor, the house over Dodge. Saw a blonde in the truck.
Well,
You were there.
I should have seen a blonde in that truck because I damn sure called somebody if I saw her. And that's how I got, that's what I got said. So, y'all can go ahead and play your cat and mouse game.
It's not, I'm not.
They can play it. I don't care. But listen, anything wrong, I can prove my innocence.
Okay, but listen, if you would listen to me, you'd have an opportunity to help yourself and not even go to jail.
I'm not gonna go to jail anyway, except temporary. Job on that guy. I got a throw over $500 million in Texas. I will be out instantly. They ain't got nothing on me. It's just fucking fishing. I've been fished enough now.
We're not fishing, Victor.
They're fishing.
No, they're not fishing.
I don't care if it's fishing. I ain't done a damn thing. Don't bring the rest more up here, and I'll fight extradition.
Okay.
All right.
Just keep left between you and the law. I'm just telling you what I know. I believe.
Miss Hollywood was mom. I'm sorry that it came to this, but I can't help them more. I'm done.
Well,
they just run my fucking license for arresting me and all that shit. I'm not done.
At 21:09, I'm gonna fast forward 30 seconds.
Or in the truck at night. How could she see her and you not see her?
She didn't go to the truck. I was out by the truck.
I understand that. She saw a blonde in that truck.
She's mistaken because there wasn't anybody in that truck. I was out by the truck. There's no paint guy.
But I wish you would,
Don't trust. All right. Third place or this lineup? Okay.
We got to rebuild the whole thing. I thought maybe water damage or something.
That's on my left hand, left and that's good. That's everything. Yeah. Yeah, they're gonna sell it. They're gonna flip it. We're gonna sell it. Okay, all right.
Victor. I think you're making, you don't understand. I'm not the police. I'm not the police. But see, the problem is they listen. If you'll listen, if you'll...
Anything like this ever happens, I will keep my fucking mouth shut. I'm not helping nobody.
Listen, Victor. They've already talked to Sandy.
I don't care.
Well, you need to care. Look, when you come home and told Sandy that you saw the blonde at Dottie's, that's a problem. That's a problem.
I don't know where she's getting that from either.
She said she got it from you.
Well, me and her fight right now, get to the board.
I understand that. Woman's going, I understand that.
Yeah, I'm ready. If they want to come arrest me, let's rock and roll. I mean, that's after they arrest me, I will sue. I don't understand. But I will sue. Because I prove my innocence, not prove that I didn't do nothing to try and fucking help since it first happened.
That's what they're trying to get you to continue to do, Victor.
I don't want to now.
Why have you got all...
Why did you run over the fucking ringer? Why I got you up here saying I tried? I don't want to help them.
Why? Well, the problem is you got all these put butts.
I can prison jail. Don't scare me.
I understand that. You got all these put butts down there putting you in the mix.
They can put me in the mix. I wasn't in the mix. I was not in the mix.
Do you know
That's my hand on my dead son. I was not in the fucking mix.
Okay.
Now you tell them to bring that shit on up here.
He's mad.
It's not gonna bullshit they got. I'm not the member of the system. Victor. Now, if there's anything that I can tell from your body, I take you right to the motherfucker. I know I got it right now, take you.
Let me ask you this. When you said you thought Michael Alexander, well, what's his name, Alexander, possibly got them moving body, why did you say that?
Because of what Jason Bogus told me.
All right, let me ask you this. The night that Autry come over there all muddy from waist down, you stepped out on the front porch, what was that about?
Stepped out in the front porch.
When he was all muddy?
It was raining because he wouldn't come in.
Why?
He said he didn't want to get mud on the carpet with his boots.
What do you want? Why is Autry?
Probably at 25, 27. This is disheartening to hear, isn't it?
How so?
Count the ways. The Bobos have an investigator telling witnesses false things. Would you agree that's disheartening?
Well,
Yes or no?
No, because I don't know if the Bobos actually sent Dennis Benjamin to meet with Mr. Dinsmore. I don't know how much, there were a lot of things in what Mr. Benjamin was telling Mr. Dinsmore that weren't true. So I don't know if he took it upon himself to go up there to do this. I don't know who he talked to in TBI to go up there. It wasn't me. Mr. Bates, maybe it would help if I explained that even though I was the administrative case agent, if you'll think of this as someone that's in the military, I'm a private. The generals and the colonels were making decisions, and they didn't tell us, the boots on the ground people, all of those things they were doing. I have no idea if anybody from TBI sanctioned Dennis Benjamin going to talk to Victor Dinsmore. So I have no idea if the entirety of this conversation is based on something Mr. Benjamin did on his own, or if somebody told him. I've never asked the Bobo family if they sent Mr. Benjamin up there.
Well, that's quite a demotion you've given yourself, because yesterday, General Weidrich said, after you got involved, there was a fresh look on the case that changed from Terry Britt. So are you a private, or were you in charge of giving the fresh look, as General Weidrich said yesterday?
Both.
Okay. Now, would you at least agree it's disheartening that a man is saying he's representing the Bobo family, working for TBI and FBI, in your words, bluffing important witnesses in this case?
I would say it's concerning, disheartening.
All right. Because, to be clear, this entire case is based on what people said they've heard, right?
It's based on cell phone records as well, and a variety of other things. I'm not talking about Ms. Bobo's records.
Okay, we'll come back to that, I promise. Would you agree it's in large part based on what people testified they heard or saw?
That was a part of it. Yes, sir, it was.
Large part.
It was a part of it. Yes, sir.
You can't even say large part. The court's going to read the entire transcript.
Well, sir, what I call large and what you call large are subjective. So it was an important part. Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. And if people are saying things out of fear, that's a problem, isn't it?
Well, people can tell the truth out of fear.
They can also lie,
They
can't
can. Yes, sir, they can. Either or both.
Like Valerie Trout. She told Rebecca Earp that
Objection, Your Honor, to hearsay.
I'll ask her if she knows. Did Rebecca Earp, to your knowledge, did Valerie Trout tell Rebecca Earp? I'm going to ask you one more time. And however your answer is, I'm going to send it up the chain. And you might have charges coming, depending on how you answer.
Your Honor, the question is hearsay. It's clearly being offered for the truth of the matter asserted.
Your Honor, it's not hearsay. If it's a question, it's not asserted for the truth.
It's a question, we're going to allow. Objection overruled.
Would you ask the question again?
Sorry,
Lay
Amy.
this for the court.
Okay.
The court's not aware who these parties are.
All right.
You know this case inside and out, Mr. Bates.
Valerie Trout was the TBI agent.
She was, yes.
Rebecca Earp was a witness and Zach's girlfriend.
Yes, sir.
And as part of this work that you did you review Valerie Trout's interview of Rebecca Earp?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay, fair enough. Let's talk about the third disheartening thing.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Ms. Agent Ferguson has not agreed with Mr. Bates' characterization of any of this being disheartening. So to continue to number those in the terminology that Mr. Bates wants to use, I object to that characterization.
I'll rephrase.
Objection sustained.
Agent Ferguson, you'd say the word you want me to use that this video reveals.
Video or audio, sir?
I'm sorry, the audio.
Your description was disheartening And then you asked me if I thought it was disheartening, and I said it could be concerning if somebody is lying to a witness.
Okay. The concerning. We'll go with concerning. Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Neither you nor anyone you know prior to trial apparently listened to this recording of how witnesses were being treated by agents or people who said they were agents of the Bobo family.
No, sir, I said I did not listen to them, and I don't know if anybody else did. Your question made it sound like I knew that no one else did, and that's not so. I don't know if anyone else did.
You agree that's concerning?
Well,
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation. She doesn't know. How can she answer whether something is concerning if she doesn't know?
I'll rephrase. This new look that you provided the entire case, would you agree it was in large part based on what I believe Mr. Benjamin called poobahs? People were saying certain people were involved that implicated Zach, Jason, Shane, and Dylan.
your question went in three different directions, Mr. Bates. Could you say it again, please?
Part of your fresh look was to compile what have people said in this case that could possibly implicate Zach Adams.
That's correct. And then once we found that information, other agents were tasked to go out and talk to those individual people that had heard those things.
And you would agree a lot of this was done in February, March of 2014.
Oh, it was then and then beyond there throughout 2014. We ran what I call a command post of running leads and tracking down information and going back and redoing interviews for 8 solid months.
Okay. And was anybody in the command post charged with determining, hey, I think some of these witnesses have been lied to and threatened with the death penalty if they don't say a certain thing?
I don't follow your question. We didn't make assignments, hey, go see who's been lied to and who's been threatened with the death penalty. I was not aware that those things had happened.
Did Jack Van Hooser ever say words to the effect, Dennis Benjamin's been working on this case and talking to witnesses?
I don't recall that, no, sir.
You agree Dennis Benjamin's relaying significant information about the case?
Absolutely.
There you go. Nichols didn't want to say that. I don't think Brent Booth wanted to say that.
You don't know what coordination Dennis Benjamin did with other witnesses, do you?
No, sir, I don't.
He was not under an obligation to provide tapes of any recording that he did, correct?
I don't know who gave him instruction to record the interviews. I don't know who sent him on the interviews. If we have those recordings, he obviously had contact with somebody in the Bureau and gave them to him. I don't know who that person was.
And no obligation to keep investigative reports like you do?
Mr. Benjamin, no, sir.
And so this is the gentleman that is there for Dylan. When he gets out of federal penitentiary, federal pretrial holding,
Just
to
randomly.
go live with for safekeeping.
That's who he went to live with, yes, sir.
And you were aware 5 weeks after Agent Jeff Jackson says it's the most honest, cooperative witness I've ever had. He shows up at the door at TBI with Dylan saying, he told me it was all a lie.
I was not aware of anything that happened in Dylan's federal sentencing. I wasn't there, so I don't recall that specifically, but I was there the day that Mr. Benjamin brought Dylan back to the TBI office.
And based on that recorded interview that took, I think, 4 hours.
I don't recall how long it was.
All right.
Sorry.
You've reviewed it.
I was there and witnessed it.
You witnessed.
I did.
In relation to when that recording was, when did you realize it was a lie?
Well, it was a different version of events than Mr. Autry gave when he finally came forward in early 2017.
And if Mr. Autry's version of events was true, Dylan's statements were untrue.
I don't know that everything Dylan said was untrue. I know that after Dylan's statement of Holly being raped in Zach's home, in Mr. Adams' home, we ran search warrants in an effort to try to find forensic proof to corroborate Dylan's statement. And that's not uncommon. Anytime somebody comes forward and gives us a statement, whether they're a suspect, a victim, or a witness in a case, we do what we can to corroborate that. And that's what led to the search warrants at Mr. Adams' house. I know that there was Holly's DNA was not found there.
Yeah, but to be clear, Dylan said Jason Autry was the first to rape her.
I don't recall the specific order that Dylan gave in that.
Put aside the order. That Jason Autry raped her.
That's what Dylan said, yes, sir.
That's not where it took place or the timing. That's a fundamental lie if Jason Autry's testimony is true, right?
I believe Jason Autry gave more of a self-serving statement. I believe there was a lot of truth in his statement, but I also don't think he told us the whole truth.
Meaning he told things that weren't true.
That's not what the witness said, Your Honor.
That's my question.
I'll allow the question.
Would you ask it again, Mr. Bates?
All right, y'all are doing good getting me off my game. If Jason Autry said something that was not the complete truth, he did not testify truthfully, right?
I'm going to split hairs with you, Mr. Bates. When he testified, he answered the questions he was asked. I don't recall if he was asked if he raped Holly. If he was asked that question and said no, and Dylan said he did, who do we believe, right? I believe. No, I interrupted you, sir.
I apologize. Jason Autry said he showed up at 10 to 15 minutes after the last phone call with Zach Adams at Yellow Springs Road. The body was wrapped in a quilt in the back of a truck, taken to the river to be disposed of, taken back to Yellow Springs Road, where Jason left to go to lunch plans, returned back to Victor Dinsmore later that afternoon. Correct?
Yes, sir.
At no point did he ever allow for raping Miss Bobo. Correct?
That's for him raping Miss Bobo. That's correct.
So if Dylan said he did, one or both of them are lying.
It would appear so. Yes, sir.
And Dylan's statement was in 2014, correct?
Yes, in the fall.
Indictments for the death penalty stemmed from that statement, right?
From that statement and other things. Yes, sir.
Oh, I forgot I have my picture for her.
Years go by. Defendants are on trial for a lie for their life, right?
Defendants went to trial. Yes, one defendant went to trial.
If Autry's true, they were standing trial for a lie. Yes or no?
No.
Autry, if Autry's statement was true, Dylan's statement was you raped her. Autry was on trial for the death penalty for a lie.
Mr. Bates, you're characterizing the prosecution, and I can't tell you what the prosecutors were thinking and the way they moved forward with it, but you're characterizing that that was the only proof that we had was Dylan's statement, and that's not so. That was part of it. So I can't tell you if the decision for the district attorney to seek the death penalty was based solely on Dylan Adams' statement or not, because I was not privy to those conversations. So I'm not the right person you need to be asking that question of.
You don't believe Jason Autry's testimony in full, do you?
I don't believe he was entirely truthful with us. No. I believe his statement was more self-serving.
Did you ever communicate that to the prosecutors?
I don't recall. I probably.
What was it? Which ones?
I work closely with all four of the prosecutors.
How many times did you have this conversation?
Oh, I have no idea. I don't recall it specifically, sir.
You sat at counsel's table through the trial?
No, I did. I was in the courtroom, but I didn't sit at counsel's table. No, sir.
Did you ever get that pit in your stomach feeling when he was testifying that this isn't right?
No, sir.
Be clear, prior to Dylan's September 2014 statement, there was no rape charge.
I think that's correct.
And how soon after the September 2014 statement was the charges amended to include rape and request a death penalty?
I don't recall, sir.
Did other agents share your concern that Jason Autry was providing a self-serving statement?
I don't recall that, no, sir.
Do you remember the prosecutor's response when you told them your concerns?
No, sir. And I wouldn't characterize it as a concern. It's not unusual for suspects and often victims and witnesses in a case for their version of the events to be self-serving. You know that as an investigator when you talk to people. I'll give you an example that is unrelated to this case. If someone is a victim of a crime outside of a hotel and they were at the hotel because they're having an affair, they're going to minimize their reason for being at the hotel. And you got to dig a little deeper maybe to find really why they were there. Maybe they didn't want to tell us the truth because they're married and they don't want their spouse to know. I'm making this up. But that's an example of why someone might minimize their involvement in a particular situation. So it happens frequently.
You seem like a very wise person.
Thank you.
Why are you able to say, I saw Jason Autry as a self-serving statement it was, but Judge McGinley said it was the most persuasive, credible evidence he's ever heard?
I cannot begin to explain why Judge McGinley said the things that he said, sir. I have no idea.
All right, let me go through some of your work in this case.
We're going to jump forward.
You were in charge of various search warrants and searching of properties. And
So they're going to go through the, this testimony was like 4.5 hours long. I think we watched it on Thanksgiving, so it was a few weeks ago now. I remember because I was like snapping my green beans while we were watching some of this. But we're going to jump ahead. So this block that Doug is going to go through, he's going to go through the same issues, you know, these critical pieces of evidence that weren't shown to the jury at trial. The ATM, all the alibi stuff, plus the cell phone records and how the route makes absolutely no sense. Going through all of that and then questioning Kathy Ferguson, like, that didn't, like, make a red flag go off for you? And then there's cross-examination. We're going to jump to redirect, which is like 4 hours in. And we're going to get to the same issue. We know Kathy Ferguson was sitting in, this is an August 15th hearing, but she sat in for the May hearings and was there the day before this one. So she's still aware of what's going on with this case. She's still TBI. She didn't retire or get kicked off. But today she's going to still say that she just thinks there's no doubt that Zachary Adams is guilty. And I don't know how any honest person with even like 10% familiarity with this case could say that. Like right here.
And you expressed this to the prosecution?
Oh, a little bit before that.
System on truth.
Ooh, don't do the buffer. There we go.
Are you asking me that?
Yes.
Pressure from whom?
Pressure on the case.
I personally didn't receive pressure from my agency, from my supervisors, from my coworkers. I never felt pressure from anybody. Internally, I wanted to see it. I wanted to see a resolution, and wherever the facts took us is where they took us. And sometimes, unfortunately, as you mentioned, they don't get you far enough to charge somebody. So I have cases, homicides that I've been assigned that are still unsolved.
How do you define the term facts?
Facts?
Facts.
Information that can be verified, that can be corroborated.
It's true. Facts,
True.
Facts happen, right?
Yes, yes, sir.
They're
Yes,
the truth.
Yes, sir.
Are you aware of the fundamental virtue we place in our court system on truth?
Yes, sir.
When Jason Autry was testifying, you knew it was not the truth.
I didn't know what the whole truth was, Mr. Bates, because I believe that his statement was
What does it mean if you have to specify whole truth?
self-serving. I didn't think he told us everything. But how could I have proven that? If I don't know the facts, everything that happened, then I have nowhere to start to try to corroborate that information. So, no, I don't think Jason Autry told us everything that he did.
But he didn't tell the jury that he raped Holly Bobo.
No, sir, he did not. That's my belief.
And you expressed this to the prosecution?
Probably. I don't specifically remember that conversation, but I'm sure I would have told him my feelings.
And they disregarded it?
I don't know what they did with that information, sir.
He
was charged with the rape.
They put Jason Autry on to testify.
Yes, sir, he testified.
And he said the only interaction he had with Miss Holly Bobo was when she was wrapped in a quilt, driven in the back of a truck, and shot.
What I think happened in a case is not proof. It's not fact until I can prove it. And I couldn't beyond what we had.
Is this your system of justice? Is this your theory of justice? That the state...
Now pay attention to how Doug is ending this, because Amy Wyrick is going to get up there one more time and listen to the difference.
Is this your system of justice? Is this your theory of justice? That the state prosecutes and agents of the state sit there and say, I don't think this is true.
Are you asking me if that happened during trial?
Yes, I'm asking you, a loyal servant to the state, who worked on this case, dedicated probably thousands of hours. And you sat there and you saw Jason Autry testify, and you yourself did not believe it, but the state asked the jury to.
What she has said. She has multiple times today told Mr. Bates that is not at all what she is testifying to. And he continues to repeat it.
Specifically is what the objection is.
Mischaracterization. Mischaracterization.
The objection is your mischaracterization.
I'll rephrase it.
All right, objection sustained.
Did it bother you when General Nichols asked the jury to believe something you yourself didn't?
No, sir, because she is the prosecutor and she has the experience of prosecuting the case. My job is to gather the information and provide it to the district attorney for them to digest and decide what to do with.
She just said she didn't know the facts.
I couldn't have testified that I thought he raped her.
Nothing further.
Now
The jury
listen to
heard all
Amy
that, didn't
Wyrick.
they? I'm sorry. The jury heard all that, didn't they?
Yes, ma'am.
And then some.
From Mr. Autry?
From Mr. Autry, from the, 40 plus, 60 plus witnesses that testified for both the state and the defense, correct?
They heard the facts of the case. They heard everyone's testimony. Yes, ma'am.
And they made the decision, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any doubt today as to the guilt of Zach Adams?
No, ma'am.
Do you have any doubt today as to the guilt of Dylan Adams?
No, ma'am.
Do you have any doubt today as to the guilt of Jason Autry?
No, ma'am.
Do you have any doubt today as to the innocence of Terry Britt in this matter?
No, ma'am.
Is there a video out there, whether Ms. Thompson could open it or not, is there a video that you know of that shows somebody else, somebody other than Zach Adams, Dylan Adams, Shane Austin, and Jason Autry kidnapping, raping, and murdering Holly Bobo?
No, ma'am.
Nothing further.
What kind of burden shifting bullshit is this? Do you have a video out there, whether Miss Thompson could open it or not, making a whole mockery of the issue that we learned from Joe Walker, where Jason gets, a accessible version of the discovery that is not in the hands of the other co-defendants? Makes a mockery of that, and then says, well, is there a video out there showing that somebody else besides these people is killing, murdering, and kidnapping Holly Bobo? How is that? That's like the biggest reach of a deflection that I've ever seen in my life coming out of a prosecutor's mouth. And then that's where they end this. That's where they end this with Kathy Ferguson, who gave 4.5 hours of testimony at these post-conviction hearings. So what do you guys think? Because Amy Wyrick is pitching here, and the jury saw all of that, right? Did the jury get to hear the whole truth? Did they get to hear all of the proof, all of the facts? Or was the story crafted? And I'm not putting an accidental option in the middle. I'm sure some people were along for the ride accidentally. I don't think Brian Vitt saying he was mowing his lawn that morning was making that up. I think stuff like that is true. I think they were the ingredients to bake the cake and put together this story. With the story coming to fruition through this timeline. And how would a jury, we've been here for 7 hours and 10 minutes. We are relying heavily on the work of Doug Bates. For what it's worth, the work of Jennifer Thompson, digging through some of the discovery. I think she did a great job before trial happened. I think she was all in on the evidence and trying to get what she could. It took us 7 hours. How would a jury see the BS? So, I think a story was crafted. I think that story is what got an innocent person convicted. That's again, did the jury see a video? Well, they didn't see the ATM surveillance footage that Brent Booth seems to think TBI at least knew about. before the 2017 trial. Jennifer Nichols didn't want to nail down a time after being asked 3 or 4 times. She just wiggled out and went on a tangent to not have to answer and pinpoint that. But besides Brent Booth, the rest of the state is maintaining, they don't know. They don't know. It was either in discovery or it wasn't. But if it wasn't in there, they didn't know about it. And then we also have the cell phone records. More specifically, the data that Marshal John Walker was working with. And although it got on the record at trial, it was during a voir dire. And he was not qualified as an expert to discuss those matters because Jennifer Thompson, trial counsel, failed to properly qualify him as the right type of expert, the correct area of expertise. So the jury never gets to hear what we're hearing Doug Bates hammer home in these post-conviction proceedings. Like, we have these pinpoints, a .380 casing found next to Holly Bobo's skull, and not just found next to Holly Bobo's skull, but where the last phone ping is from Holly Bobo's phone. And then we also have these precise locations of the 3 guys down in Parsons, where this wouldn't add up. Nobody can drive that route and get there if they're supposed to be kidnapping and doing all of this other stuff right before. And in addition to those phone locations putting the 3 devices associated with Dylan, Zach, and Shane there, we have the ATM video surveillance, the bank statements, and the convenience store footage, which we haven't heard that much about. But I think that's Dylan's evidence, and we had some stuff that was sealed for Dylan. So I'm not really sure where that comes into play. But a photo of Dylan inside a store physically purchasing whatever at a counter. So, and the defense didn't challenge it here, but this is in front of Judge. I don't think there's any worry that I can't imagine Judge Bradbury feeling positively about what Amy Wyrick seems to think was a mic drop moment. So that's where we are. That's where we are. What a day. What a day it's been. What a day. I think with this, I want to do shorter compilations, but there's really no way to quickly compile, like take a comprehensive look at how the timeline brings the discovery together all the way through to Victor Dinsmore's testimony in a way that will match and give credibility in front of the jury to Jason Autry's testimony without kind of looking at all of these big chunks of testimony. Nobody knows anything. They only know that still to this day, there is nothing exculpatory out there for Zachary Adams. That's the only thing they're willing to say that they know. And it's just wholly unbelievable. So, next hearing, you guys, of course, December 29th, we're going to still be diving into a bunch of different stuff. So if you want to keep diving in, come tune in whenever you see me pop live. We'll be looking at more of the motions from 2024 and 2025. We've got a bunch of old news coverage to go back through from like the days where YouTube videos were still uploaded square. So we'll dive all the way back through that. We've got some pre-trial hearings as well. So plenty of stuff that we're still going to look at. Dana McClendon. So Mr. McClendon from the Trial and Error podcast, hoping to get him on next week. We've just got to work out a time. But I don't know if I should do it beforehand or wait for Dana. But we are going to hear the supposed intimidation of Janet Britt by Dr. Katie Spirko. And we're going to see if we hear somebody being intimidated. In fact, we can use the Dylan Adams interview as a comparison, a point of comparison. And we can put the vote to the chat and see what you guys think. Because I don't think you're going to agree with Jennifer Nichols' characterization of, I forget how Nichols said it, but Britt, I can't remember her name, couldn't even remember Janet Britt's name, but knows she was intimidated by Dr. Katie Spirko, the quote-unquote pseudo-psychologist, or whatever she is. So, looking forward to that. Other than that, you guys, I have us set to redirect over to Take It to Trial. Let me make sure she is still live. She's doing a rewatch of the Melody Ferris trial. So, I watched some of that. That was like, husband was found burned in a pile in the yard. And the defense put on like a possible third party culprit. It could have been one of the other, or like one of her children. So one of the victim's sons. But she was convicted. So obviously spoiler there, but it's an older trial at this point. I think that was like 4 or 5 months ago. So that's where we'll be taking this. Nick Starro rescheduled his Friday night stream till tomorrow night, same time, but just Saturday instead of Friday. So keep your eyes open for that. I might pop live tomorrow. You guys never know with me. But other than that, you guys, thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you so much for all the great insights on this case. I'm going to get off of here. I'm going to go eat something, and I know I'm going to like just be diving back into this case, and we'll be looking forward to hanging out with you guys again next time. Everybody have a good one. Bye, guys.